As Rocky Fortune. NBC presents Frank Sinatra, starring as that footloose and fancy-free young gentleman, Rocky Fortune.
Did you ever wonder what a bull must feel like when they let him into the ring? The bars go up, he's free, he rushes out figuring I've gotten away. And there in front of him are 50 guys with pitchforks and a man with an oversized knitting needle. He looks around and there's no way out. Last week I found out what that feeling is like. It all began one evening when I hit my flat for a change of drapery. Yeah?
Rocky?
Yeah.
This is Midge Moore.
Yeah, what's up, Midge?
Listen, Rocky, I just got a phone call from Carl, the organ grinder.
The grind? You're crazy. He's in a tank at Dannemora for 900 years.
I'm telling you, just called me. Must have busted out.
Midge, it's a gag. Somebody's trying to give you the memes.
It was the grinder. I know his voice.
Okay, it was the grinder. What did he say?
He says he's got a list with 3 names on it. The 3 guys what sent him up.
Meaning?
First me, Midge Moore, second you, Rocky Fortune, and then Harry Bowman. He means it, Rocky. He's going to get us.
Look, Mitch, stay where you are. Lock the door. I'm going to check a friend of mine at headquarters and see if the grinder busted out, okay?
Make it fast, huh, Rocky? My blood pressure ain't so good, and if the grinder gets here, I ain't going to have any blood pressure.
I hang up and follow my nose over to the Irish clubhouse for a talk with my pal Hamilton Finger of Homicide. I find his homely face behind a pair of size 14 brogans on the squad room desk. Hey, Sarge.
Huh?
It's me, Sergeant. Rocky, snap out of it.
Oh, hiya, Rock.
Catching a few winks, huh?
Oh, I was just meditating. What brings you?
I just had a call from Midge Moore.
So? Who's Midge Moore?
You remember about 5 years ago there was an ex-wrestler named Carl the Grinder?
Sure. You had something to do with sending them up, didn't you?
Yeah, Midge Moore and me was coming home from a bar one night when we see this ape beating up an old peddler trying to rob him. We yelled for the cops and then we testified against him at the trial.
Wasn't that a 4th offense?
Yeah, he went up for the rest of his natural. Only before he went, he swore he was going to kill 3 guys. Midge Moore, me, and Harry Bowman.
Yeah, that's right. Bowman was the assistant DA who sent him up. He went rotten, didn't he?
Like a dead ox in a steam bath. He's in charge of political corruption of the 4th Ward.
So what about this call from Midge Moore?
He says the grinder called him.
You don't say. Where from?
Not from the State University.
Oh, that's a big help.
You're playing coy, Sarge.
Oh, yeah, as a matter of fact, I am. The grinder busted out this morning. We just got an APB on it a couple of minutes ago.
Holy Moses.
You don't look so good, Rock.
Yeah, you should see me in my other suit. The one they're going to bury me in after Carl the Grinder gets through with me. I dive out of the precinct and into a subway station, and 5 minutes later, I'm pounding up the stairway to Midge Moore's flat, which is in a neighborhood even crummy in mine, if that's possible. Yeah, it's possible. Midge. It's me, Rocky. Let me in. Midge. Let me in. It's funny. The door's not locked. Midge? Midge, where are you? Midge? Uh-oh. Don't bother to answer, man. Midge Moore is lying on his face with his neck broken the way somebody breaks a match and throws it away. There's only one guy I know strong enough to do this to a man. Carl the Grinder. Sergeant Finger, please. Sarge, Rocky. Look, I'm up at Midge Moore's. Yeah. He's laying here like an unmade bed. You better come up. No, I'd like to stay, Sarge, but unfortunately my name is next on the list. I'm going to take a short vacation in Outer Mongolia or someplace until you guys put the clamp on the grinder. So long.
Rocky. Rocky, wait.
Huh? Oh, hi, Mary.
Oh, Rocky, I'm glad I found you. I was just coming to warn Midge. My husband's on the loose. He's going to kill you.
You're a couple of minutes too late. Mitch was visited.
He's dead?
Dead enough to convince the average coroner.
Oh, Rocky, you've got to get out of town.
You're telling me.
Carl says that
Wait a minute. Did he call you?
he came to the place.
He came to...
Yeah, he just walked in. He looked awful. He made me give him one of my brother's suits. He said he had some business to take care of. He'd be back for me later. He said if I let out a peep about him, he'd kill me.
Oh, he don't joke about these things, honey. Maybe you better take it on a fly-by yourself.
I wouldn't know where to go. I thought maybe I could talk to him, reason with him. Rocky, he's out of his mind. He's crazy to kill.
You're a brave girl to stand up to him, baby, but it ain't going to get you anyplace. Remember the last time he decided to use you as a punching bag?
I remember, Rocky, but he's still my husband.
Baby, he's a fourth offender, and he's psycho besides. Now get smart and get to the cops.
I guess you're right.
You bet I am. Beat it now.
Oh, where are you going?
Right now, back to my flat, pick up a suitcase and a couple of bucks. After that, I'm going to find a big rock and crawl under it till Loverboy gets caught.
What about Harry Bowman? Carl says he'll get him, too.
The way that ward healer's been trying to make this neighborhood hit the jackpot, I wouldn't mind too much. Look, the cops know Carl's after Bowman, and you can be sure Mr. Bowman has his muscle boys doing 4-hour shifts. Come on, baby, we got to make time. Do like I said.
Bye, Rocky.
I'll see you around.
Be careful.
Don't worry. I zigzag up to my place in the 4th Ward, which is Harry Bowman's private political kingdom, and scout the joint to make sure Carl the Grinder hasn't beaten me to it. I slip up the fire escape and into the hall. I make quick like a bunny over to my door, turn the key, and ease it open. But something tells me something is phony. But what happens next is so crazy, I check my cigarettes to make sure they didn't sell me the kind with the built-in dreams. What the... There in my flat is a 6-piece brass band with a big banner that reads, Yay, Rocky. The 4th Ward Political Club salutes you. In front, about 25 freeloaders with party hats and noisemakers are climbing the walls. I'm beginning to think I've stumbled into my own nightmare, so I do a quick about-face and dodge out into the hall. I get 2 steps when a gorilla and a bowler hat mousetraps me.
Hold it, Rocky.
Hey, let go of the arm. You'll bend the biceps.
Where do you think you're going?
Away. Maybe for good.
You ain't doing nothing of the kind. You ain't hospitable.
Listen, will you do me a favor?
Anything, Pally.
Tell me what this thing's all about.
Why, sure, Pally. It's a celebration, see, in honor of you.
What did I do?
You've been selected by Councilman Harry Bowman, President and Vice President of the 4th Ward Political Association.
For what?
How should I know? You just been selected, that's all.
Now, look, Herman.
Call me Moose. That's short for Morris.
Okay, Moose. I want to know just what this
Here
thing...
comes the boss. Maybe you better ask him.
Well, Rocky, old pal.
He was trying to take it on the lam, boss.
What? Run out on a celebration in his own honor?
Bowman, what is this? What are these clowns doing to my flat?
Why, haven't you heard, Rocky? The 4th Ward Political Association decided to honor Mr. Average Worker, the man who represents those hard-working, self-sacrificing individuals who made my election to office possible by their unstinting sacrifice.
Me?
I selected you myself.
Look, Bowman, I didn't even vote for you. Now, what's the gimmick?
Listen to him, Moose. He's so modest, he doesn't even want to admit how hard he's worked for my election.
Dutchin', ain't it?
Yeah, that's the spirit we've decided to salute, Rocky. Yes, sir. But let's go in and join the happy throng.
I don't want to join no happy throng.
Rocky, this is only the beginning. Why, we've planned a gala celebration in your honor. A parade in an open motor car through the streets of the 4th Ward with banners saluting your name, a testimonial dinner at the firehouse, and finally, in recognition of your hard work, a miniature gold-plated ballot box.
Stuffed with votes for Bowman. Listen, Harry, I appreciate your publicity gag, but you'll have to find another schnook. This boy's leaving town, and if you ain't heard, I'd advise you to do the same thing.
Why?
Carl the Grinder busted out of Dannemora. He's got a list with 3 names, Midge, me, and you, in that order. And if you don't think he means business, try looking Midge more in the face. You'll have to stand behind him, because that's the way his head faces now. So call up the celebration and let me get my suitcase.
Just a minute.
Yeah.
You ain't going anyplace, my friend.
I just told you.
You don't have to tell me. I got a phone call from the Grinder this morning.
Then what's all this jazz about? Let's get under a rock.
Me, maybe, but not you.
Listen, you moron. This bum's loaded for bear. He don't... Hey. I think I'm beginning to get the picture.
Yeah, smart boy.
I've been duck hunting.
Good. And you know it takes a decoy to catch a live duck.
Carl the Grinder is the live duck?
And I'm the decoy.
He's clever.
Only one thing.
Yeah?
To hunt ducks, you use a wooden decoy.
Oh, we're out of wood, so we're using you.
What happens if I get killed?
Tough.
What happens if I don't?
I figure it this way, Rocco. Old man, you're next on the list. Just want to make sure the Grinder finds you, so I'm giving you a little publicity. If he shows and kills you, my boys take care of him. In the meantime, I'm leaving town for a short spell. Take care of him, Moose. See that he enjoys the party. So long, Mallard.
Bowman slips downstairs and Moose eases me into my flat with a .40 caliber cannon in my backbone. The party is going to be a beaut, I can see.
All right, shut up. Quiet down. All right. Now, here it is, you freeloaders. We're going downstairs for a motorcade over to the firehouse where we get free eats and beer. Courtesy of Councilman Harry H. Bowman, who can't be here on account of urgent business. Pile on downstairs and into the sanitation trucks, which Mr. Bowman has placed for your disposal. Okay, let's go.
Let's go, Fortune.
Must we?
We must.
Look, Moose, I'll never get a block sitting in an open car like a clay pigeon. Be reasonable.
Okay, I'll be reasonable. I'll give you 3 seconds, or else
Else nothing. I'm gone.
be my guest.
We pound down the stairs, and just as we hit the sidewalk, a couple of reporters and photographers gang up on us. At any other time, this would be flattering, but right now it's murder.
Hold it, Mr. Fortune. I'd like a picture for my paper.
Sure, pal. What paper?
Son,
Go ahead. Shoot any time you're ready.
I'll do that.
No sooner is the word shoot out of my mouth than I feel those icy fingers clamped at my heart. The photographer sticks his head under a black cloth and points the camera at me as I remember 2 very important items. 1, news photographers don't work under a hood. 2, the Sun went out of business a year ago.
Hold it.
Moose.
Smile.
Hit the dirt, Moose. It's the Grinder. Grab him.
Look out, he's getting away.
What's it there?
No luck. You got away in the crowd.
That's too bad.
He missed you with that Tommy gun, huh?
Yeah.
Maybe we'll have better luck next time. Okay, hop into the roadster for the motorcade.
Hey, who's the guy with the beard behind the wheel?
Him? That's Ivan, the boss's new chauffeur.
Looks like a fugitive from a shredded wheat plant.
Don't insult him. He's very temperamental. Hop in.
You all ready?
Let's go, Ivan.
Hold on.
Hey, do I have to stand up? My legs are tired.
Stand up. We want the Grinder to be able to find you.
What happens if I make it to the firehouse?
You get a free dinner. Testimonial.
What happens if I don't make it?
Same dinner. In your memory.
Yeah. Hey, Ivan, how about speeding up a little?
Did boss say go slow?
Thanks. Someday I'm going to have the pleasure of pulling out them whiskers hair by hair.
Good joke, huh? I'll kill you.
Where did you get this creep? At a House of David basketball game?
Boss hired him for the job this morning.
How far now, Moose?
Not a block. So far, nobody shot you.
Swell. I may even live till 6 o'clock.
What time is it now?
My watch says a minute to 6.
You're nuts. It's after 7. Okay, Ivan. Pull up.
Everybody inside the firehouse for chow.
2 minutes later, I am upstairs at the Lincoln Pump and Hose Company number 4. I get the place of honor at the head of a long banquet table where everybody can get a good shot at me. At my left is Moose with his ever-loving Luger aimed at my digestive system, and on my right is Ivan with his whiskers trailing in his chowder. Knishes are served, and the freeloaders fall to like a pack of starving wolves.
All right, shut up. Shut up. Shut up. All right, you crumb bums. Clamp down whilst I make the presentation to our pal Rocky. The boss, Harry Bowman, couldn't be here on account of urgent business, So I'm doing it in his honorable stead. All right, quiet. Rocky, old man, stand up here while I read this and no monkey business. Rocco Fortunato, in recognition of your untiring, like you said, untiring efforts in behalf of the 1953 political campaign, I present you with this gold-plated
Miniature.
like you said, ballot box. All right, shut up. Okay, everybody eat. Boy, what a spread. How come you ain't eating, Rocky boy?
How do I know the Canisius ain't poison?
I'm eating them. Ivan's eating them.
How do you know they ain't poison?
Go on.
Think about it. Maybe the grinder got to the delicatessen. Maybe he came up here before we got here and fixed the anchovies.
Huh?
What's wrong, Ivan?
This anchovy don't taste so good, Moot.
Hey, they don't. These Canisius got a peculiar flavor, too.
That's probably your imagination. What's it taste like? Kind of bitter, maybe?
Yeah, bitter like. What's wrong?
Yeah, it's probably nothing.
What is this bitter?
Nothing. Fatten up. Eat up.
You told me I'm going to break your neck.
Well, is it kind of like somebody put too much pepper in it?
Yeah.
That's it.
What?
Therapeutic acid.
What?
Poison.
Holy smokes.
Your stomach feel kind of funny like?
Yeah. What do we do?
He's a jolly good fellow.
Fortune, you gotta save me.
He's a jolly good fellow.
Rocky, pal, what'd I take? Get me a doctor.
We'll give you a testimonial
Listen,
dinner.
you see this gun? I'll kill you if you don't tell me. Oh, my stomach. Oh, help, I'm poisoned.
Here, take it easy.
I gotta get out of here. Gotta get to a doctor straight away.
Well, I guess I'll be going too.
Yeah, I don't think so, Mr. Fortune. Because I'll put a bullet in your belly if you move.
Holy smokes, you ain't no Rusky.
And I ain't no moron either. I saw you dump that pepper shaker into the Canisius a minute ago.
Uh-huh. Well, Ivan, old man, if you watch real close, you'll see me dump the rest of it. Right in your eye. See you around, boy. While Ivan is still sneezing, I duck out across the hall of the locker room where the firemen keep their clothes. I get in and slam the door behind me. As I turn around to look for a window...
Hold it, Jack.
I see one of the firemen, a guy about 8 feet tall with a handlebar mustache. Oh, man, can you help me? Listen, there's a killer named Carl the Grinder after me.
I heard of him.
He's wearing a phony beard like a Rusky. He'll be coming in here in a minute.
Wearing a phony beard, huh? You sure you're all right?
Look, I'm straight in the head, no kidding. I got to get a place to hide.
Guy got a gun?
A howitzer.
Come on, let me in. Open up.
Sure this guy is Carl the Grinder?
I'm sure.
Okay, get in that lock and close the door.
Here?
Hurry up.
Okay.
Come on, Fortune, I'll shoot this lock off.
Come on, keep quiet. I'm going to let him in.
Okay, Fortune, up. Who are you?
I'm me. Who are you?
I'm looking for a guy, kind of thin, about medium height, dark hair.
Oh, yeah? Maybe he's hiding in your beard.
I'll take a look around.
Sure, help yourself.
Thanks.
Try this.
Peeking out through the grill work of the locker, I feel like a halibut doing 6 months in a sardine can. The big fireman waits till Ivan walks past him, and he picks up a fire axe and lets him have it from behind. Ivan falls on his beard, and I feel like I'm in Madame Tussauds for a couple of seconds.
Who do you know? Sure, pal.
Whew, you.
I had to hit your friend.
You didn't hit him, John. You killed him.
No kidding. I must have used the pointed end of the axe.
Let's pull out that phony beard and get a look at him.
Yeah. I'd like to see what Carl the Grinder looks like myself.
1, 2.
What's wrong, pal?
Hey, this ain't Carl the Grinder.
Who is it?
Harry Bowman.
The guy who used to be the assistant DA?
Yeah, he was using me for a clay pigeon. I guess he wanted to hang around and see what happened, so he put on a fake beard and a phony accent.
That's the guy that sent the Grinder up the river, ain't it?
It's the guy. Now the Grinder's only got one to go. Me.
You, huh?
Yeah, it's too bad you cheated him out of Bowman.
Oh, I didn't cheat him, pal. I just changed the batting order a little.
Yeah, I guess you put another... Hey.
Yeah, pal?
Who are you?
Well, let me take off the handlebars, pal. There you are.
The grinder.
Yeah, the grinder. I figured since he was going to be at the firehouse, I'd make like a fireman. I didn't think it was going to be this easy.
I didn't think it was going to be this hard.
Move back.
A pleasure.
I'm going to do this with my bare hands, Fortune, the way I did Midge Moore.
You're going to have to catch me then.
Shall we dance? You're trapped, Rocky, like a rat in a corner.
You wouldn't like to sit this one out, would you?
Uh-uh.
I guess there's nothing much left to do but throw my Sunday punch. Must be Monday. Nothing happened.
If that's your best punch, Rocky, you might as well quit now. Okay, Rocky. We'll dance now.
My throat.
Nice and slow.
Oh.
Hold it, Grinder.
You ain't getting me, copper.
You okay, Rocky?
Fine.
Carl, is he?
I'm afraid he is.
You're better off, Mary.
Yeah, I suppose I am. I went to the police like you told me, Rocky.
Had a hard time catching up with you.
Swell. I thought I was the easiest man in Manhattan Borough to locate. Come on, Mary, let's get out of here.
Hey, Fortune, you must have dropped this.
Huh? Oh, yeah, my gold-plated ballot box. Thanks very much.
I better phone in about this. What time you got?
6 o'clock. No, that can't be right. It was 6 about an hour ago.
Maybe you forgot to wind it.
Yeah. Ah, it's ticking all right.
It's kind of loud for a wristwatch, ain't it?
Yeah, even for a cheap wristwatch. Hey.
Huh?
Get away from the window, Sarge.
What?
Move!
Hey, why'd you throw that ballot box out there? You'll...
What was that?
Looks like somebody stuffed the ballot box. I guess the grinder was trying to make sure Bowman's party lost the election.
NBC has presented Frank Sinatra as that footloose and fancy-free young gentleman, Rocky Fortune. Others in tonight's cast include Jack Nestle, Barney Phillips, Kay Stewart, Jack Mather, Tony Barrett, and George Pembroke. Tonight's script was written by George Lefferts. Andrew C. Love directed. Now, to tell you about next week's adventure, here's Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
You know, Park Avenue's a mighty fancy place. I've been finding this out since making like a process server for the 14-carat legal Eagle Perry Shane. But next week, I'll tell you how I got a little surprise. I found out the street can be mink-lined, but there's still plenty of skunk at the intersections. See you around.
Enjoy Fibber, McGee, and Molly tonight on the NBC Radio Network. Now, Frank Sinatra, transcribed as Rocky Fortune. NBC presents Frank Sinatra, starring as that footloose and fancy-free young gentleman, Rocky Fortune.
When it comes to employment, I am what you might call a connoisseur. I have jobs which are strictly out of this world. The last one I had nearly put me there permanently. I am instructed to report to the 9th Avenue Arena. When I get there, I find the horse follies of 1954s all over the place. The legit title is Grand National Rodeo. And I find the boss, an old guy with a hat you could stew tomatoes in, hanging over the rail, watching a cowboy ride on a bull, which must have just sat down on a hornet. You Colonel Larrabee?
Ride him! Ride him! Look at that boy, stuck to that critter's back like he had a pot of glue in his hip pocket.
Excuse me, I'm looking for Colonel Larrabee.
He made his time limit, Pop!
That boy's the best Brahma bull rider I've seen in 20 years. Hey, get that critter away from him! Doggone it, how many times have I told those broken-down tramps to get him away from... Look out!
He's clear, Pop! He's up over the fence rail!
I gotta tell them hands to move in quicker. Don't look good when a rider gets gored by the bull. It's bad publicity. Gets the Humane Society down on you.
I don't mean to interrupt, but are you Colonel Larrabee?
I am. Who are you?
Rocky Fortune. The agency said that you needed an administrative assistant.
Administrative assistant? I told that agency I wanted an errand boy, somebody from the West.
Sure, that's me.
You from the West?
Yeah, 11th Avenue. You get any further west than that, you're on the Hudson River.
Ah.
Oh, come on, Pop. You just want somebody to run errands. He doesn't have to qualify as a top hand.
I suppose not. Still...
Yeah, what's keeping that next rider?
Well, Mr. Fortune, I'm Jane Larrabee. Colonel here's my father. If you're going to work for the rodeo, you'll just have to get used to him. He's so western, he makes Wild Bill Hickok look like a sophomore at Vassar.
Now, Janie, don't you go running down the West. All right, young man.
You mean I'm hired? Okay, what am I supposed to do?
Anything I tell you to. Mostly run errands and answer the telephone for me. The show's on, I'm all over this barn. I need somebody to keep me in touch with the office. Go print it?
Sure. I'm the tail on your dog.
Yeah? Yeah, all right, Fortune. I guess I'm stuck with you. You can start right now. You go down to my office and bring up the tally on the box office receipts for today's matinee. It's on my desk.
Sure. Where's your office?
Down those stairs over there. My name's on the door.
Reet, Dad, Reet.
Huh? A Westerner. Ah!
I have to pull myself away from the fence rail, and I hear the snap as my eyes peel off Jane Larrabee. She's one of them tall dames, dressed like the rest of the cowboys in Levi's and fancy shirt. But somehow the shirt turns out fancier than it was originally intended, and she manages to look somewhat different from Gary Cooper in similar circumstances. The Colonel's offices are down a long hall which looks like the Canal Street station of the Broadway subway. I open the door and walk in. Ooh. For a second, I think I'd forgotten to open the door. Something clobbered me behind the ear, and I go down for a long count. And just as I'm beginning to come up for air, I hear somebody coming down the corridor. I open one eye and spot a pair of bow legs that could walk over a beer barrel without noticing it.
What are you doing down there?
Oh, my head.
Where's that list I sent you for? It's been close to an hour.
I was slugged.
Oh, well, come on into my office and I'll... What happened in here?
Looks like somebody tried to turn the desk inside out. The guy that slugged me...
I figured that might happen. Some low-down coyote tried to rob me.
Maybe we better call the cops, huh?
No. If Larrabee can't handle his own affairs without calling on a sheriff, he might as well fold up. Besides, it'd be bad publicity for the show.
Colonel, it's almost time for you... Hey, what's this?
Glad you come along, Ringo. Some pat-rack slugged Fortune and busted into my desk. Fortune, this is my top hand, Ringo Durham.
Howdy.
Howdy.
Colonel, I told you not to leave all that money around if you'd only put it in the bank.
I don't hold with no banks. I want my money where I can lay my hands on it.
Did you have much dough stashed in the roll top?
Well, he had the receipts for the matinee, $25,000.
That ain't hay.
Pop, they're holding up the entrance queue. What's the matter?
Somebody broken in the Colonel's desk.
Pop, did they get the money for the note?
Now, don't you worry, Janie. There's the evening show yet.
But it's due at midnight. If you don't have $45,000, ACA takes over the show.
Who's ACA?
Amusement Corporation Associates. They got a lien on the show.
Pop, why couldn't you put the money in the bank?
I begged him, Jane.
Oh, I know you did, Rango. Pop, ACA's been trying to take over your show for 10 years now.
Now, don't you worry, honey. I ain't gonna let them pies and prairie dogs get a hold of my show. I built it up from a Wheel of Fortune booth at the county fair, and I ain't gonna lose it now.
But the money, you won't be able to make the payment. Pop, what are we going to do?
Jane, you know I've got enough saved up. You can always count on me. I'd be pleased to help you.
I don't have to.
What?
You think I'm a bleating maverick still wet behind the ears? The money wasn't in my desk.
Wasn't?
Got it right here.
Where?
You didn't think it was that miserable wolf bait we've been eating in the cafeteria put this lump on my middle?
You mean you're carrying the money with you?
In a money belt. Any man gets it off me got to get my pants first. And ain't a Larrabee been caught with his pants down since the Oklahoma land rush.
What happened in the Oklahoma land rush?
Son, that's a long story.
It's a lucky thing you ever busted in here. Didn't know that.
I still think we ought to call the cops.
I don't need no tenderfoot posse. I carry my own policemen, 2 of them. Ringo, you can tell every waddy in the show that I got my money where I carry my lunch, and I'll blow a hole through the first man that goes for it, big enough to drive a yearling bull through. I can take care of myself.
I hang around the rodeo all day. And there's a certain atmosphere around the rodeo, and it gets stronger as you go downstairs where they keep the horses. I strike up a conversation with a bunch of the wild horse jockeys, but all of them who aren't called Slim are called Tex, so I can't tell one from another. And this is very confusing to me, and I'm beginning to wish that I'm back in the East where people speak English and the ladies wear high heels. Just before the evening show, I'm standing outside the colonel's office when I hear voices inside.
Colonel, what do you know about this Maverick Fortune?
Nothing. Why?
Well, it's a mighty interesting coincidence. You sent him down to your office, he's gone an hour, and there's an attempted robbery.
But he was dry gulched.
Well, that's what he says. Maybe he heard you coming and laid down and put on an act.
I don't know.
I feel a lot safer if you'd let me take that money over to the bank.
Now, don't you worry, Ringo. I'm keeping it right here. I just want to get my hands on any skunk that tries to grab my poke.
How about Fortune?
I got my eye on him. One move out of line, and I'll cancel him like a check.
I figure I better keep my nose clean, so I spend the evening sitting alongside of Jane Larrabee where I can get a good look at her profile, which is very rewarding, all the way down to her spurs. She's telling me about the rodeo, and I'm beginning to figure it's a plot thought up by the hospital across the street to drum up trade.
And then when the rider falls off the bull, they try to edge the critter away from him.
Well, suppose the bull don't edge.
Well, you see that dummy hanging in the middle of the ring?
With the cowboy clothes on?
Uh-huh. Sometimes if you run behind that, the bull can't tell the difference, so he tosses the dummy on his horns. Bulls are nearsighted.
Yeah. One of them one day is going to get bifocals, and you're all going to be in trouble.
Well, I gotta get along now. I'm entered in the bucking bronco contest tonight.
You mean you ride them four-legged pogo sticks?
Sure. Would you like to try it?
Thank you, no. I'm too nervous. I'll stick to jumping in front of the express trains on the 8th Avenue subway. Later on, I watch Jane Larrabee wrestle an 800-pound steer down to his knees in 12 seconds, and I make a mental note not to try anything in a taxicab with this doll. In that case, I figured the odds would be that she'd have me down, roped, branded, with a notch cut out of my ear before the cab meter could run up 35 cents. I head down below the main arena to the old man's office to find out if he had any messages for me to run. I open the door and walk in. Colonel, I came down to... Holy smokes. Colonel. Dead as a mackerel.
Put up your hands, stranger.
What? Oh, it's you. Listen, Rango, the old man...
I can see.
He's been shot.
Yeah, you used his own gun, didn't you?
What are you talking about?
Now, don't you step this way, mister.
Now, wait a minute. Just a minute. I walked into the office, and there he was.
Well, that's your story. Looks like I caught you just in time. Now, hand over the money.
I haven't got any money. I didn't do it. Listen, while you're standing there making like the Lone Ranger, the real killer's probably halfway to the Bronx.
Oh, no, he ain't. He's right here.
Ringo, what's the matter? They're calling for you down, but... What is it? What's happened?
Jane, it's your pa.
What do you mean? What... Oh, Pop. Pop, what is it?
He's dead.
Oh, Pop. No.
He was shot with his own gun.
No.
You're going to pay for this, Fortune.
But I didn't do it. Why should I?
$45,000.
I didn't take the money. You can search me.
But maybe you didn't have time. I'll look in his money belt and don't move. I can shoot out a candle from horseback.
Oh, Pop.
The money belt's still full.
That's what I tried to tell you.
You just didn't get a chance to take it. Hey,
What is it?
this isn't money in here. It's newspaper.
Newspapers. Well, the old man must have been trying to fool the killer. He must have hid the money somewhere else.
I guess he did fool the killer, didn't he, Fortune?
Listen, you bow-legged lunkhead, I didn't shoot him.
Jane, do you want me to take it?
Please, Wrangler. I'd better go upstairs. The show. I can't stay here. I don't want to think. You do whatever you think is best.
All right, Jane, don't worry. I'll take care of it.
Look, I hate to repeat myself, but you better call the cops.
Don't need no cops. We'll take care of this our own way.
You can't do that.
After the show, me and the boys will give you a nice, fair trial before we string you up.
You can't do this. This is New York City. I want a habeas corpus.
Well, there'll be a corpus, all right. Colonel Larrabee was the finest old man you'd ever want to know. There isn't a hand in this show that wouldn't take a chance of swinging to make sure his killer got what was coming to him. Now, right after the show, we're going to fit you for a nice, long necktie. Now, get moving.
Ringo, again, I tell you, why don't you send for the cops?
Call some smart city lawyer. Might find a way to weasel you out of this.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping.
Get in here.
What is this?
A box stall. We'll keep you in here nice and cozy till I round up the boys and go on.
Hey, there's something in there. A horse.
Oh, that's Sam, the educated mule. He won't mind. Go on.
All right, quit pushing.
And don't tickle Sam on the side. That's what makes him kick.
Thanks a lot.
We want you in one piece till we can get a hold of you. Now, if I was you, I'd start practicing.
Practicing what?
How to sing Bury Me Not on the Lone Prairie.
I am sharing a lovely one-room apartment tastefully decorated with antique feed bags and harness straps, with luxuriant wall-to-wall straw. My roommate is Sam, an intelligent-looking mule who gives me the fishy eye. Now, look, Sam, I don't know you, and you don't know me, so let's leave it that way. Now, you stay over on your side, and I'll stay over on mine. Well, you got sinus condition, too. You know, pal, you ought to have them tonsils out. Now, look, Sam, all this is very pleasant, but I got to figure some way to get out of this before that crazy bunch of cowboys decides to try an 18-foot necktie for size with me on the end of it. Hey! Let me out of here! Anybody! Let me out of here! I got a right to make one phone call. Hey! Hey!
What are you doing in there, Mac?
At last, a human voice. How did you get in here without a Western dialect?
All right, Mac, stick up your hands before I blow your belt buckle out through your spine.
What?
This ain't no fountain pen. I got stuck in your ribs.
I've been betrayed by a Brooklyn accent.
What are you, punchy? Where's the dough?
What dough?
The old man's dough, the 25 G's.
How should I know?
You've been with him all day. Come on now, bright boy. Talk. Where'd he stash the dough when he stuffed that money belt with newspaper?
How did you know he had newspaper? Never mind, I can guess.
Hey, you're real bright.
You knocked him off.
Look, I ain't got much time. I'll give you 3, and then I'm going to let you have it.
You wouldn't dare shoot down here. You'll have the cops in the joint on your heels in a minute.
You kidding with all them horse boys firing blanks upstairs?
You got a point. All right. I'll tell you where the dough is. Come on. You see this drinking fountain over there?
Yeah.
Behind it, there's a loose brick.
The water fountain?
Yeah, look over the top.
Yeah. You keep your hands up where I can see him here.
Sure.
I don't see no brick.
Lean over the top.
Yeah, where?
Here. I slam my foot down on the fountain pedal and let him have a shot of ice water and a kisser, and then I'm off running with a clear track.
Hey! Hey, you! Hey! Come on back here, you!
I stay in the corridor, I'm set up for a slug in the back, so I take the first right turn, head up a ramp, and out a little door. I slam it quick behind me, which is a mistake. I'm right smack in the middle of the arena, and coming my way fast is about 2,000 pounds of cow with a built-in pitchfork between the ears. I give him a quick sidestep, and the bull puts on the brakes and skids to a stop 10 feet away. Hey, Ferdinand. Ferdy, come on, Ferdinand. You want to smell a nice carnation? Attaboy, you go down the other end, and I'll meet you there in 20 minutes. Nice, Ferdinand. Don't get sore, baby. Don't get sore.
Rocky! Rocky, don't move!
Who's moving?
Stay still. A bull won't charge if you stay still.
That's your story. How does he feel about it?
Don't move. The riders will edge him away.
I ain't got time to wait, honey. Ferdinand quits pawing the ground, shifts into first, and starts. This kid's strictly hydromatic, and he must be doing 50 when he goes past the place where I was. He pulls up short and looks around a little confused. He can't find me, which is not surprising, because I'm swinging back and forth across the arena on the dummy, which hangs in the middle of the ring. On one end of the swing is the bull, and on the other end is Rango, which is no improvement.
Rocky, hold on. Hold on. We'll get you out. Whatever you do, don't let go.
Get me off this dummy.
Bull doesn't get your fortune now, will you? Ain't getting away this way.
Somebody get me off this dummy. I'm getting seasick. May I have this next waltz, Max?
Drop off over here. They got the ball the other end. Go ahead, drop. Rocky, let's go.
Okay, here I go. So long, Max. It's been grand. Unfortunately, I make a small miscalculation and let go on Rango's end of the swing. He picks me up and dusts me off with his hand, which he happens to have rolled up into a fist at the time.
You rat. Thought you'd get away.
Listen, Apple Knocker, wise up. The real killer's right downstairs.
What are you talking about?
The short, fat guy from Brooklyn.
Oh, you're lying to me, you side.
I tell you, he told me he killed the old man. Now, come on, we can get him before he gets out of the building.
Okay. But if we don't find him, we're still going to see you fitted for a real tight collar.
Let's get going. Don't trip over those spurs.
I don't see no unfortune.
He might have gotten away. Wait a minute.
What?
There he is, down the hall. Come on. That's where you shoved me into that box store, riding around this corner.
He's gone.
Couldn't be. I saw him. Wait a minute. Look, the door of the box store. It's moving.
You say that polecat's got a shooting iron?
Yeah, it ain't as big as that slide trombone you carry, but it's for real.
You better let me handle this one. Now, stand back.
Be my guest.
I'll kick open the door. Ready? Now! Drop that gun. All right, Fortune, I got him.
Yeah, that's him, all right. Hey, he's still moving. We better get an ambulance for him.
Why bother?
Well, it just doesn't seem friendly this way.
Help me.
All right, Mac. Take it easy. We'll get a doctor.
No, it's no use. Dirty rat.
Here, you go get a doctor, Fortune.
Wait a minute. He's saying something.
Dirty rat. Hired me to get money. Then he...
Who did? Who hired you?
Then he shoots me down.
Then he means that
Fortune, you just ain't a lucky hombre. If he died like you should have, you wouldn't be in trouble now. Don't move.
You hired the killer.
I didn't tell him to kill the old man, just wanted the money so he couldn't meet that note. And he would have had to come to me for the money.
You were going to take over the show, huh?
I'm going to.
Not if I can get to the cops, you ain't.
Well, that's why you ain't going to. I figure I killed one man here in self-defense. I might as well make it two.
You were afraid this hood would talk, huh?
Out west, we like hombres like you, strong, silent, and dead. Okay, Fortune, here it comes.
Oh, Rocky, are you all right?
Janie.
Rocky, what's going on in here? Who is that man?
The one on the floor is the guy who killed your dad, and the guy with the cannon in my ribs is the man who hired him to do it.
Ringo?
Fortune, I'll kill you for that.
Guess again. If you do, you'll have to kill her, too. And something tells me you ain't got the courage, pal. You're through, Rango. Why don't you give it up?
Not yet. I'm getting out of here, and Janie, you'll come with me.
No!
Rango, you ain't got a chance.
Janie's my chance. Anybody comes after me, and she gets it, Fortune. Now remember that before you go calling the cops.
Ringo tucks the girl under one elbow and gives me a straight arm into the straw with the other. The door slams, the lock snaps, and I'm back in housekeeping with the mule. This time he's nervous and lets fly a pair of heels at my head. Hey, look out! This gives me an idea. I figure I can't kick the door open, but the mule can. I climb up on top of him because that's the safest place. Line him up with the door and tickle him under the left hind leg. Nice work, Sam. Now hold still while I get down. I said, let me get off now. Let me get... Cut it out, Sam. Let me off, Sam. Where are you taking me? Sam heads down the corridor like a 3-year-old coming down the Widener chute at Jamaica. I guess I'd better stay on until he slows down, so I bury both hands in his mane and go along for the ride. We hit the sidewalk, and I spot Rango pulling Jane to a taxi down the block. It's obvious that they went that way, so Sam and I start after it. This is Sam's idea, strictly. Now, our runaway mule has been a little unusual on 9th Avenue since about 1911, I guess, so by the time we hit 46th Street, there's a traffic jam, and a horse pulls up between a beer truck and a taxi cab, and I fall off just as the cab door opens.
Rocky! Rocky!
Get back in here.
Well, Rover boy.
Go to the cab door, Fortune. I'll plug you like I plug...
Okay, I'll close the door.
Oh, a hand!
All right, Ringo, now I got the gun. Oh, how do you hold this thing with one hand? You ain't going nowhere now. Not in New York City in a traffic jam. Get out, Ringo.
Rocky, he was trying to take over the show.
I know.
Well, we'll lose it anyway. We haven't got the $45,000 to pay the note.
That's easy. It's right where your father hid it.
We don't know where.
I do. I asked Max.
Max?
That dummy that's hung over the arena in the bull riding. He's got 45 G's stuffed inside his shirt.
NBC has presented Frank Sinatra as that footloose and fancy-free young gentleman, Rocky Fortune. Others in tonight's cast included Dan Riss, Marion Richmond, Don Diamond, Tony Barrett. Tonight's script was written by Ernest Kinoy. Andrew C. Love directed. Now, to tell you about next week's adventure, here's Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
Did I ever tell you about the time I conducted a sightseeing tour at the museum? Man, they got dead people and sarcophagi lying all over that place. Not that I'm squeamish about a bunch of old mummies, believe me, but when they tried to embalm me, that's where I drew the line. I'll tell you about it next week. See you around.
Visit with Fibber McGee and Molly tonight on the NBC Radio Network. Frank Sinatra, transcribed as Rocky Fortune. NBC presents Frank Sinatra, starring as that footloose and fancy-free young gentleman, Rocky Fortune.
Hi. You ever notice how some guys go through life and nothing ever happens? Not even a ticket for speeding? Another guy, every time he orders a bowl of chowder, he finds a live octopus in it. Well, that's the story of my life. You take last week, I was sitting in a one-armed joint drinking black coffee and reading the want ads when I noticed a couple of ape-like characters giving me the double O. After a while, they leave their table and come over to mine.
Well, if it ain't my old pal, Gandolfo.
I beg your pardon?
Come on, Gandolfo. Don't give me the no capiche routine. Mitchell's been looking all over for you. You shouldn't have took off from the hotel room this morning without telling anybody.
Look, Buster.
The name is Stanley, remember?
Okay, Stanley, let's get something straight. My name ain't Gandolfo. I never laid an eyeball on you in all my life, and I like to eat alone. You got it?
Sure, Gandolfo. Come on. We'll go back to the hotel and see Mitchell.
Lover boy, I just finished telling you...
I don't want to have to get tough, Gandolfo, on account of I wouldn't want to cripple you before the fight tonight. So let's go quiet.
For the last time, beat it. You bother me.
Okay, Gandolfo. Now, just so we understand each other, this what you feel pressed up against your side ain't a briar pipe. You follow me?
I follow you.
Good. Follow me. And don't try nothing funny or I'll be forced to take drastic action, which might cause leakage in your radiator and valves. Okay?
Okay. Stanley is about 8 feet tall with hands like dredges. Also, he's carrying a small-sized railway gun on his hip, which is right next to my head. So I go. We take a taxi to a cheap downtown hotel, and Stanley escorts me to a room on the second floor.
Okay, this is it.
Look, if you're going to roll me, pal, you're in for a big disappointment. Shake me upside down, all you find's a key.
Candle lip dribble.
Come in. Hello, Stanley.
Boss, look who. I found him.
Come in. Shut the door.
I'm sitting in a restaurant, see, and I look up, and bingo. Right at the next table is our wandering boy, the great Gandolfo.
Sit down.
Look, mister.
I said sit down.
Thanks.
I can see how you made the mistake, Stanley.
What mistake?
Thinking Miss Punk was Gandolfo.
What do you mean?
What's your name, Punk?
Rocky Fortune. Punk. What's yours?
Don't get fresh.
Should I hit him?
Take it easy, Stanley.
Boss, he's lying. This is Gandolfo, I tell you.
Shut up, Stanley. You have to forgive Stanley. He used to be a wrestler. He got dropped in his head a couple of times too often.
Would you mind telling me what this is all about as long as I'm here?
Not at all. You ever heard of Luis Gandolfo?
Yeah, he's a fighter, ain't he? Some bum from Argentina or Brazil?
He's a fighter, and he's also a bum, but he happens to be from Bolivia.
Yeah, I read about him.
I'm his manager, Mike Mitchell.
I can't say it's a pleasure.
Stanley here helps handle him.
Who handles Stanley, a zookeeper?
Boss, could I hit him like once, maybe?
Luis Gandolfo is scheduled to meet Kid Cool in the garden tonight. The winner gets a crack at the bantamweight champ.
According to the sports hawks, your boy has about as much chance as a snowball in Havana.
Less than that, Rocky. The odds are 6-1 that Kid Cool knocks him out, and we're betting against him.
Yeah, sounds like you got the tank all rigged up.
We had it all rigged up, but Gandolfo got cold feet and skipped, which leaves us holding the bag.
What's in the bag, Mr. Mitchell?
$600,000.
Oh, wow.
We invest 600 G's and we make 100 G's profit.
No fighter, no fight. No fight, all bets off, right?
Exactly. Only we got a fighter.
Yeah, who?
You.
Boss.
Shut up, Stanley. You're a dead ringer for our boy Gandolfo, Mr. Fortune. All you have to do is step in the ring for 2 rounds, let Kid Cool paste you, and down you go.
Well, it's been nice talking to you, fellas. Any other time that you need somebody to stand up under a falling blackjack or lay down in front of a freight train, get in touch with me. Tonight I'm busy. I gotta go, really.
He said hold it.
You're not going anyplace, Mr. Fortune. You're going to step in that ring tonight like you were the great Gandolfo himself.
If I don't?
If you don't, Stanley here's going to fillet you. 1 bone at a time. You understand?
I begin to get the picture. One minute I'm drinking coffee in a joint, the next I'm a candidate for a bruise at the garden. I settle down in the hotel room to wait for developments, which begin to develop rapidly.
Who is it?
Press!
Just a sec. Okay, Gandolfo. Now you're going to let the reporters see you.
What do I say, goo-goo?
Gandolfo, don't talk very good English. Just say, see.
Okay.
Let him in, goofball.
Right.
Well, well, if it ain't the South American Boxing Association. How's the boy, Mike?
A tiger. He's ready to murder that Kid Cool. Right, Gandolfo?
See?
You don't look in such good shape.
He's deceptive. Right, Dolph? See? Look, Johnny, give him a good write-up, huh? He's 6-1 to lose. He needs encouragement. Right now, he needs rest.
Okay, I'll give him a plug in Espanol. Okay, Mike. See you.
Yeah, thanks for coming by. More? Open it.
Louis, querido mío. Oh, let me kiss you, baby.
Yeah, why not?
Baby, why you don't call me?
He's been training, Loopy. Come on now, beat it. You can see him after the fight.
Good luck, Louis. Kiss me.
See? Honey, I'm not Luis. I'm Rocky Fortune, 52 Bleakman Street. Get the cops. Buenos dias, pumpkin.
Buenos dias, querido. Buenos dias, Mike.
Sure, see you after the fight, honey.
Nice girl. Mine?
Uh-huh.
What do I call her?
Loopy Monsoon. She's a chorus girl at the Latin segment. Nuts about you. Too bad you tried to tip her off, though.
Me?
Yeah, I saw you whisper to her, Rocky. Stanley.
Yeah, boss.
Go after her. Stick with her, and if she does anything suspicious, like calling the cops, stop her.
Sure, boss.
Oh, Stanley.
Yeah, boss.
Before you go, say goodbye to Gandolfo here. Show him we mean business.
A pleasure, boss. Buenos dias, punk.
That night, I am hustled over to the garden with Mike Mitchell's automatic nuzzling my ribs. I dress, weigh in, and have the gloves put on by Stanley, who was returned from tailing Loopy Monsoon. Finally, the warning buzzer sounds, and I am escorted into the ring.
Ladies and gentlemen, now the main event of the evening. In this corner, the spectacular bantamweight from Brooklyn, USA, the fighting gamecock, Kid Cool. Over here, a newcomer to American boxing circles, direct from the pampas of Bolivia, the Bolivian Jaguar, Luis Gandolfo.
Okay, now remember, Rocky. You put it around for one round, and at the end of the second round, you dive. It's all set. Kid Cool's going to give you the signal so you can make it look good.
I don't think I can stand up for one round.
You do like we say. If you don't, you get killed. Simple?
Too simple.
Okay, now get in there. And remember, we're right behind you.
The bell rings, and I'm on my bicycle trying to keep away from Kid Cool, who's after me like I was the mechanical rabbit at the dog races. I managed to outleg him for the first couple of minutes, but as the bell rings, he tags me with a right that makes me see double. I stagger into my corner and flop.
Nice footwork, Rocky. You're practicing for the Olympic sprints or something? The fans are screaming for blood.
Yeah, mine.
Let him tag you a couple of times to make it look good. He'll tell you when to flop.
He won't need to tell me. I'm ready to flop now. In the opposite corner, I see Kid Cool eyeing me like I'm for sale, cheap. He takes a swig of his water bottle and comes out of his corner with murder written all over him. I stagger out and manage to grab him for a clinch.
Come on, break up the clinch. This ain't no dance marathon.
Let me hit you a couple of times, kid, just so I don't get an inferiority complex.
Okay, but when I wink, wait for my swing and go down. Got it?
Right.
Right.
Sure. Here, big boy, try this one.
Get to a neutral corner, Gandolfo. 1, 2, 3.
Get up, kid. Get up.
4.
I never laid a glove on him, so help me.
5, 6, 7.
Come on, kid. I didn't mean it.
8.
Honest, get up, boy.
9, 10. The winner by a knockout, Gandolfo.
Kid Cool is still laid out like a dress suit when I stagger back to my corner.
Stanley helps me into my bathrobe while he's murmuring plans for my total destruction in the one ear. I decided it's time for me to vacate the premises.
Let's go, punk.
Take him to the locker room, Stanley, and finish him off.
Now, listen, I never touched that guy, honest. He just folded up on me.
$600,000 down the drain. You're gonna sweat for this fortune.
Yeah, before I sweat, Mitchell, you gotta catch me.
Grab him!
Look out, lady. I gotta catch a plane.
I bust away from Stanley's hot little paws and squirm through the crowd to the exit. I am probably the only fighter in history to win a fight and break an Olympic sprint mark at the same night. Luckily, there's a cab outside the garden. I jump in and give him the go-go. Step on it, Uncle. 52 Bleakman Street.
Gee, must have been giving you an awful beating to make you run out of the garden like that.
And the commentary. Let's move.
Okay, hang on. You mind if I ask you what happened in there?
I won.
If you won, I'd hate to see the other guy.
That's clever.
Hi, Becky. Judy. Just had lunch with Heather. She took me to the Kabuki restaurant. Heather recommended the sukiyaki, and she taught me how to pronounce it so I could order it myself. Step one in learning the host country's language, you might say. The waiter smiled, and he didn't treat me as if I had just stepped off the plane. I told Heather, it makes me want to learn more of the language, to make a good impression, you know? She even told me what to say when the waiter brought the check. When he said, "Oso kugi wa ikaga deshita," which means, "How was your meal?" I replied, "Taihen oshi deshita," which means, "It was excellent." Imagine, even lunch in a restaurant can go a long way to improve relations between our two countries. Say, let's go to that same restaurant tomorrow. I'd ask Heather to join us, but you know how she dominates the conversation. Gotta run. Sayonara.
Learning the language of your host country is important. And as Judy has discovered, it can also be fun.
Oh, thank heavens that's over.
What's over?
Our vacation.
Really? Why's that?
Well, 12 countries in 7 days.
Oh.
By the 4th day, my husband and I didn't know if we were in Sweden or Switzerland. And by the 5th, I didn't even care.
That's too bad. There's so much to enjoy.
So I've heard. How many countries did you do?
We didn't do any.
Oh.
We've been living there. We're just moving back to the States.
How wonderful. Where did you live?
Well, my husband's in the Army, and we were stationed in Germany. We've been there 3 years.
So you've really gotten a chance to know Germany.
Yes, and Japan, too.
Japan?
Well, we lived there for a few years, too, and really loved the countryside and the people.
You know you're very lucky to have had this experience.
I know. It's good for our children, too. They've already seen and done 10 times as much as I had at their age.
A military career offers families an unparalleled opportunity for travel. And that's worth remembering when you're making a career decision. After all, your career is your future.
I tell the hacky to wait outside my flat while I go up for some money and a change of clothes. The place is dark when I get there, and even before I turn the light on, I can smell the perfume. Good evening.
Buenas noches.
Yeah. Buenas noches yourself, and a happy besame mucho.
I was so worried about you.
Didn't you understand the message I whispered in your ear?
Of course, but it's Stanley. He followed me all day until it is too late. I remember your address, and I come up here to tell you.
Is that all?
No. I want to know if you know where Luis is.
Oh. Mitchell told me he flew the coop. That's all I know.
I have not seen him for 3 days now.
He's probably on a fast plane to Bolivia, which is where I should be if I want to live to be 34.
The gamblers have taken a big beating, no?
They have taken a big beating. See.
It's too bad they all pay off before they find out Kid Cool was poisoned.
Who cares if they didn't... What?
You have not heard? Kid Cool was poisoned. They find the stuff in his water bottle.
Is he dead?
No, just very sick. Meanwhile, the gamblers have paid off many bets.
I thought there was something phony about that nosedive he took. Any ideas about who did it?
No. Whoever it was must have collected a nice hunk of change, as you say.
It was somebody who knew Luis was slated to take a dive and figured to pull a fast one on the gambling boys.
Maybe Mike Mitchell do this himself.
Maybe anybody. You, Gandolfo, Stanley, even me. Look, baby, it won't take much long to locate this place. I got to get dressed and blow. I'll see you some other time.
I give you goodbye kiss.
Yeah. Baby,
Yes,
one favor.
yes.
Help me get the boxing gloves off, huh? It occurs to me that Lupe Monsoon is pretty free with a lipstick, but who am I to complain? I hustle her out in about an hour and start packing for a quick trip to Tibet. There's a knock on the door, and my knees take it from there. Hold it. Okay.
Greetings.
Well, if it ain't my old pal, Sergeant Hamilton J. Finger of the Gestapo. Come in, Sarge. I'm glad to see you.
I'll bet.
What brings you?
I'm not sure, but I think it was a phone tip to headquarters. If this is another practical joke, Rocky, I'm going to have you stuffed and roasted, so help me.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
A dame calls up headquarters and says there's a dead man at 52 Bleakman, apartment 2B. That's you.
A dead man? Maybe she meant me.
You don't know about this?
It sounds like a gag.
Yeah, darn it. Okay, Fortune, this is positively my last word on the subject. Any more trouble from you, and I'm resigning from the force.
Finger walks out, and I open the closet door to put on my other suit, the one with 2 sleeves. As I open the closet, a guy who looks exactly like me falls out on his face. It ain't me. It's Luis Gandolfo, the Bolivian jaguar. He ain't much of a jaguar because he's been speared in the neck till dead. I stuff him back in the closet and head uptown after a quick run through the phone book. I am in trouble, and I think I know who's responsible.
Rocky, darling.
Whoa, down, girl. Whoa, no more mush. Back up.
You don't like me no more?
All I want right now is information.
What about?
About Luis Gandolfo.
You have seen him?
No, baby, but you have.
What?
Listen, honey, there was a fresh corpse in my closet when you left the apartment, and I didn't put it there.
A corpse of whom?
Of Luis Gandolfo.
Madre de Dios.
Don't pretend you didn't know anything about it. You went right down and phoned the cops, figuring the whole thing would be pinned on me.
You're crazy. Well, why should I do such a thing?
You want to know? Because you were the one who cleaned out the bookmakers on the fight tonight. You poisoned Kid Cool's bottle and bet everything you had on me. And you collected, too. But Love Boy Gandolfo showed up and wanted his cut. So you lured him up to my apartment and slipped a hat pin into his jugular. Then you called the gendarmes figuring I'd take the rap. Is that right? Or am I dreaming?
Senor Rocky, you're crazy.
Maybe I am. You ain't the first one to tell me. But just to prove how crazy I am, do you mind if I take a look around this place?
Help yourself. Maybe if you tell me what you're looking for, I can save you the time.
I'm not sure, baby. It's either a roll of bills 600 grand deep or some poison.
If you look for money, I cannot help you. Poison I will be most happy to furnish.
Very funny. By the way, that big picture hat you were carrying in your hand in my apartment. I don't suppose you wear that with a hat pin, do you?
A hat pin?
Uh-huh. Let's see. This should be the hat closet. And this is the hat. And these are the holes for the hat pin. Where's the pin?
Pin? I think perhaps I've lost it.
Sure. You lost it in Gandolfo's throat, maybe.
I will not stand for this. Get out.
Where's the money, Lupe?
There is no money.
You want me to call the cops now, or you're going to level?
Oh, very well. How much do you want?
And you did slip the hat pin to Gandolfo.
He threatened me. Do you want the whole share?
That's what I thought.
How much do you want?
Let's see the stuff.
In the drawer of the desk over there.
Here?
No. The bottom drawer.
Uh-huh. This one's empty, baby.
So is your head, Senor Fortune.
Built on a solid foundation. Built for strength, using the best resources available. The United States Atlantic Command. Built on the strength of the men and women of the Army, Navy, Marines, and Air Force, the Atlantic Command works with Allied forces to provide a strong defensive force throughout the Atlantic region, protecting peace and defending democracy. The U.S. Atlantic Command, part of our unified command system under the Department of Defense.
My father always used to tell me, Bobby, I want you to have all the advantages I never had, and I want you to do all the things I never did. The problem was, one of the things he never did was to take care of his high blood pressure. That's why I'm taking care of mine. Maybe that's why I'm around to enjoy my beautiful grandchildren.
Do what your doctor says. Treat your high blood pressure and live to do all the things they never did. A message from the National High Blood Pressure Education Program.
I'm an expert on rugs. You see, I'm a cat, and my favorite place to sleep is on a scatter rug. That's why they call me Ruggy. Now, one place you don't want to put a scatter rug is at the top or bottom of the stairs. If you slip on a rug on your way up or down, you can fall and go, meow! So, take it from me. Keep those rugs away from the stairs in your quarters, and put them where cats like me can sleep in perfect peace.
In peacetime and in wartime, the U.S. Army Reserve is dedicated to maintaining America's freedom. During the Vietnam conflict, reservists from the 312th Evacuation Hospital treated thousands of wounded in July. They were awarded a Medal of Commendation. When Hurricane Agnes flooded parts of the East Coast, 4,400 reservists helped clear debris, repair bridges, and provide medical care. They received the gratitude of thousands. Army reservists, the dedicated and professional, helping to preserve our freedom in war and in peace.
Not only do I let her sap me, I even bend over so she can lay a brass candlestick right back in my ear where it'll do the most good. Always a gentleman, that's me. Sometime later, the purple merry-go-round comes to a halt, and I see a familiar ugly puss bending over me. Oh.
Take it easy, dream boy.
Oh, my head.
Ain't he sweet, Loopy? Just like a sleeping baby.
Oh. How did you get here, knucklehead?
Now, I might have just dropped in by chance, or then again, Loopy might have called me on the electric telephone to help her get rid of what's left of you.
I begin to get the picture now. You two are in this together.
You are very clever, Senor Fortune. So clever, you nosed yourself right into a coffin.
Get her with the New York accent.
What do we do, baby?
Get rid of him. He knows too much. He guesses the rest.
How about I should drop him out the window, huh?
Don't be an idiot, Stanley. We got to get him away from the apartment.
Okay. I'll bump him here and we'll drop him off the palisade.
Okay, but just make it snappy.
Turn around, Fortune.
Can we talk this over?
I said turn around.
He says turn around, so I turn.
Hey, want it make a noise?
Yeah, this cannon's got a silencer.
Okay, get it over with.
So long, Fortune.
Don't move, either of you.
Mike.
I said don't move or you'll get what Stanley got. Thanks for the rescue, Mitchell.
Don't thank me, Fortune. You may be next. So you and the numbskull thought you could double-cross me and get away with it, huh, Loopy? You should know better than that.
Mike, I swear I wasn't in on it. It was Stanley's idea.
Yeah, don't give me that, baby. I followed that meathead over here, and I was standing in the hall for 10 minutes listening to you two.
Mike, it wasn't my idea.
Stanley doesn't have the brains to figure out a scheme like that. Poisoning cool and then betting against the odds.
Fortune, it was his idea.
Oh, sure. It was my idea to have Stanley shoot me in the back of the head so I could look innocent, too.
Okay, Loopy. Where's the dough?
What, Mike?
The dough, the moolah. You were picking up bundles from every bookmaker in town after the fight, including me.
No, Mike, honest.
You're gonna play possum. Okay. Now, where's the dough?
Don't you know it ain't polite to hit a lady like Loopy with the palm of your hand? You should use your knuckles.
I'm not gonna play around much longer, Loopy. Where's the dough?
Well, it's in the suitcase in the bedroom.
Shall we all take a little walk into the bedroom? Now, don't try anything. Let's go.
There.
Open it. You really cleaned up on that fight. Okay, close it and hand it over.
Okay, Mike.
Now, both of you, over the other side of the bed. Move.
Mike, what are you going to do?
You two characters are going to have a little lover's quarrel. Let's knock over a couple of lamps to make it look good. So when the cops find you both dead, they won't have to strain their imagination.
What about Stanley? How are you going to explain him?
Well, just make it a triangle. You see, I'm not going to have to do any explaining because by the time the authorities reach this place, I'm going to be on a plane for nowhere with a suitcase full of government certificates. Okay, Loopy, you first. So long, Chiseler.
Okay, hold it.
Oh, my arm.
It's only a scratch. You okay, Rocky?
Fine.
Get me a doctor. Can't you see I'm bleeding?
Yeah, sure.
Your timing was fine, Sarge, but how'd you locate us?
I went back to your apartment for a second look and found Gandolfo in the closet. I traced you through a hacky who was parked outside your flat.
Holy smokes, I forgot all about him.
Well, he remembered you. He took the number of the cab you left in.
Yeah, I guess I owe him a fat tip, huh?
As far as I know, he's downstairs, and his meter is still running.
I better get down there.
Now, just a minute.
Yeah?
If Gandolfo was dead in your flat, who fought at the garden tonight?
How should I know?
Gandolfo didn't have a mark on him.
He was a pretty tricky fighter.
How come you got a bruise on your cheek?
Me, Sarge? I ran into a door. Honest.
NBC has presented Frank Sinatra as that footloose and fancy-free young gentleman, Rocky Fortune. Others in tonight's cast included Jack Mather, Joe Forte, Jack Carroll, Maya Gregory, Maurice Hart, Barney Phillips. Tonight's script was written by George Lefferts. Andrew C. Love directed.
Supposing I should fall in love with you, do you think that you could love me too? Supposing I should hold you and caress you, would it impress you or perhaps distress you? Supposing I should say for you I yearn, would you think I'm speaking out of turn? And supposing I declare it, would you take my love and share it? I'm not supposing I'm in love with you. Supposing I should say for you I yearn, would you think that I'm speaking out of turn? And supposing I declare it, would you take my love and share it? I'm not supposing 'cause I'm in love with you.
Now, Frank Sinatra, transcribed as Rocky Fortune.
NBC presents Frank Sinatra, starring as that footloose and fancy-free young gentleman, Rocky Fortune.
Hi. You ever see a magician pull the disappearing act on somebody? Well, a guy tried to pull it on me at a carnival once. The only trouble was he was trying to make me disappear for keeps.
All right, get your red-hot Texas wieners right here. Red-hot, they tickle and tantalize your tummy like a $10 tenderloin. Red-hot. How many, Jack?
One pop and hold of nitroglycerin.
One without sauce, 15 cents.
Let's have some black coffee, too.
One ink, right, 25.
Say, Maitre D.
Yeah?
How's chances for a guy picking up some steady employment around this county?
You been with it?
I used to work at mid-camp with Benchley Brothers.
The original 40 thieves, huh? Well, talk to the boss. He's down in the big tent.
Thanks, I will.
Mister?
Yeah, what is it? Come on, I'm busy.
I'd like to buy a hot dog, please. How much is one?
15 cents.
Oh, I guess I can. Well, could I buy a half a hot dog? I've only got 7 cents.
Look, kid, go ask your mom for the rest of the dough and come back, huh?
I can't. I don't have any more.
Oh.
Fill him up, Oscar. I'll pay for it.
Forget it. On the house. Here you are, kid. Compliments of Bussy Brothers Traveling Show.
I stand there watching the kid down the wiener like he's had a hard winter in Little America. After he finishes, I stake him to another which disappears faster than whiskey at a wake. He's only a little kid, about 8 or 9, with blue eyes and brownish hair. He's wearing a leather jacket and brand new blue jeans, a couple of sizes too big. I strike up a conversation. Tastes good?
Mm-hmm.
How long since you ate anything, kid?
This morning when I went out.
You here alone?
Uh-huh.
How old are you?
9. I mean 8 3/4.
You been on any of the rides?
Uh-uh. I only have 7 cents, and it costs a dime.
You finished?
Uh-huh.
Okay, come on. What ride would you like to go on?
Gee, you mean it?
I said it, didn't I? Come on.
Hey, Jack, don't you want the job?
It'll keep. Me and the kid here are going to live it up a little.
Can we see the fortune teller and everything?
Sure, why not?
Now?
Be my guest, son. I take the kid on everything, including the roller coaster, and I'm having a great time, only the kid seems serious, like he's got something on his mind. I figure he's got personal problems. Finally, we pass the fortune teller's tent, and his eyes open up like saucers.
That's where I want to go, Rocky.
The fortune teller? You sure?
Uh-huh. Please.
Okay, let's go. Who am I to argue? I remember when I was 9 years old, things were so bad I went to a gypsy to find out if I'd live to be 10. So in we go to Madame Zaza's fortune-telling tent. She's a doll, too, small and brunette. The kid sits down all serious, and I listen.
What is your name?
Billy. Billy Grayson.
Ah, yes. Let me gaze into the crystal ball. Ah, you are almost 9 years old, no?
Uh-huh.
And you are looking for someone. Yes, I see it now. You are looking for someone you have not seen for a long time. Someone who loves you very much, no?
Uh-huh.
Then you must not be afraid, for you will find her soon.
No kidding?
You must go to the House of Mystery on the Midway. There you will find the person for whom you are searching.
2 minutes later, I'm footing after the kid on the way to the House of Mystery. We go inside, and the place is a maze of waxwork, skeletons, crazy sounds, and trick mirrors. Just before you go out, there's a guy dressed in a Swami suit with a sign that says, Disappearing Coffin. He's got a black box in front of him, and you're supposed to lay down inside, and the bottom opens, and a chute drops you out on the midway again. I get in first and slide down the chute into the sunshine. Then I wait for the kid to come down the chute. I wait, and I wait, and I still wait.
That must be the man, officer. Okay, mister, take it easy. Now, what have you done with him?
Who, me? What is this?
What's your name, bud?
Who wants to know, officer?
Me, that's who.
Oh. In that case, it's Fortune, Rocky Fortune.
You know anything about a kid?
What kid?
What's his name?
William Grayson, Jr.
Who's this guy?
I'm his guardian, Howard Grimm.
I'm waiting for an answer, Fortune.
Yeah, he was with me.
You see, officer, the man at the hot dog stand was right.
Where's the kid now?
In the house of mystery here. At least I think he is.
He better be, Fortune.
Hey, what's going on here? I meet the kid, I buy him a hot dog and a few rides, and you act like I put the snatch on him or something.
The boy has been missing from my home since last night, Mr. Fortune. We traced him to this carnival. If he's unharmed, you've nothing to worry about.
Come on, let's go in and get him.
I better wait here in case he comes down to shoot.
You better come with us, Fortune. Let's go.
We hustle around to the Barker in front of the House of Mystery, and the cop tells him we want in. I'm not exactly worried, but what the Barker has to say next makes me a little uneasy. This is a feeling which will grow in the next few minutes.
All right, it's on the inside. It's all on the inside. Witness the greatest spectacle of the ages, the famous 7 steps to heaven, the Oriental water torture, the chest of celestial bliss. See the living skeleton and experience the disappearing coffin on the inside.
Hey, Mac.
Just a minute, Chester. On the inside, 25 cents.
Now.
All right, officer. What's the beef? Everything is clean. We've been inspected by the Legion of Cleanliness, and also the fix is in with the chief of police. Now go away. You're blocking up the entrance.
We're looking for a little boy about 9. Went in with this fella here about a few minutes ago.
Sorry, officer. We don't admit children, and this egg face I never saw before in my life.
Hold it up, Mac. You sold us a ticket yourself.
Buster, you're dreaming. You've been smoking bath salts.
Look, I went in with a little boy. You talked to him.
Get him off of my back, will you, officer? I got work to do.
Officer, he don't remember. The kid is inside.
You mind if we look around?
Help yourself. Just don't finger the finery.
Let's go, Fortune. Mr. Grimm, you wait out here in case he comes out.
On the inside, folks, the greatest of medieval torture chambers and criminal reenactments ever assembled under one roof, and you can see it for only a quarter, the fourth part of an hour.
We enter the House of Mystery, and I can feel the hot breath of a fat cop on the hot nape of my neck. Billy! Billy, it's me! Rocky, where are you, kid? Billy! He must be hiding here somewhere.
Uh-huh. Let's ask the guy in the Swami suit.
Yeah. Hey, Baghdad!
You were addressing me, sire?
Yeah, I was addressing thee. Where's the little kid with the light hair?
Sire?
The kid who came in with me, remember? I got into the coffin and the kid was right behind me, only he never came out.
Sire, I know not whereof you speak.
You're gonna know whereof I socked thee if this rat race doesn't end pretty soon. Now, where is he?
Please, sire, you're creasing up the cashmere.
Talk, big boy.
Hey, let him go, Fortune. Listen, Uncle, did you see a kid in here a little while ago with this chimpanzee?
I ain't ever laid an eyeball on this character. What is he, crazy or something?
Listen, Houdini, I'm gonna bust you right in the mouth.
Okay, now come off it. Let's go, Fortune.
Officer, this is some kind of frame-up.
Uh-huh. That's what Mr. Grimm thinks. You see, Fortune, the kid disappeared from his house, which is in Jersey. This is New York, understand? So if the kid ain't found, Grimm is going to charge a kidnapping under the Lindbergh law. You follow me?
I'd like to follow you, pal, but right now I got more important things to do, like finding that kid.
Look out. Grab him! He's going down the chute!
I see I'm getting nowhere with the law, so I take a Brody down the chute. When I hit the bottom, I stand there for a minute like a horse on a concrete pasture trying to make up his mind. The nearest place is the mid-camp where the gypsy lady does her palm reading, so I duck in.
Welcome back, sir. What will it be?
Here's a buck. Give me the works. Palm reading, crystal ball. You can even feel the bumps in my head.
This is a big order.
You look like you can handle it, Madame Zaza.
I will try. What is it you wish to know?
What did you do with the kid?
I beg your pardon?
Come on, baby. Cut the phony accent and level with me. Where's the kid?
How should I know?
That crystal ball routine about the House of Mystery, that don't wash, Zazie, so let's have a little plain and fancy prognostication before the gendarmes arrive.
Gendarmes?
The cops are after me. They think I snatched the kid.
Huh?
So predict.
Okay, Mr...
Fortune, Rocky Fortune.
Okay, Mr. Fortune. I predict that if you move 1 inch, I'll put a bullet through your chest. Don't try anything.
You're the first gypsy I ever saw with a .45 caliber crystal ball.
Shut up. And Marvel.
Yeah?
Come out front.
Who's this?
His name is Fortune. Meet Marvo, the world's biggest giant.
I eat guys like him for breakfast.
He working for Grim?
I don't know. He gave me a song and dance about the law being after him.
Yeah? Maybe we should give him back.
Are you crazy? If they think he's got the kid, let them think so.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Look, can you keep him under wraps until the show moves out?
I guess so.
They'll be looking for him.
Leave it to me. I got just the spot for him.
I got a spot for you, too, Buster.
Well, what'll you do with him?
Leave him to me. Okay, Fortune. Let's go.
A pleasure. Before we leave, would you like to try this crystal ball for size? This guy don't even budge. So I'm getting ready to haul off with the table when Zaza lowers the boom on the back of my skull and it's off to the Never Never Land.
Hurry, hurry, hurry. Step right up, folks, and witness the wild man from Borneo. See the savage human beast who tears his meat with bare hands. See the monster in his cage. This creature is so wild that his mouth must be muzzled and his hands tied to keep him from ripping the audience to shreds. He's on the inside, so step right up.
I figure I'm dreaming until I open my eyes. I am in a cage about the size of a telephone booth. My mouth is muzzled and my hands are chained to the bars of the cage. When I get both eyes open, I can see that Marvo has got me rigged up in a leopard skin with fake hair and war paint. When a kid throws me a peanut, it suddenly dawns. The wild man from Borneo is me.
Boy, I want to hit him with a penis, huh? We toss his Hey, kid, bother the animals.
Say, buddy.
Yeah?
We're looking for a kind of medium-sized, dark-haired guy named Fortune. You seen anybody like that around?
I seen 1,000 guys like that.
He may have a small boy with him.
Seen 1,000 guys like that, too.
No, it's no use, officer. He's gotten away and taken the boy.
Yeah, maybe. We'll notify headquarters and have an alarm broadcast. Hey, what's bothering the wild man?
He must see a dame or something. Every time he sees a dame, he goes crazy. Right, Tarzan?
I see more ferocious-looking wild men at the YMCA.
He's been sick.
Oh. How come you got a muzzle on him?
That's no muzzle, Sergeant. That's him.
I spend the rest of the day ducking peanuts. I'm trying to work the muzzle loose, but it's no use. Along about supper time, I managed to slip my hands out of the cuffs, along with almost half my skin. When the barker comes in to feed me my kennel ration, I am ready.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you will now witness the wild man from Borneo eating raw meat with his bare hands. Stand back now, he's dangerous. Okay, Jack, I'm taking a muzzle off, but one peep and I'll brain you. You got that? There.
Thanks a lot.
Talking. Here's something to eat. Give him a good show.
I'll give him a real good show, Doc.
Right now. Oh. Hey, grab him!
Get out of my way, lady, or I'll bite you.
There he goes!
I'm off down the midway in my leopard skin like Seabiscuit running the Preakness. I duck into the first tent I can find, and I run out the other end. The next tent looks like a pretty good bet, so I duck inside that one. Nobody home, I think. On the second look, I see I'm not alone. Sleeping on a little bed in one corner of the tent is a midget wearing a full-dress suit and a high hat. Before I can move out, I hear somebody coming. I duck into an open steamer trunk and make like a wee mouse.
He ran down this way.
Don't make any noise. Come on in.
Well, everything looks okay in here.
Yeah, he's asleep. We better not disturb him.
I still think you ought to get out of here. Both of you.
Well, the show is moving out tonight. We'll be okay once we leave town.
Not with this Fortune character running around loose.
You're not afraid of him, are you?
Don't be ridiculous. Unless he knows what's going on.
No, the boy didn't tell him anything.
I'm more worried about Grim and the law than I am about anything else.
I'll take care of Grim if he tries anything, too.
We better get back to the Midway for the evening show.
Oh, you go ahead. I want to make sure everything's all right.
Yell if you need me.
Thanks, Mom. You've been wonderful. All of you.
Oh, forget it. We do the same for anybody in the show, you know that. I'll see you later.
I lift the cover of the trunk and peep out. Zaza, the gypsy lady from Brooklyn, goes over to the bed where the midget's sleeping. I see her pull the cover up over him, and then she leans over and kisses him on the forehead. As she straightens up, I suddenly get wise to what's going on. Hold it, baby.
Who's that?
It's me, honey, Rocky. Don't move and don't yell, or I'll give you a reason.
What do you want?
First of all, I want to know what's going on here.
It's none of your business.
Lady, I got a lump in my skull. The cops are after me. I've been pelted by peanuts, locked in a cage, and fed raw horse meat. Now, don't tell me it's none of my business. You start talking right now, I'm going to yell for the law.
You wouldn't dare.
No?
Oh, please. Oh, don't. I'll tell you.
That's a good girl. You can start by telling me why you got that kid dressed up in a midget suit.
Oh, we thought it would be a good way to hide him.
That makes sense. Now, how come you snatched him?
We didn't snatch him. He came because he wanted to.
What?
It's true.
Wait a minute, baby. Just who are you?
I'm his mother.
His mother?
Billy's father died when he was 4. I was with the carnival. His father came from a good family, and they didn't approve of the marriage. See, Billy's grandparents went to court and persuaded the judge I wasn't fit to raise the boy, that carnival life would ruin him. So Mr. Grimm was appointed his guardian, and I was denied the right to see him.
I begin to get the picture. Go on.
We'd been writing to each other, and I managed to see him a few times when the show was around here. He wasn't very happy with his grandparents.
So you decided to take him away?
But when I found we were playing New York, I telephoned Billy and arranged for him to run away and meet me at the carnival.
And the Connie folks are all in on it, huh?
Yeah.
You know, baby, if you'd bothered to tell me this sooner, we could have saved a lot of trouble.
At first, I thought you were working for Grimm.
Don't insult me.
You know, I'm really sorry about what happened.
The big question is, what are you going to do now? Grimm and the cops are still looking for the kid, also for me.
I'll take full responsibility for what happened.
That means surrendering Billy to the law.
Yeah, I know.
With a good lawyer, you might even be able to get custody.
I've got to get him, Mr. Fortune. He needs somebody to love him and take care of him. Carney life may not be the best thing in the world, but at least we'll be together.
You want me to get the cops?
I
You won't get away with it anyway, honey.
No, I suppose it was crazy. All right. Get the police.
Before I go,
Yeah.
you think maybe I could get a pair of pants? This leopard skin's a little drafty. She gives me a pair of pants and a shirt, which belonged to her pal Marvo, the world's biggest jank. And I hit the midway looking like my tailor is Omar the tent maker. Pardon me, officer.
Yeah?
I think you gentlemen are looking for me.
Listen, Bud, we're busy. Now go away. Fortune! Grab him. Okay, we got you.
Take it easy. I gave up, remember? If you still want the kid, I know where he is.
Where might that be?
In the dressing tent with his mother.
His mother?
That's what I said, Mr. Grimm.
Come on, officer.
Let's go, Fortune.
Wait till I roll up my cuffs. The surge is getting underfoot. We backtrack to Zaza Grayson's tent, but before we get inside, the dame comes running out to meet us.
Rocky, he's gone.
Huh?
Billy, he's gone. He must have overheard us and run away.
Hold it a second. Let me get this straight. The kid is loose again?
Right after Rocky left the tent, I went over to tuck him in, and he's gone.
Oh, this is getting ridiculous.
We've got to find him.
Come on.
Oh, no, whoa, boy. Whoa, back up about 40 feet.
But the kid
I've
has
had just about enough, Fortune. You and Madame Zaza here coming down to headquarters for a couple of 100 hours of questioning.
Sergeant, we've been through this before, but I'm afraid we're going to have to do a retake. Once again, they're off and running at Hialeah. This time it's Rocky Fortune in the lead, stumbling along inside a pair of oversized pants like Dopey the Seventh Dwarf. Second is Sergeant Aloysius Ryan of the Park Police, followed in a close third by Howard Grimm. Rounding the first turn of the midway is still Fortune by a collar button. Ryan second and Grimm third. Just when I'm getting ready to pull up lane, we pass the House of Mystery and I duck inside. It's darker than a diver's glove, but I work my way through the maze toward the disappearing coffin, figuring I'll give him the slip.
Fortune! Come out of there! Come out or I'll blast you out. I'll count to 3. 1, 2, 3.
Make a dive for the disappearing coffin and land inside, right on top of a small squirming boy.
Ouch.
Billy,
Rocky.
wait till I close the cover. Shh. Now keep quiet.
Rocky, I heard you say you were going to send me back, and so I ran away. I don't want to go back, Rocky. I want to stay with my mom.
Will you keep quiet?
Okay, Fortune, I know you're someplace in here. Now, come on out.
Don't make a sound, kid. He's right outside.
Okay.
If you're in that coffin, I'll count to 3, then I start pumping lead. 1, 2...
Hey, look out!
Rocky!
The graceful sergeant had managed to step right on the lever that opened the trap, and down we go. 2 seconds later, the kid and me are dumped right in the midway, followed by Sergeant Ryan, who lands right on top of me with his 200 pounds of solid blubber. And I am down for the count.
Okay, on your feet. You too, kid. Don't try to run away.
There they are.
Billy, are you all right? Oh, Billy.
He's okay.
Are you, Rocky?
Fine. Except I feel like I've been stepped on by a dinosaur.
Mom, they're going to take me away. I don't want to go away.
Oh, no, darling, they aren't going to take you away.
They're not?
No, Mr. Grimm says that I can come and live with you at Grandma and Grandpa's.
Honest?
Uh-huh.
If you folks had just given me a chance to explain. I've been trying to contact Mrs. Grayson to tell her that the boy's grandparents realize he isn't happy without his mother.
Of course
They want her to come and live with them.
Is this on the level?
It's on the level, Rocky.
As soon as the boy ran away, the grandparents realized how much he misses her.
You mean this belt on the noggin and all this chasing around and running us off for nothing?
Well, not exactly for nothing, Rocky. You can get a job out of it if you want to.
A job?
Uh-huh. The giant Marvo is one of the owners. He says he'll put you on starting tonight if you like.
You'll excuse the expression, put me on as what?
Well, Marvo says you gave such a great performance, he'd like to hire you as a wild man from Borneo.
NBC has presented Frank Sinatra as that footloose and fancy-free young gentleman, Rocky Fortune. Others in tonight's cast were Bryna Rayburn, David Pfeffer, Bill Griffiths, Ken Williams, Leon Janney, and Mason Adams. Tonight's script was written by George Lefferts. Fred Way directed.
We in this country have never experienced the horror of an air raid. And yet, during these perilous times in which we live, such an air raid on our homes and cities is possible. Modern war makers strike without warning, hoping to cause the greatest damage in a single surprise blow. For the sake of our lives as individuals and as a nation, we must know how to protect ourselves if such an attack should come. Attack from the air, even atomic attack, can be survived. Knowing what to do in an air raid and in the moments immediately following it may save your life. Every home should have on hand a complete kit of up-to-date disaster first aid items. These items are listed and described in an official pamphlet, which may be obtained free of charge by writing to the Federal Civil Defense Administration in Washington, D.C. Besides obtaining the first aid kit, every household should have someone trained to use first aid materials. By enrolling for Red Cross first aid training, you can acquire the skill and knowledge that may save the lives of members of your family as well as your neighbors. This is the NBC Radio Network.
Presenting Frank Sinatra, transcribed as Rocky Fortune. NBC presents Frank Sinatra, who stars as that footloose and fancy-free young gentleman, Rocky Fortune. Hi.
Say, if you ever vacationed up in the Catskill Mountains, you've probably heard of Mama Greenspan, the best cook between the Waldorf and Grossingers. Mama runs Greenspan Villa, which was quite the place to go before son Larry started to gamble away the profits. I did a hitch there as assistant social director a couple of years back, and last week I got a call from Mama asking me to pinch hit for a few days till she could find a new social director. Before I got through, I was not only a social director, I was almost a funeral director at my own death. Pardon me, lady. Is this the Waldorf Astoria?
Is this... Rocky! Rocky, my boy.
How are you, Mama?
Oh, let me look at you. Ah, you're just the same. Nothing but flesh and bone. Come in the kitchen. I'll fix you something.
I just ate, Mama.
No. You force yourself. Come on down.
Tell me, how come you need a social director all of a sudden?
Well, the last director eloped with one of the guests without so much as a howdy-doody. Here, sit. I'll snack you.
Now, look, let's keep it down to 6 or 7 courses, Mama. Tell me, about this job. What do I do? How many guests have you got?
Well, for the last week, all we had was old Mr. Siegel in 212 and Mrs. Rafferty, the fat lady, from 216. But all of a sudden, yesterday comes a Mr. Martin, and an hour later, a young girl from Flatbush. Such a pretty little thing. Your eyes could fall out from looking on her. With such a pickup in business, I thought, Mama, good times is coming back again. You should get a social director.
And you figured I was out of work, so you called me.
I don't pay much, but at least you'll eat good until you find something more substantial.
Mama, you're absolutely wonderful. How's Larry?
Larry?
You remember your son. We used to play handball together when I worked here, remember?
Oh, that Larry.
Well, what's the matter, Mama?
Oh, everybody has his own troubles. Why should I make mine yours?
Come on now, tell me about it.
Well, I guess you knew Laurie ain't exactly a dependable boy. Not a bad boy, understand, but after Papa died, he started to go with bad fellas, and he gambled, and one thing led to another.
Yeah, I read where he got sent up for a year.
Only 6 months he was there. And when he came out a few weeks ago, he was a changed boy. Mama, he said, from now on, the straight and crooked path. No more gambling. I'm going to get a job. He said it right here in this kitchen.
So?
So he tried to get a job, and nobody would take him. So he got mixed up again, and...
And what?
And they're looking for him to kill him. Oh, Rocky.
Now, take it easy, Mama. Take it easy. Who's looking to kill him?
Oh, the man who came yesterday. Mr. Bugsy Martin.
How do you know this?
How do I know? Larry called me on the telephone and asked me if Bugsy Martin was here, and he said Bugsy Martin was after him, and I shouldn't say I heard from him. Period.
Did he tell you why this guy's after him?
You read in the newspaper where the federal payroll was held up last week?
The post office job.
The post office job. Rocky, I think Larry was involved.
What makes you think he was in on this job?
Because the post office was in Albany, and I happen to know that Larry had a plane ticket for Albany the day before. Also, I know he was mixed up with those no-good-nicks again.
In other words, you don't really need a social director.
In other words, I need a friend, Rocky. I need somebody who can help me in case Larry comes. Maybe you could talk some sense in him somehow.
Maybe, Mama. I'll do what I can. But for now, you better introduce me to the guest, huh? Mama took me out on the porch where the 3 paying guests were rocking back and forth. The first was Bugsy Martin, a tough-looking character with a bulge under his arm where the artillery was stacked. Seated next to him was a fat lady dipping into a box of nuggets, and next to her was a very jazzy-looking blonde with a mind like Billy Dawn.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want you should all meet our new social director, Mr. Fortune. This is Mr. Martin.
Where's the Maches?
Hi.
Mrs. Rafferty. Mrs. Rafferty is a widow. Call me Gertrude.
How are you, Gertie?
And this is Miss Miller.
Hello.
What do I call you?
Call me anytime. Are you for real? I mean, flesh and blood?
Mostly blood.
You ain't, married or anything? Mind if I touch you?
Steady now, I'm ticklish.
Well, it isn't that I'm bold or anything, Mr. Fortune, but I have a 1-week vacation, understand. My boss, Mr. Marcus, went to Florida. So I said to myself, Gloria, why not go to the mountains? Maybe I'll meet some young man and I have a little fun and meet a lot of people and Who knows? You might even make the acquaintance of somebody worthwhile.
So?
So I had to pick a week when every place was booked up except here. For 2 days now I've been sitting on this rocking chair till I'm chair sick. You know, I haven't even seen a delivery boy. Ooh, I'm so glad to see you.
No, just a minute, honey. Steady, I'm not looking to settle down in Flatbush and raise kids.
Who said anything about settling down? You're a social director?
That's right.
So direct to me.
Oops. I'm just beginning to enjoy my new job when Mama comes out and interrupts me. It seems that old Mr. Siegel, who is not feeling well and can't leave his room, would like his lunch brought up. Whatever is wrong with old Mr. Siegel, it ain't stomach trouble because lunch consists of a half a dozen of Mama Greenspan's famous 12-pound blintzes, chicken soup with matzo balls, and a copy of Josephine Jackson's 10-day reducing diet.
Come in?
Mr. Siegel?
Yes. Put it down and get out.
You ain't polite.
Go.
Maybe I should introduce myself. I'm Rocky Fortune, the new social director.
Out.
Anything you say, Sal. I'll just put the tray down here. I'm sorry, the cover fell off.
Clumsy ox.
It's all right. I'll just put it back on and... Well.
What is it?
Excuse me, Mr. Siegel, but this note just fell out of one of the blintzes.
Give it to me.
Sure.
Now get out.
Not for a while.
What?
I said not for a while. You and me are going to converse first.
Get out of here or I kill you.
My. Do nice old men like you always carry 45s? Give me that. Let go. Drop it.
My arm, you break it.
That's better. Now you can take off the phony beard, Larry.
You punk. I had to kill you for this.
Sit down. I said sit down.
Now lay off, will you?
So you're the boy who was going to go straight.
Did Mama tell you?
She told me everything except that you were up here making like a paying guest. The note in the blintz told me that.
Bugsy, he'll kill me if he finds out.
You better level with me, Larry. Unless you want him to find out.
That's crazy. You won't believe me.
Let's have it.
Last week, Bugsy said he could get me a job driving a truck up in Albany. I went up.
You didn't tell Mama.
I wanted to surprise her.
Go on.
My first job is to deliver a load of furniture someplace, I thought. I pull the truck up right across the street from the post office and start moving the furniture into the house. Everything seems fine. All of a sudden, I hear shooting. I rush out. The street looks empty. I finish the job and start to drive to the next stop. Only I notice somebody has tossed a black bag into the truck. When I open it, $100,000 in hot government money.
Bugsy tossed the stuff into the truck and took off.
I got scared. I ditched the truck and took off with the money, figuring I'd go to the cops.
But you developed a case of sticky fingers.
I couldn't get a job.
It won't work, Larry. You know that. And also, if Bugsy and the guys don't get you, the federal agents will.
I know. I've been trying to get up enough nerve to go to the cops. But then Bugsy showed up. Since then, Mama's been hiding me up here.
Why didn't you just phone? Or have Mama phone?
They're watching Mama like a hawk. Maybe they got the phones tapped. How do I know? One peep and they'd be up here with heaters.
You still willing to go to the cops?
Ain't got much choice now.
All right. I'll get him for you. You stay here.
Okay, Rocky.
Don't change your mind.
I won't.
I leave Larry Greenspan in his room and head down to the kitchen to tell Mama the news. She's just tasting a ladle full of crepe-like soup when I come in. Mama.
Oh, you frightened me.
I'm sorry. Listen, Mama, can I use the phone in your office?
Why not?
I just talked to Larry.
Oh, you found out?
Didn't you want me to? Come on, tell me, Mama.
Somebody could hear. So you met Mr. Siegel?
Uh-huh. He says to call the gentleman with the blue suits and order one. Today.
Oh, you're not joking, Rocky.
He's willing to turn over the money, too. Now, the main thing is to make sure that Bugsy doesn't...
Shh. Somebody's by the door.
Hold it. Hi.
Oh, excuse me. I just came in to see if there wasn't something in the icebox I could nosh before lunchtime.
Help yourself. Here's a piece of strudel.
Oh, that's fine. Thank you. Excuse me for interrupting.
Perfectly all right. You were saying?
I'll make the call. Keep Bugsy out on the porch.
Anything you say. Oh, Rocky, I'm so happy he decided to go to the police. You have no idea. I hope they treat him good.
Take it easy, Mama. We're not in the clear yet. I'm going to call a buddy of mine in the New York department. He's a slob, but he's an honest cop. I slip into Mama Greenspan's office on the first floor and get my thumb in the dial. Operator, I want the New York City Police Department. Person to person to Sergeant Hamilton J. Finger, First Detectives. That's right. Yeah, I'll wait. Hello, Hamilton? Rocky. Listen, how'd you like to be promoted to Chief of Detectives? I got the loot from the Albany post office job. Also, a friend of mine can finger the crooks for you. No, I'm cold sober. This is a nice guy who got made the patsy. Will you treat him decent? Good. I'm up at Mama Greenspan's in the Borscht Belt. You been? Okay, I'll see you. I hang up the phone and start to turn around, but in the middle of my turn, somebody drops a ton of stale bagels on the back of my skull, and I see the broadloom coming up to meet me.
Rocky, wake up! Rocky, please, wake up!
Oh. What transpired?
When the door was open, I came in and you were kissing the carpet. Are you all right?
Yeah, except for a small dent in my brain.
Oh, thank heaven. The only man at Greenspan's villa.
Gloria, somebody heard me making a very personal phone call and pulled me on the head. Did you see anybody around here?
Not a soul. Rocky, why would somebody want to hit you?
I think I know why, baby. What I want to know is who. I stagger to my feet, and I'm on my way up to old Mr. Siegel's room for a conference when I run right into the arms of Sergeant Finger, which is like running into a wounded rhinoceros on the charge.
Oh! Take it easy, Rock. You could get hurt.
Oh, I don't usually bump into guys with concrete chests. What'd you do, take a rocket ship?
Police helicopter. What's up?
Come on, I'll show you. This way.
This better not be no wild turkey hunt, Rocky.
Here's the room here. Mr. Siegel. Mr. Siegel. That's very funny.
Is it?
Yeah, we better give a look, huh?
Yeah.
Larry? Larry, where are you? Hey, Larry. He's gone.
Now, ain't that just charming?
Sarge, I'm telling you, the guy was here with a suitcase full of loot. Maybe he changed his mind, conked me, and took off.
Sure, that's what happened. Fortune, I ought to brain you for getting me up here. I ought to put you in a freezer. I got a good mind to bend up your nose.
Sarge, before you do, just so it shouldn't be a total loss.
What?
Come on down for a bowl of Mama Greenspan's chicken soup with matzo balls. I turn the good sergeant over to Mama in the kitchen and head back to her office to look around. I don't have to look for long. A second later, I'm nosing my way up the stairs like a bloodhound following a salami salesman home from work.
Come in.
Hello, Mrs. Rafferty.
Oh, hello. What do you want?
I brought you a little nosh.
I beg your pardon?
Here's the rest of the strudel Mama gave you out in the kitchen. You dropped it on the floor of the office when you hit me on the head.
You're out of your mind.
Look, sister, I know you heard me talking to Mama about that loot in old Mr. Siegel's room. You figured maybe you could grab off a small hunk, so you knocked me out and went up there. Only you're a very nervous eater, so you left a trail of strudel crumbs all the way up from my body to the room.
What do you want?
Where's the money?
I don't know. Why don't you ask Larry?
I will. And if you don't know anything about it, how do you know who Larry is?
Well, I just assumed...
You just assumed you were talking to a schnook. Now, look, miss. There's a homicide man downstairs right now. Are you going to level with me, or do I turn you over to him?
Oh, please, no. I'm not a criminal. I've never done anything.
Except what?
Oh, I overheard you and Mama in the kitchen, and I put 2 and 2 together. So I hit you and went up to 212. I said if he didn't give me half the money, I'd tell Mr. Martin where he was hiding.
Then what happened?
He gave me $5,000.
Hmm.
I never had that much money in my life. Here. It's in this drawer. Take it. Please take it. I don't want it. I don't know what made me do it.
And you don't know where he is?
Oh, honest, I don't. He was still in the room when I left. Honest, Mr. Fortune.
All right, sister. Now, look, you stay right here and hang on to this $5,000 until I get back with the law. And don't think you're going to pull a disappearing act. Matter of fact, you don't look like you're going to win any prizes in the Olympic dash. I leave Rafferty nervously munching her way through a pile of salted almonds and head for the kitchen to get Sergeant Finger. En route, I am mousetrapped by Gloria Miller. And she's got that look in her eye. Just like a chorus girl watching an elderly banker with a weak heart.
Rocky,
What?
you haven't been directing my social life much.
Honey, it isn't that I'm not interested. I got a lot of things to do right now.
How about rowing on the lake for a while?
Later.
Ping pong?
Later, honey.
Want to get married?
Later, What am I saying? Gloria, look, excuse me. I got things to do.
What things? For old Mr. Siegel?
For old Mr. Siegel.
What's he got that I ain't?
Honey, if you only knew. I bust into the kitchen where Hamilton Finger's just about to lower himself into his third bowl of chicken soup and tell him I finally got part of the loot. He pounds after me up to the Widow Rafferty's room, and we open the door. Now maybe you'll believe me when you see the lettuce patch this kid has in her bureau drawer.
Open it.
Okay, Mrs. Rafferty, here's the... Holy Hilda.
You say you was just conversing with this party?
A minute ago, Sarge. I'm telling you, I
You
was...
don't look like a very lively conversationalist, Rock. Not with that sash covered around her throat.
The money. It's gone.
My. How unfortunate. For you.
What do you mean, for me?
Rocky Manvu, my pal, you've been giving me a lot of gas about crooks and loot and everything else, but so far all I seen is this corpse, and all I know, the rest is just smoke to make it look like something else is going on.
What are you talking about? I told you when I came...
You told me. Now I'm telling you. We're going down to the chateau to ask a few questions, and, pal, you better have the answers.
Sergeant, my old pal, my buddy, I'd like to accompany you just for kicks, but a friend of mine is in bad trouble, and he needs help. So for a short while, fall down. The sergeant settles gracefully into a pile of blubber, and I shut the door behind me. First stop is old Mr. Siegel's room, and guess who I find there? Well.
Oh, Rocky.
Uh-huh. You looking for something, Gloria?
No. I thought maybe you were here.
Sure. So you were looking for me in the dresser drawers and under the carpet.
You can't tell where you find a man sometimes.
Say, that's very funny. Come on, what are you doing here?
Honest, Rocky, I was looking for you.
Who turned this room upside down?
That's how I found it.
Look at me. No, nobody could look that dumb and really not be dumb. All right, honey.
Where's Mr. Siegel?
A good question.
What are you looking for?
100,000 clams.
Ooh, would you mind if I helped?
Not at all. It looks as if somebody else conducted a search, too. Let's try a few places they haven't looked. Mattress. Phone book. Nothing.
What's on the tray?
A pile of blintzes I took up to Mr. Siegel this morning. Looks like he never got a chance to eat them.
That's wasteful. When I'm married, if my husband wastes food like that... Listen to me talking when I'm married. I can't even get proposed to. What are you doing?
Eating a blintz.
You get a bad one?
I got a bad one, all right. It's made out of dough, real dough. $5,000 in each blintz. What do you know? Larry must have hid the money here after Mrs. Rafferty put the bite on him. Come on, honey, grab a few blintzes and let's go.
Hold it. All right, Louie, drop the blintz. Get him up, the both of you.
Do like the man says, honey.
Mind if I close the door? Might suddenly get drafty in here. And if somebody makes a move...
Help yourself.
Thought I gave this place a good going over. But I never would have looked inside a Blintz for that kind of dough. That's a joke.
I know. I already made it, and we laughed.
You ain't never gonna laugh again unless you tell me where Larry is hiding.
You just heard the last laugh then, pal, because I don't know.
Yeah? That's a good one, too. Listen, punk. I had to choke it out of the fat lady a little while ago. I'd just as soon do the same for you. Now, where is that double-crosser? She said he was hiding in here.
You mean old Mr. Siegel?
I mean Larry Greenspan. Now, start talking.
7 years ago, our forefathers brought forth upon this earth...
Oh, you're gonna be a wise guy, huh? Okay, punk, you're asking for it.
So are you, Bugsy, and you're gonna get it right now.
Hold it, Bugsy. Why, you...
Harry, you okay?
Yeah, wait till I check for ventilation.
I guess he missed me. I was beginning to wonder if you really wanted to hear the whole Gettysburg Address before you came in with that fire escape.
Wanted to make sure you saw me out there.
How'd you get there?
When the fat lady said she'd squawk to Bugsy, I decided maybe I better get a change of room for an outside exposure. The cop get here?
Finger, yeah. Poor soul, he's in 216 resting. Gloria, put down Bugsy's gun. You can get hurt.
Thanks, but I just want to make sure I don't have any trouble.
What do you mean, trouble?
When I take the money,
What?
hand it over, please, Rocky.
Now, wait a minute, honey. What is this? What happened to the sweet little secretary who was looking for a man?
Rocky, I have a confession to make. The man I was looking for is Larry Greenspan.
Who is this tomato, Rocky? Well, up to now, I thought she was a man-eating barracuda from Flatbush.
I am from Flatbush, Rocky, but I'm not a barracuda.
Well, just who are you, baby, or what are you?
I'm an agent for the United States Treasury Department.
Well, you can never judge a T-man by the rustle of his bustle, I always say. I say it, but it never does any good. After I recover from the shock of Gloria Miller turning out to be a female shamus, we revive the good Sergeant Finger and go down to break the news to Mama. That's the way it is, Mama. The good sergeant here says Larry might even get off with a commendation.
Oh, such a good boy. More Blintzes, Sergeant?
Well, thanks. Here, it's a couple.
Oh, and you, miss?
Well, thanks, but I've got to get this money back to the authorities.
Rocky, you'll have some.
You got enough?
Oh, I'll whip up some fresh dough.
Well, wait a minute now. If it's all the same to you, this time make 'em with the kind of dough you can't spend. That last batch was a little too rich for my taste.
Now, to tell you about next week's transcribed adventure, here's Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
Hi. There's an old saying, never look a gift horse in the mouth. But with pen and cheek, I now write me a new saying. Never look a gift blonde in the eyes. She was blonde because her hair told me so. That was the only proof I had. She didn't walk, she insinuated. She was from New Orleans, and her name was Lou, and believe me, brother, Lou was no lady. When I saw her, I said to myself, I dig this babe. She almost dug me, too, right into her grave. I'll tell you about it next week.
Visit with Fibber, McGee, and Molly tonight on the NBC Radio Network. Frank Sinatra, transcribed as Rocky Fortune. NBC presents Frank Sinatra, starring as that footloose and fancy-free young gentleman, Rocky Fortune.
Hi there. You know, when it comes to losing jobs, I got about the best batting average in town. Something always happens. I mean, either I strike out on a secretary's curves or else I get put out for dropping a suggestion in the suggestion box suggesting that the boss dropped dead. I start out with the best of intentions, but there's always something wrong with the setup. You take what happened last week. I land myself a job that pays $100 an hour, and at last I think I'm really living. And then I find out when it's time to collect that you're liable not to be living.
One moment, please. What is it?
Miss Chandler?
I'm her secretary. What do you want?
Instant messenger service.
We don't want any.
Look, honey, it's 8 a.m. This is my first job. Now, don't give me a hard time.
Now, look, Sonny, I handle all of Miss Chandler's affairs, and we don't want a messenger.
Oh, how would you like to get up?
This boy in the man suit says you called for a messenger.
Yes, I did. For the package.
Well, you're not really going to send it, Laura.
I've got to.
I still think you're making a mistake.
I haven't any choice.
Well, then why not let me deliver it for you?
No, I thought it over. That neighborhood's dangerous, Eve.
Well, nobody's going to kidnap little Evie, darling.
Who's going to pay the ransom?
Why don't you run along?
Please, Eve, let me handle it.
Yeah.
Oh, all right, honey. It's your own funeral. Only I wouldn't trust him as far as I could throw him.
About 800 yards, left-handed.
Leave us alone, Eve, please.
Oh.
Nice kid. Where does she live, in the refrigerator?
You'll have to excuse Eve. She's been with me for years. She's very devoted. Have a seat, Mr.
Fortune. Rocky Fortune.
You don't look like a messenger boy. You're older.
Well, my boss is very inefficient. He always sends a man to do a boy's work.
Will you have a drink? I think I need one.
Well, I don't usually start till 9 a.m.
Excuse me.
Yeah, steady, honey. Here, pull yourself together. You're shaking.
I had a bad night.
Here you are. Charge your batteries.
Thank you. Now, let me see.
Messenger service, remember?
Oh, yes. I left the package in my room. I won't be a moment. Will you wait?
Forever. Laura Chandler is a blonde with a figure like Swedish stemware. Tall and slender and curved in the right places. She walks out and I look around. The place is a plush two-story studio apartment, and from the drawing equipment, I figure her for one of these high-class fashion designers. I begin to wonder if she'll make it back before the nervous breakdown sets in.
Here's the package.
Where to?
14 Barbary Street.
Oh, that's a pretty rough neighborhood.
Room 2B. Here's the key. Go in and leave this package on the table. You'll find another package. Pick it up and bring it to me.
This doesn't sound like fashion proofs.
That's my business.
Pardon me.
And one thing. I don't want you snooping in the packages.
Well, it's been grand meeting you, Miss Chandler.
Where are you going?
I insult very easily.
Just a minute.
Well?
I'm sorry. Please, I'm terribly upset.
Hungover, they call it.
No, I haven't been well. Please forgive me.
Okay, you want kiss and make up?
It's very important to me that this package be delivered and the other package returned unopened. I'll pay you well.
Well, meaning what?
$100.
What's in this package? A new slim silhouette for the H-bomb?
Nothing like that. Will you take the job?
Yeah, on one condition.
What's that?
Advance me 30 cents for a couple of subway tokens.
Here's $10.
Honey, I just want 2 tokens, not a seat on the stock exchange.
Take a cab. Here's the package. Be careful.
Don't worry.
Do a good job, and
Yeah?
I'll be very grateful.
Oh, in that case, lay off the happy juice. I may even ask you out to dinner tonight. I'd rather you were sober.
I'm afraid I'm too expensive, Mr. Fortune.
Rocky. And don't worry about it. I'm rich. If I live to collect. I leave the apartment with the distinct feeling that something peculiar's in the wind, and that it ain't the Fulton Fish Market. I leg it out the lobby past the doorman in full admiral's uniform and flag down a cab.
Whither to?
14 Barbary Street. And pal, don't ever put the flag down before the cab starts next time.
I can see this is going to be a fat tip.
Don't give me a hard time, Max.
Yes, sir. I can remember when the subway was good enough for you guys.
It still is if you like to stop here.
Oh, no offense, Excellency.
You know, if you pipe some of that gas into the tank, you'd be a rich hacky. Don't look around, Junior, but the light is green. Move. I feel refreshed after this little exchange of pleasantries and settle back to untie the wrapping on Laura Chandler's package. Not that I'm the suspicious type, understand, but when somebody offers me $100 to deliver a package, I like to make sure I'm not playing patsy with a pumpkin full of microfilm. And just as I get the wrapping undone, Max trumps the brake pedal. And I find myself up to the knees in nice, crisp $100 certificates.
Hey, mister, you dropped your money.
Why don't you give out safety belts in these things if you're going to stop this way?
What are you, a messenger for the United States Mint?
Just turn around, pal, and keep going. I'll gather up the cabbage.
What do you think this is, an armored truck? Next time you rob a bank, hire a van.
If you really want to know, this is Halloween money. I got it playing trick-or-treat.
Where? The First National Bank?
You're clever.
Yeah, stop soaping me, bud. I know real money when I see it. And I seen it.
Max guns the cab while I collect the spilled lettuce. I figure there must be 4,000 or 5,000, and I've just wrapped it up again when Max goes in another one of his famous quick stops. What now?
Out. New Summer Eve, Lafayette. Which means we're here, 14 and Bartlett.
I never thought we'd make it. What's the wrap?
65 cents.
Here's a 10.
Thanks.
Hey.
Huh?
You'll excuse the expression. The change. $9.35.
Here.
Here's a buck. Get yourself a B-29.
I already got one.
Barbary Street is a dead end in the worst slum in town. Number 14 is a condemned building. I pick my way past a couple of prostrate bums and a garbage can, and I'm about to walk in when somebody taps me.
Pencil, mister? Help an old blind lady? Pencil?
Yeah, here, Mom. Keep the pencil. I got nobody to write to.
Bless you, son.
On second thought, I'll take it, Mother.
Here, you crumb.
The hallway is decrepit pink plaster that is crumbling crumb by crumb. I let myself into room 2B, which resembles a sanctuary for unemployed mice. There's no package, so I deposit my bundle of government greenery and wait. After a couple of minutes, I hear something coming. It's the old blind lady's stick tapping down the hall. She comes in and goes to the moolah on the table like a St. Bernard goes to a fallen traveler. Pays better than selling pencils, huh, Mom?
Keep your trap shut. The stuff here?
The stuff is there, and it's so green it's mellow. How about the package I was supposed to collect?
In my bag. Here.
Fair exchange. What's in it?
None of your business.
Thanks. Can I help you down the stairs, Mother dear?
I can find my way. Don't try to follow me.
Me follow a lady? Perish the thought. I give her a head start and pick up the package and head for the door. And I am just in time for lowering of the 9 o'clock boom, which descends on the back of my skull as I step into the hallway. Sometime later, I regain consciousness. The first thing I notice is a clammy hand inside my pocket. The second thing I notice is that it ain't mine. I keep my eyes closed and then mousetrap the guy. Okay.
Ow. You're breaking my arm, brother.
I ought to break your... Well, if it ain't Sam Socrates, the philosophical pickpocket. How is the biggest thief in town?
Rocky. My old companion from Gramercy Park. As Schopenhauer said, it's a small world.
Is that what he said? Huh? How are things in the pickpocket union?
Oh, haven't you heard, my boy? I've been elected international representative.
Oh, goody for you. Congratulations.
A hipster like you should know better than to lay in the dust in a creep joint like this. Why, if I hadn't come along, you might have been rolled.
Somebody laid one on my skull bone. Hey, you know the old blind woman?
Rosie?
I think she hit me with a pogo stick.
Rosie's new around here. But I don't think she goes for mugging. It was probably the other one, the blonde.
Blonde?
The one who came out after Rosie.
You don't say. How was she dressed?
Oh, very glad. About $2,000 worth of mink, present market value, figuring a 10% kickback to the fence.
Figures. You notice anything else?
She was carrying a package about this big.
Go on.
I assumed you had been mugged. Naturally, I don't like to interrupt a colleague while she's working, so I waited.
Naturally.
A professional courtesy. I come in to cop a quick snoop, as they say, and find you laying here like a dead lox.
Thanks, Socrates. Here's a fin for your trouble.
Oh, Rocky, I couldn't accept a gratuity from an old pal. The Beggars Guild would have me up on charges.
Sorry, I didn't mean to offend.
Yeah, however, if you'll just turn around and permit me to sop it out of your pocket, I think we avoid a jurisdictional dispute.
Have it your way, Sam. Brush the creases out of the cashmere while you're at it. I leave the house and walk about 3 steps when a hand falls on my shoulder like it was Judgment Day. I turn around to look into the bloodshot eyes of my good friend, Sergeant Hamilton J. Finger of Homicide.
Halt.
I'm halted. Unclasped, Finger. You're bruising the bottom.
This the guy?
That's him. He had a roll like he was Bubba Rockefeller.
What's the problem, Finger?
The hired cure says you were flashing a lot of letters.
He's dreaming. He smokes old socks.
I tell you, I seen it.
What about it?
I don't know what you're talking about.
He knows all right.
Let's have a quick frisk. Huh? Well, it's clean.
Then he hit it. You better take him in, Sarge.
Oh, back off. Just a minute. What's the charge? Remember, Sarge, you gotta have a charge, Sarge, to arrest a taxpayer.
You got a charge to bring?
He was carrying like $5,000 in real money. That's a crime, ain't it? He's a suspicious character.
You got a charge or just suspicious?
I ain't got a charge. You got a charge, Max?
Me? I ain't got no charge. I just told you what I saw, that's all.
If you two gentlemen will excuse me, I'll be on my way.
Just a minute.
Yes, Sergeant.
Nothing. Beat it.
I walk away like I own City Hall, but inside I'm still 6 different shades of green. I make it to the subway and jockey my way to Laura Chandler's apartment. My head feels like the inside of Yogi Berra's mitt after a hot day in the bullpen.
Oh, it's you.
It's me. It is also I. You got any of that 100-proof battery acid left?
There's some bourbon on the table.
Thanks.
Did you get the package?
Well, it's a long story, but I'll boil it down. No.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
well, it doesn't really matter.
No? You were pretty upset this morning. Did you see a psychiatrist or something?
I decided to calm down.
Uh-huh.
If you don't mind, Mr. Fortune, I'll pay you the $100 and get it over with.
I don't mind, only I don't get it.
Don't get what?
Why a dame pays $5,000 for a package she doesn't get and then brushes it off like it was dead flies?
I see you opened my package.
Uh-huh.
That isn't polite.
It isn't polite to hire a guy to get a package and then hit him over the head and steal the package.
I don't know what you mean.
You know what I mean, baby. You followed me down there and pulled me in the noggin.
You're insane.
You left your mink coat on the table over there. And one'll get your tent is covered with pink plaster from 14 Barbary Street.
Here's your money. Now get out. I said get out.
Let's have the package.
That package is none of your business.
I got a lump in my head that says it is.
Get back. I've got a gun.
I can see that. And I can also see that you don't know how to use it.
I warn you.
It's a funny thing about those automatics. You can't pull the trigger with the safety catch on. Now, let's have it. Now, come on, give me the...
Go.
There. Now, sit down.
Take your hands off me.
I said sit down. That's better. Now, fess up.
Well, I went to a party last night at my editor's. I met a couple. A young man, he said he was an artist, and a woman, a redhead. We'd been drinking.
I gathered as much.
He invited us up to his apartment to see his work.
Oh, brother. Where was the apartment? On Barbary Street?
Yeah. Somehow I got in a quarrel with the other woman. I don't even remember what it was about.
So?
I said I was leaving. He said have one more drink first, and then he'd call a cab. I took the drink, and then suddenly I felt funny. After that, it's all so horrible.
Give, baby.
I don't know what happened, really. I came to sitting on the sofa. The red-haired woman was lying on the floor. There was blood. In my hands, I had a gun.
Whose gun?
Mine.
Naturally, no nice girl is ever without one.
Well, there have been so many muggings and robberies in the neighborhood lately. My secretary thought I'd better carry one in my purse.
Well, back to Barbary Street. What happened next?
He told me I'd gotten very drunk, and we'd quarreled. He said she'd slapped me, and I'd taken this gun out of my purse. And it seemed to go off before I realized what I was doing. I'm not a murderer. I've never hurt anyone in my life.
All right. Take it easy, baby. Now, look, what's with the packages?
The man, Charles, his name was. He told me to go home, that he could have the whole thing hushed up. He said the woman was a tramp, and... Well, I was too frightened to argue. I went home. And about 5 this morning, he called. He said he'd need money, $5,000. He said he had the gun with my fingerprints on it, and if I wanted it, I'd better pay up or he'd go to the police.
And you fell for it. Oh, baby, how square can you
Well,
get?
I don't know why I did it. I suppose the police is the only way.
Just a minute. One more item. How come you conked me?
Well, after you left, I began to wonder if I could trust you, so I followed you down there. I overheard your talk with the blind woman, and I knew you'd opened the package. I waited, and then I hit you and took the package with the gun.
Is this the gun?
Yes, that's my gun. What are you doing?
Just want to look inside. Uh-huh.
I think we'd better call the police. I'll feel better when...
Relax, baby. Nobody's calling the police.
But the murder...
There was no murder.
What?
Look at the barrel of this gun. It's loaded with rust. I haven't a bullet through here since Grant took Richmond.
But I heard...
You heard a blank. And, honey, I got news for you.
News?
When P.T. Barnum said there was one born every minute, he meant you.
I don't understand.
It's the old Badger game in reverse. The whole thing was staged. The artist was phony, the corpse was phony, the bullet was a blank, and the blood was ketchup.
You're sure?
Make bets on it.
Rocky, I don't know how to thank you.
I got a suggestion.
Yes, what?
Don't hurry me now. Just give me time to pucker up. I exit later feeling like a Beaver Scout with a year's backlog of good deeds. I can still taste Laura Chandler's lipstick, and I got $100 burning a hole in my jeans. I got back to the messenger service and put in a phone call to the precinct station. I figure if the crooks aren't in Argentina by this time, my friend Sergeant Finger can start trying to recover the 5 Gs. Finger ain't in, so I finish out the day, then hit my flat for a change of drapery. There is a reception committee from the city of New York, and it ain't Grover Whalen.
Good evening.
Well, well, Sergeant Hamilton J. Finger, as I live and don't breathe.
Don't bother to shut the door.
You leaving? I wanted to see you.
We're leaving. I wanted to see you. Hello.
To the Place Gendarme?
The same.
You mind if I ask you why?
Not at all. You read?
Not fluently.
You look at pictures?
Fluently.
You seen the newspapers?
I seen the green sheet in the Morning Telegraph.
According to the evening papers, a woman named Gloria Verne was found murdered. Shot through the heart. Here's a picture in the paper.
So?
So she was found in a place on Barbary Street, number 14, according to the journals, apartment 2B. You familiar with this place?
I spent half the morning laying on my face.
So I recall.
So?
So the lieutenant invites you to the Irish clubhouse for tiffin and mixed grilling.
Shall we promenade?
Be my guest.
I spend the next few hours being pounded on the eardrum by the Inquisition Squad. I tell them everything I know, including about the gun which Laura Chandler has at home.
Hey, you say she thought she killed this woman, but the gun wasn't fired.
The barrel was stuffed with rust.
She has this cannon?
She had it when I left her this morning.
And she dropped $5,000 to an old blind woman without even feeling sorry?
I told you, Sarge, this is a nice girl. She didn't kill Gloria Verne.
Nice girls don't go on drunks with Greenwich Village con artists.
So she made a mistake.
Maybe you made the mistake, Rocky. Come on.
Where now?
Laura Chandler's apartment. I want to gaze into her cold blue eyes. Also her cold blue automatic.
We prowl up to Park Avenue and press the buzzer of Laura Chandler's apartment.
Oh, it's you.
Yeah, I brought a friend along for you, baby. Sergeant Finger of Homicide. This is Eve Hobson, Miss Chandler's secretary.
Pleased, I'm sure. Is your employer home?
She's asleep. She wasn't feeling well, so she took some sleeping pills.
She been asleep all day?
As far as I know, I went out on business for about an hour.
Wake her up.
Not without a pretty good reason.
Murder is a pretty good reason.
Murder?
Get her.
Ian, who is it? Oh, hello, Rocky.
Miss Chandler?
Yes?
Sleeping pills don't work so good, I see. They never do much for a guilty conscience.
I beg your pardon.
This is Sergeant Finger, Laura. Homicide.
Homicide?
You've heard of it, I see.
I don't understand.
I'll be brief. You're under arrest.
Under arrest?
You recognize this picture in the paper?
Laura, don't say a word.
It's no use, Rocky. It was nice of you to pretend I didn't kill her, but it's her picture. That's the woman I shot.
Laura, for Pete's sake, you didn't
And
do
you
it.
got the gun?
Yes, I left it in my desk drawer. Here.
That gun hasn't been fired for years, I tell you.
Let's have a look. Okay, Miss Chandler, get your coat.
Filled with rust, huh?
Rocky, the barrel of this gun is as clean as the inside of a hospital cafeteria, and judging by the smell, it's been fired recently.
What? Let me... Holy smokes. Laura, did you use this gun?
I left it in the desk drawer.
You been asleep all afternoon?
Yes, I took some sleeping pills.
Okay, Miss Chandler?
Hold it, Sergeant.
Well?
And they got some kind of a test to prove if a party fired a gun?
A paraffin test.
If Laura fired a blank, could you tell?
It's the same as if she fired a real bullet.
In other words, anybody who fired a gun, it shows up, huh?
That's right.
Rocky, it's no use.
Let me handle it, baby.
You can get 10 years in the Cast Iron Academy for shielding a murderer, Rocky.
Let me talk a minute, will you?
Talk.
How long has this Gloria Verne been dead?
The medical examiner says about 4 hours.
4 hours? Oh, no, I killed her last night.
Hold it, honey. Laura, tell me, could anybody have taken that gun out of your drawer, gone downtown, shot the dame, and then put the gun back?
Who would have done anything like that, and why?
I don't know, but I got a good idea.
Go ahead, Fortune.
Well, let me paint the picture. Somebody stages a fake murder to make Laura think she killed Miss Verne. Somebody gets $5,000 in return for the murder weapon and disposing of the body. And then I fumble my way into the frame and spot it for a fake. Maybe I call the police. So somebody takes the gun and kills Miss Verne for real.
Okay. Who done it?
Eve Hobson.
What? Sergeant, the boy is delirious.
You're the only one who could have taken that gun. Gone out, shot Miss Verne, and replaced it, baby.
Rocky, it's a little preposterous. Eve has been with me for years.
If it's so preposterous, then how about little Eve here taking a paraffin test to see if she's fired a gun recently?
Don't be ridiculous.
And while we're at it, honey, how's the pencil-selling business?
Pencil-selling business? No, I know he's mad.
You do a pretty convincing old blind woman, except for one thing. You were selling artist pencils with a special soft lead, the kind your boss uses for making her fashion sketches. Here's the one she sold me, Sarge.
Miss Hobson, do you object to a paraffin test?
Not in the slightest. I'll get my coat.
Okay.
If that dame didn't do it, then my name is... Look out! She's got the window open! Grab her, Sarge!
Okay, miss. Take it easy. Take it easy. Maybe you won't.
Wow. Is that enough for you, Sergeant?
Yeah, that's enough. Let's go, miss.
Do you want me?
Just stay where we can reach you. You too, Rocky. Let's go, Miss Hobson.
Well?
Well,
You got any more messages to be delivered, lady?
only one.
What's that?
This. I like your messenger service, mister.
Laura,
Yes, Rocky.
next time, don't send for a boy. This is a man's work. Yeah.
NBC has presented Frank Sinatra as that footloose, fancy-free, and frequently unemployed young gentleman, Rocky Fortune. Tonight's cast included Marion Richmond, Georgia Ellis, Bill Justine, Parley Bear, and Ted Von Eltz. Tonight's script was written by George Lefferts, and Andrew C. Love directed. Eddie King speaking. Now, to tell you about next week's adventure, here's Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
Did I ever tell you about the bebop musician who dropped me into a hotel shaft and said, "Man, dig that crazy grave"? He meant mine. Tell you about it next week. See you around.
Let's visit with Fibber McGee and Molly tonight on the NBC Radio Network. Frank Sinatra, transcribed as Rocky Fortune. NBC presents Frank Sinatra, starring as the footloose and fancy-free young gentleman, Rocky Fortune.
Hi. You know, sometimes my friends ask me, Rocky, why can't you hold a job? That's a good question. And I don't know the answer. Maybe I just get restless or something. Anyway, whatever it is, me and steady employment don't get along. Now, you take the last job I had, steward on a big luxury liner from Bermuda to New York. I figured I'd like to see the ocean, you know? And a couple of guys were trying to help me, too. Only they wanted me to see it the hard way, from the bottom.
Come in.
Pardon me, Miss Nightingale. This is sick bay, isn't it?
Yes. Something wrong?
My heart is going pitter-pat.
I beg your pardon.
Nothing, Blue Eyes. I'm the steward from A-Deck. I came for the pills.
Pills?
The Dramamine for Lady Droop Snoot. You know, the Duchess in A7.
Oh, you mean Lady Harkness.
Yeah, anything you say.
Oh, you'll have to wait a moment for Dr. Harper. He'll be back.
That's too bad.
Is something wrong, Mr.
Fortune. Rocky Fortune. No, why?
Oh, you keep staring and winking.
Oh, I just got something in my eye. I'm just trying to wink it out.
Oh, you'd better let me take a look.
Yeah.
Oh, just sit down there in the light.
How's this?
Now, lean closer.
Like this?
A little closer.
Does this make it?
That's too close. Now, which eye is bothering you?
Right now, both. Try the left one.
Open wide.
Ah.
Your eyes, I mean.
Oh. Ah.
Don't be fresh.
Don't be so beautiful.
I don't see a thing.
I do.
Please, Mr. Fortune, you're not cooperating.
I don't even know your name.
My name is Helen Travers, R.N.
For real nice?
For registered nurse.
Yeah.
Now, about the eye, do you mind if I wash it out?
Honey, you can do anything you want. Would you like to take out my tonsils or saw me in half? Anything, just name it.
You're impossible. Hold still. There.
Ow!
That's for being so fresh.
Something wrong, Miss Travers?
Oh, hello, Doctor. The steward would like some Dramamine.
Oh. Seasick? You don't look well.
I haven't looked well since I was 9. It's for a passenger in A7.
A7? That's Lady Harkness, isn't it?
That's right.
I'm afraid I can't give you any more.
What's wrong, Doc?
The chief steward was up less than an hour ago to get some Dramamine for Lady Harkness. Stuff isn't candy, you know.
The chief? He just sent me up.
There must be some confusion here. I think you'd better check.
All right, Doc.
Sorry.
Not at all. It was a pleasure.
I hope your eye improves.
Yeah, the wash seemed to help it a little bit. Say, maybe I could come back later on for another eyeful,
I'm afraid my boyfriend wouldn't approve.
Anybody I know?
Yes. Yes, the chief steward. Goodbye, Mr. Fortune.
I walk out on deck, still thinking about Helen Travers RN, which stands for Registered Knockout, and leg it down to A-Deck. I get my hand on the doorknob of A7 when I hear something which ain't exactly music. Lady Harkness! Lady Harkness! Open up! Open up! When nothing happens, I put my shoulder against the door and heave. When nothing happens, I try the knob, and it opens. I practically fall into the cabin, which is dark on the inside of a coal miner's boot. The reason I fall is quite simple. Lady Harkness is stretched out on the broad loom like a dead lizard. I take one look and reach for the phone. Give me the ship's doctor, honey. Hurry. Hello, Doc. This is Rocky Fortune. I'm in cabin A7, and the place looks like Act 2 of Arsenic and Old Lace. You better get down here before... Oop! Whoever it is has been hiding behind the door when I come in. I never know what hits me. The top of my head exploded, and the floor kept coming up to meet me. Only it took a long time to fall, and I must have had some crazy dreams on the way down.
Rocky!
Huh? What?
Up here, on this cloud.
Well, Helen, how'd you get away up there?
I flew. Come on up.
How?
Fly.
Are you kidding?
Try it. You can fly. Spread your wings.
Holy mackerel, I got wings.
Flap harder.
I can't make it. Maybe I've been grounded.
Try again. That's it. Flap harder.
I'm off the ground. Hey, I'm falling. Helen, I'm falling. Helen, I'm falling. Helen.
Take it easy, Rocky.
My wing, I can't fly.
Who can? Come on, snap out of it.
Hey, where am I?
In sick bay.
What happened? My arm.
Your arm is in a cast.
How come?
You must have fallen and sprained it. Dr. Harper told me to put a temporary cast on it, just in case it's badly hurt.
Gee, it feels like lead. What hit me?
I don't know. We found you stretched out on the floor of Lady Harkness' cabin.
Well, how's the patient? I'll say, you look awful.
We've been through that already.
Oh. How do you feel? Arm hurt?
Not bad.
Yeah, let's have a look, huh? Well, it's a nice job, Miss Travers.
Thank you, Doctor.
Oh, Fortune, if you can make it, the captain would like to see you.
What's on his mind?
Well, I don't know for sure, Mr. Fortune, but I guess it's the $50,000 worth of jewelry that was stolen from Lady Harkness.
I staggered down to the old man's cabin, feeling like somebody left me in one of those fancy washing machines with the dial set on rinse dry. When I get there, the reception committee included Lady Harkness, who is about 60, wears a tweed suit, and talks like an English Tallulah. The chief steward, who looks like a clothing dummy, and the old man. 350 pounds of human meanness.
Close the door, steward.
Aye.
I believe you know Lady Harkness.
Aye.
And the chief steward.
We've had the pleasure.
Sit down.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Is this the man you saw, Lady Harkness?
Young man, would you mind bending over?
Me?
You, up to it.
Okay, but what for?
Well, you see, it was dark, and I'd been asleep. When I opened my eyes, I only saw this strange man leaning over me. I screamed, and he put a pillow or something over my face before I could get a good look at him.
Is this the man?
Well, it might be, Captain.
All right, Fortune. Straighten up.
Do you mind if I sit down, Captain? I've had a hard tap on the skull.
You will remain standing in the presence of a ship's officer.
Thanks.
No insolence.
Excuse it. Now, would you mind telling me what this is all about?
Fortune, there is $50,000 worth of jewelry missing from this cabin. I don't suppose you'd like to confess.
Confess? Sure. I've been waiting all night to confess. You see, it was like this.
Get this, Mr. Waters.
Yes, sir.
I crept in through the porthole, see? And Lady Harkness here was asleep. I scragged the ice.
I beg your pardon.
Heisted the jewels. She started to wake up, so I smothered her with kisses. Then she screamed. I saw I couldn't escape, so I called the doc on the phone. Then I carefully swallowed the jewels, hit myself on the head with a piece of stale salami, broke my own arm, and passed out. And I'd be very happy to sign a statement.
That's screamingly funny, old boy. How'd you like a punch in the jaw?
Just try it, Hercules.
That's enough from both of you. Mr. Waters.
Sir?
I want Mr. Fortune's belongings searched. If you don't turn up those jewels, you have my permission to comb the entire ship from stem to stern.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Fortune, you may consider yourself discharged. You are confined to crew's quarters.
Just a minute, Captain Bligh.
Well?
Don't you think this amateur gumshoe work ought to be left to the law?
Mr. Fortune, in case you are not familiar with the maritime code, on this vessel, I am the law.
I execute a very unflattering salute with my good wing and stagger back to my bunk where I fall into the sack like a dead man. Only trouble is I can't sleep. My head aches, my arm aches, and my heart aches. And about 1 a.m., after 3 hours of whirling like a drunken dervish, I climb out of the hammock and head for sick bay, figuring I can pick up some sleeping pills. I get to the sick bay door just in time to hear voices inside.
Don't try to give me that.
I tell you it's true,
And I'll
Larry.
tell you you're a liar.
Larry, please.
Nobody's going to double-cross me, Helen, particularly not my own girl.
Larry, you've got to believe me.
I'll give you one more chance to tell me the truth.
But I've told you.
All right, baby. You want to play rough.
Larry.
Now? Okay.
Good evening. Am I interrupting something?
Fortune, get out of here.
You know, Emily Post says it ain't polite to hit a young lady unless she belts you first.
Get out.
You all right, Miss Travers?
Yes. Please, Rocky, do as he says.
Sure. Anything you say. Only before I go, Chief.
Yes.
Here.
Rocky.
I suppose they'll hang me for mutiny now. Oh, well, it was worth it. I go back to my pad and spend a few more restless hours trying to figure out what goes between Larry the steward and Helen Travers. In the morning, I wake up and head back to sickbay for a checkup on the arm.
Oh, how's it feel?
Hurts.
I think I'd better x-ray in case it's a green twig fracture instead of a sprain.
Does that mean you take the cast off?
No. We can x-ray right through the cast. I'd hate to spoil Miss Travers' beautiful work.
Her beautiful work weighs about a ton. How long do I wear it, Doc?
I'll let you know after the x-rays. Just step over here, please. Huh? Now, place your arm right here. That's fine. You just hold that, huh? Now. Just hold steady. Ah, good, that's fine. Now, you wait here. I'll go into the dark room and develop it, huh?
Say, Doc, is Miss Travers in this morning?
No. She said you didn't feel well. Had a bad night, I expect.
I expect she did.
This'll only take a minute or two. Just make yourself comfortable, huh?
I sit down and slough my way through a couple of issues of National Geographic while the doc steps into the dark room. After a little while, I have a visitor.
Oh, it's you.
Come on in, Chief. Looking for a little medical aid?
I'm looking for Helen.
Oh, that's a lovely mouse you got under your eye. Did you bump into a door?
Very funny.
Have a seat. The doc's in the closet developing some x-rays.
Is she here?
Haven't seen her. Say, they find the missing jewels yet?
You know darn well they haven't found them.
Did you look in the captain's cabin? You know, I don't trust him. He's a sneaky character.
Fortune, when we get into New York tomorrow, the police are going to have a little talk with you, and frankly, I wouldn't want to be in your shoes.
Chief, I'm going to level with you. If you were in my shoes, I'd throw them away. What's that?
It came from the dark room.
Try that door there.
Locked. There's another door that leads to the office.
Come on. Here. Helen.
Doctor!
Holy smokes.
Is he...
Stone dead.
Dr. Harper.
Take it easy, baby. You can't do him any good now.
What happened?
I don't know. I came in late. I wasn't feeling too good. I remember that he wanted me to change the developing solution because he was going to x-ray Rocky's arm. So I went right into the dark room. First I thought I was alone. It was so dark. And then I saw him. I saw him on the floor with his scissors in his back. Larry, he's been murdered.
Take it easy, honey. Come on, Chief. You better notify the skipper. You also better radio the New York Harbor Police to meet us. While the chief steward goes over to phone the old man, it suddenly occurs to me that I'd better have a couple of ready answers. So I go back in the little dark room to take another look at Dr. Harper and snoop a little. Just when I think I've struck oil, the skipper barges in.
Fortune!
Yeah?
I don't want anything touched.
Just window shopping, Skipper.
You are under arrest.
What's the charge? Or don't you need one?
The charge is murder.
Now look, Captain.
You will be placed under guard in the forward lazarette until the police board ship.
Just what makes you think I slipped it to Dr. Harper?
You were alone with him when the chief steward arrived.
He was in the dark room.
You had plenty of time to kill him and go back to the examining room. And you'll have plenty of time to pay for it, too. The rest of your life, I predict, Mr. Fortune.
I got news for you, Skipper. As a fortune teller, you got a crack in your crystal ball. The lazarette is a small iron box down in the hold of the ship, just big enough for me, a couple of mice, and a few hundred feet of anchor chain. A couple of deckhands take turns guarding me, which consists of sleeping on a little cot just outside the bulkhead door. I get 3 square glasses of water a day and all the bread that me and the mice can eat. I am not happy.
On your feet, Mr. Fortune.
Well, well. And to what do I owe this pleasure?
To the fact that I want to talk to you.
Is that gun just a conversation piece, or do you always carry
The
it?
captain authorized your guard to carry sidearms. I'm your guard for the next watch.
Just the two of us?
Just the two of us.
How cozy.
Get back against the wall and keep those hands above your head.
Anything you say, Larry.
I'm interested in what you say, Mr. Fortune.
Concerning what?
Concerning what happened to those jewels.
How should I know?
I say you've got them.
You've been smoking Dramamine.
I'll give you one more chance to start talking.
And if I don't?
I empty this gun at you.
Wait a minute, Buster. That's homicide, remember?
I can always say you tried to jump me.
I don't get this. Is there a reward, or are you interested in those jewels for personal reasons?
Just start talking.
Okay, I'll talk.
And make it good.
I'll make it as good as I can. Is this good enough? I had my hands up in the air, and I brought the arm with the cast down on the top of his skull as hard as I could. He went out like a wet candle, and I cracked the plastic cast right down the middle. I was still trying to figure out my next move when I discovered we were not alone.
Put up your hand.
Sure, it's getting to be a permanent position.
Hand me that gun.
Help yourself.
Robbery, murder, assaulting a ship's officer. You know, Fortune, we can make trouble for you.
I suspected as much.
You could save yourself some heartache by confessing where you hid the jewels.
Why don't you ask the guy who heisted them?
I suppose you can identify him.
Your chief steward, sir.
That's an interesting bit of information. Can you prove it?
No.
All right, Mr. Fortune. Back in the lazarette.
Will you listen to what I have to say, at least?
Save it for the homicide boys. They'll be coming aboard when we reach quarantine in the morning. So I am back in the Bastille with my rodent companions. I spend the rest of the night trying to imagine what it's going to feel like when they sit me down in the Sing Sing Chippendale with wiring by Con Edison. Trouble? You'll excuse the cliche, but it shouldn't happen to two dogs, because one dog couldn't handle it all. Along about daybreak, I'm nervously peeling pieces of plaster off my arm when I get the shock of my life. But before I can recover, somebody arrives. All right, Fortune. On your feet.
I've been on them all night.
Let's go. The police cutter should be here in 15 minutes.
Now, look, Captain, before the gendarmes start working me over, I think I can crack this case.
Uh-huh.
I'm serious. I can trap the doc's murder in just 10 minutes. Will you listen to me?
No.
Well, can I at least get some medical attention?
What for?
This cast is falling off. And I'd hate to appear in the police lineup with a crummy cast. Might look like you twisted my arm.
I'm not an unduly cruel man, Fortune. We'll let the nurse take a look at it.
Atta boy, Captain. I knew that underneath that rough exterior that beats a heart of solid stone. 10 minutes later, I am in the sick bay, feeling like an oyster which has just escaped from 6 months in an undersized shell and is about to be eaten alive.
Rocky, I was so worried about you.
Hi, baby.
When the captain told me you'd broken the cast on Larry's head,
How is he?
He's sleeping it off in the captain's cabin. Let's get that new cast on your arm.
How about a new arm while you're at it?
Let's get the old one off.
The arm or the cast? Hey, take it easy.
This won't hurt. Here, I'll just tap it a few times with this mallet. And there.
What's the matter, honey?
Matter? Oh, nothing.
Don't kid me, baby. You look like you just shot 6 holes in the high 80s.
There's nothing wrong.
Suppose I tell you what's wrong.
All right.
The jewels are missing.
What jewels?
The Lady Harkness loot. The jewels you mixed into the plaster for this cast in my arm.
You're crazy.
I'm crazy like King Solomon. You and Larry, boy, heisted those jewels. Larry did the muscle work and conked me when I came into the cabin at the wrong moment. Then he got scared and passed the jewels to you.
But
you knew that they'd searched the ship, so you put them into that plastic cast on my arm, figuring you'd get them back after the ship made port and we were all ashore. That's why you were so nice and sweet to me. I was worth plenty to you.
You've got it all figured out, haven't you?
All figured out. I even figured out why you knocked off the good doctor.
Tell me. I'd be interested to know.
You didn't plan on us taking any x-rays of my arm in the cast. And you knew the x-rays would show those jewels and they would fix your cute little wagon, but good. So you knocked him off and ruined the plates. I noticed the ruined plates in the dark room.
Finished?
I ran out of gas.
You can save your breath and just put up your hands.
You too? I'm going to need a special game warden if this keeps up.
Get over there against the wall.
My favorite position.
All right. Where are they?
Where are which?
The jewels you took out of the plaster cast.
That's an interesting question.
I'll give you just 5 seconds to provide an interesting answer.
I don't hear you, baby.
1, I can always say you tried to escape.
Such a pretty girl, too.
2, I'm ready to pull this trigger, Rocky.
Young and tender.
3, I mean it.
Too young to have to die.
4.
In the electric chair.
All right. 5.
Hold it!
Grab her!
All right. Quiet down, miss. You okay, Fortune?
Okay, Skipper. Except for a slight heart attack. You heard what she said?
I was listening through the porthole.
So, what kept you?
Well, I just wanted to give her enough rope to hang herself.
You nearly gave her enough to include me.
Oh, sorry. You know, I must apologize, Fortune. Until you showed me how the jewels had been hidden in your cast, I really didn't believe a word you said.
Forget it. I got a dishonest face.
Well, naturally, if there's anything I can do to make up for it now...
Just one thing, Skipper. About my job. You remember how you threatened to fire me?
Yes.
Well, fire when ready, Gridley, because if you don't, I quit.
Tonight, NBC Radio has presented transcribed Frank Sinatra as that footloose and fancy-free young man known as Rocky Fortune. Others in the cast included Tony Barrett, Lynn Allen, Marvin Miller, Norma Varden, and Shep Menken. Tonight's script was written by George Lefferts and Andrew C. Love directed. Eddie King speaking. Now, to tell you about next week's adventure, here's Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
Sometimes I don't know what this younger generation is coming to. Did I ever tell you about the 10-year-old cowboy who held up the stagecoach with a water pistol and got away with $50,000? Of course, I thought the kid was only kidding. But as the man in the hot seat said, brother, was I in for a shock. I'll tell you about it next week. See you around.
Next week, then, tune in again when Frank Sinatra returns as Rocky Fortune. One of the finest things anyone can say about you is that you're a good neighbor. That spirit has been a tradition in American life all through the years. Today, in hundreds of cities, this spirit of goodwill is expressed in a different way. It's expressed in our support of the local community chest or United Fund. This support is the modern way of being a good neighbor. Through your community campaign, you can make just one yearly contribution that takes care of many needs. You know that your money is collected and administered honestly and efficiently. So make sure that your campaign pledge is large enough to cover these needed services for an entire year. This is your chance to be a good neighbor. So give to your community chest or your local United Fund. Enjoy Fibber McGee and Molly tonight on the NBC Radio Network. Frank Sinatra, transcribed as Rocky Fortune. NBC presents Frank Sinatra, starring as that footloose and fancy-free young gentleman, Rocky Fortune.
How are you? Hey, did you ever notice how every week I get dragged or thrown into a homicidal picnic where I get pushed around? And speaking about lumps and stuff reminds me of another form of homicide. The football racket. Started one night at Artie's pool palace. As I ankle toward the cue rack, I see a monster-type guy moving toward me. His eyes are full of things to say. I put the cue away, and when he was close enough, looked right down his necktie. Fortune? I ain't Liberace, kid. Who are you and what's on your mind?
Jerry Brady, and I got trouble.
What's my handmaiden doing for you?
Plenty. Look, I'm in a spot.
Oh, yeah, I place you, Jerry Brady. Best quarterback in pro football. Yeah, you're in a spot. He can lead the Bombers to a championship tomorrow night, for which you'll get a fat bonus.
Maybe tomorrow never comes.
What's eating you, Brady?
Bert Addison.
Bert Addison? What's the big wheel got to do with you?
He owns the Tiger.
So?
Look, Fortune. It ain't like I was an angel. I done business with Addison a long time ago. I blew a few games for him while I was in college. Got some long green that was forgotten. Then I signed up with the Bombers. Since I've been playing for Pat Casey, I've been straight. Now Addison's after me.
The fix, huh?
What else? Wants me to meet him at his joint, the Silver Cradle, at 9.
How do I fit in this thing?
Understand you and Addison had it out before. Figures you won or you wouldn't be around. Gonna turn him down cold. I want you around to make sure I get out with all my arms and legs.
What's it worth?
500 clams.
Kid, you got a new block and back. I'll meet you at 9.
What'll it be, Buster? Hey, you're Jerry Brady. What a ball player. It's on the house. What do you drink?
Where's Addison?
No offense, Brady. Boss is back in his office.
Thanks a lot, Buster.
Come in.
Couple hours early, aren't you, Brady?
Yeah, I wanted to talk without Casey.
Bert Addison's always ready to talk. Let's get to the point. We've done business before. How much do you want to call wrong plays all night?
50 grand.
That's a lot of dough.
That's my price.
Bet that on my Tigers at 3-1. You can wind up a rich boy.
Is it a deal or ain't it?
Yeah, Brady. I'll give you 25 now, the rest after the game.
All of it, big man. You got no worries. Your team, your odds, 2 quarterbacks working for you.
Don't get too bright, Brady.
Look, Addison. I'm out for the big kill.
You want to count it?
No. One thing before I go. I may be back at 9. If I am, play along with whatever I do. Get it?
You're running the plays, but you better not fumble.
Sergeant Hamilton J. Finger speaking.
Hiya, hey.
Oh, it's you, Fortune. What's on your perverted mind?
You made a boo-boo, Sarge, and I was just ready to cut you in on something grandiose.
Your heart bleeds with the milk of human kindness.
Sarge, I was going to give you a bed warmer for your birthday.
Come on, I ain't got all night.
I latched on to a new job. I'm a bodyguard.
You a bodyguard. You mean a babysitter, don't you?
Yeah, very funny. Yeah, babysitter, except this big-headed kid is bouncing for 500 smackaroos.
500? If you're working by the pound, you must be on Farouk's payroll.
Nope, I've been retained by a mud and cleat boy, Jerry Brady.
Mr. Football, huh? What do you want me to do, guard you?
Sometimes you're as precocious as Bonzo, Sarge.
Very funny. Well, if you're through guessing, I'm going to hang up.
Now, wait a minute, Finger. This may be something big. I'm meeting Brady at the Silver Cradle at 9. We got a date with Bert Addison. He tried to buy Brady off, and we're turning him down.
So what do you want from me?
Just wanted you to know. Thought you could call me at home later, make sure I was tucked in for the night.
Ain't that nice. Baby Rocky wants me to tell him a bedtime story. Get lost.
You're a real live doll, Sarge. But I'll wait with bated breath till I hear your blue little lips flapping in a couple hours. Bye now. A few minutes later, the cab dumped me off 1 block from the Silver Cradle. As I moved down the street, I saw 3 figures huddled together, a short distance from the club. One was young, thick-chested, with a yard of shoulder, Jerry Brady. The other was older, stoop-shouldered and wiry. I'd seen him before, too. It was Pat Casey. The third party, her clothes fit her like another layer of skin. I moved up to him, and Brady saw me first.
Hey, Fortune, over here. This is Pat Casey and his daughter, Nora.
Glad to meet you.
Hello.
Hiya.
I told Pat all about Addison. He's coming in with us, okay?
Sure.
You met Addison before, didn't you, Fortune? The hockey scandal, wasn't it?
Yeah. Me and the big wheel were playmates.
Mm-hmm. Let's go, then. And remember, Jerry, let me and Fortune shoot off our faces.
will see you guys. He's in the back office.
Thanks for nothing. Let's go.
Come in. Have a seat. Smoke? Drink, perhaps?
We're not the Kefauver committee. Start talking.
I don't have a thing to say.
I do. I'm going to run your Tigers right out of the stadium.
You're just the guy who could do it. You know something, Brady? I was going to try to make a fix.
Look, Addison, no filthy bottom-of-the-barrel scum like you will get his hooks into this kid.
Tell him we've done business before, Brady.
I know about that, too, you parasite.
Okay, get out of here.
About your temper, Mr. Addison.
You're a funny little hired troubleshooter, eh, Fortune?
Oh, your tonsils are out of tune, Addison.
You crumbs can leave now. And take that cheap crook quarterback with you.
Take one more step, Addison, and I'll bust you back. I did you a favor once, and I was paid. That was the end of it. I'm going to win with the Bombers tomorrow. You and no one else will stop me.
Leave the coach, Brady.
We caught a cab outside of the Silver Cradle and journeyed uptown like relatives in the last funeral car. Nora Casey sat next to Brady and caressed his hand gently. It did nothing for him, but it made me very nervous. After all this glib repartee, the cab stopped in front of the St. Francis Hotel. Casey bid us goodnight, and as he turned to go inside, his mind seemed to leave his face. We moved on. All the way to Brady's joint, he kept talking so much about Casey, I kind of wished he was my father. We reached Brady's apartment at the Regis Hotel.
Good night, Nora.
I thought we'd have a bite.
I got some things to do. Letters, you know.
What's the matter, Jerry? I don't understand.
Well, there's nothing wrong, baby. I just want to be alone.
But I thought we...
Please, Nora. Some other time, huh? Thanks, Fortune.
Your $500 welcome, pal.
Will you see Nora home?
I'll be looking all the way. Where to, Nora?
Drexel apartment.
Drexel Apartments, Cabby. There's nothing worse than to listen to a dame crying over another guy. I played like Mr. Anthony and went for Nora's whole height. I turned down another drinking invite, took a rain check and phone number, and then headed home. I grabbed myself a quick belt and dropped into my favorite chair, and I was getting ready to doze off. Yeah,
How did your date with Brady and Addison go?
I'm home, ain't I?
It was Casey with you.
Sure, happy boy. So is his daughter.
11:30 now. What time did you leave it?
Brady, his whistle-bait daughter, and me dropped him off at the St. Francis Hotel about 9:30. Why?
They found Casey bouncing around the pavement a half hour ago. You better come down here.
Look, Fortune, the heat's on, and I ain't playing. Wit is one thing, murder's another. And you, as usual, are right in the middle of it. Now, I want some answers.
Okay.
How do you fit in the picture?
Brady hired me to keep him in one piece.
Who was going to break him?
I don't know. Bert Addison, maybe. Brady and Casey turned him down cold. There were a few words, and Casey belted Addison in the kisser.
I never thought it was suicide, anyhow. We better visit Addison.
Yeah. If Potbelly and his boys did it, they're cooling off. The thing to do is to watch Brady. The helmet kid is next if he don't play ball. And I know he won't go for the fix.
Yeah, well, let's go see him.
You make it, Sarge. I want to look around a bit. Got the world on a string. Da-da-dee-da-da-da.
Hold it, Fortune. This ain't no pipe in your back. First come Jack. I got his water gun, Pete.
What's this, a heist?
We're gonna take a ride, chum.
My two playmates are over 6 well-stacked feet. Solid muscle extended from the feet right up between the ears. I had a hunch about them, but no one to tell it to, so I make like Jack Horner. A few minutes later, we stopped in front of a Swelligan apartment house. I get hustled upstairs and shoved into a seat. Pete went into the next room to get the boss.
We meet again, Fortune.
Yeah. You may be a big wheel of these crumbs, but you're just a tinker-totter to me, Addison.
Look, Fortune, you're an honest guy. You're legit and all.
Flattery gets you no place.
I respect you, and
I
further...
didn't know you cared, Cherub.
This is one time I'm playing it your way.
It looks like it.
Give him his gun.
What do I do now? Play heroic?
Look, Fortune, I've done lots of things. I play close to the law.
A mile outside.
All right, but I'm no murderer. I'm offering you a job.
For instance?
Find Casey's murderer. I'm being penciled in for a frame. I didn't have to knock him off. I had my deal. Tell him, Pete.
I work at the bar at the Cradle till 8. Brady came in a little after 7 and saw the boss.
So what?
I don't expect you to believe me. I laid 50 grand on him. He was going to call wrong plays all night. He came back with you and Casey to make it look good.
What are you building?
Take a look at these.
100 grand worth of bets on the Tigers. So what?
I bet that loot at 8:15 p.m. after I met Brady.
Why do you want to hire me?
I can't afford a bum rap. Find the thing.
I might wind up at your back door.
What's the tariff?
5 G's. All counted with your pudgy little fingers.
That's cheap.
You're on a level.
Well, count it.
You mean I can leave without lumps or anything?
Yeah.
Hey. I'd like to do something before I go.
Name it.
I didn't like the way he frisked me. I'll check with you at the Cradle, fat boy. I grabbed a one-eyed cab that was creeping up the street and headed for the St. Francis Hotel. I wanted to find out about Casey's bounce. I laid a sawbuck in the desk clerk for which he tipped me onto a bellboy named Perkins. Perkins, it seems, had a tidbit to talk about, and I found him down in the service department. Are you Perkins?
What's even you, Dad?
Conversation?
I don't gas with no strangers. Below, Tom.
Tell me about Casey.
I ain't talking till I see my lawyer.
Try this double sawbuck for size.
Okay, man. Casey called for ice water. I breeze up in 5 minutes, and as I reach the door, I hear yakking, so I listen. Some square's coming on real strong. Tells Casey they can make a big killing. But Casey starts singing the cop blues. Then I hear scuffling and a window opening, and then quiet. I got scared and took off down the hall.
What time was that?
Somewhere near 10, maybe later.
You see anyone? 20 more, do it.
Love that long green.
Start singing.
Saw Jerry Brady come out of the room.
Brady, huh?
Yeah?
Look, hipster, I'm no patsy, and I don't dig hypos late on me. I'm no square, and I get mad easy. Brady was with me at 10 at his hotel.
Hey, take it easy, Mac. I'm fragile. So he's got an alibi. But I saw Brady. Now do me something.
All right, Bub, you saw Brady. Tell the cops the same tale. I left Perkins, grabbed the cab, and headed to the Regis Hotel apartments. I wanted to check on Brady. I called his apartment from the lobby. He was out. When the desk clerk slapped his eyes back to the racing form, I slipped upstairs to his room. I turned the joint upside down and came up with a couple of needles in a haystack. Headed back to the lobby where I made 3 calls. A, Nora Casey. I needed her for the bait. B, Sergeant Finger. I needed him for the cloak and dagger bit. C, Bert Addison. He was right about the 50 grand, and I wanted to deliver his fink. They said they'd meet me right away. Hi, Nora.
I'm worried sick. What's the matter? Your call sounded so urgent, and after what happened to Dad, I'm afraid, Rocky.
Look, you'd like to see this thing cleared up, wouldn't you, honey?
Well, how can you? Of course I would.
Well, then you gotta help me, but tears ain't gonna make it.
What do you want me to do?
You gotta play a scene. Just do like I tell you. If you do it, we can clear this whole thing up.
I'll do it.
Good. Well, look, Brady should be back in a couple of minutes. We'll give him time to get up to his apartment. Then you go up and play like nothing's happened.
But what has happened?
I'm not sure yet, but you gotta trust me. Wait a minute. There goes Brady now. Look, we'll give him time to get upstairs.
I don't understand you. You don't think Jerry... Why, Rocky, you can't think...
I said you have to trust me.
I do.
Good. Now go on up. And just be yourself. If things jam up, I'll be around.
Who is it?
It's Nora, Jerry.
Oh, just a minute. Nora, baby, come in.
I called you earlier from the police station.
Yeah, well, I must have been having dinner.
Are you, going somewhere?
Packing stuff I won't be needing.
All your clothes?
After tomorrow, I'll be getting some new stuff. What's the matter with you?
Oh, I'm just being a woman, I guess. You didn't pack my picture.
Oh. Well, I was saving that for last.
What's happened to us, Jerry?
How was that for sight?
I don't know.
Never kissed you like that before, did I?
Felt like I never kissed you before.
Hello? Hello?
What's keeping you?
I'm on my way. Where you going, Nora?
I'm going to freshen my makeup. Need it.
Who you talking to?
The love of my life. Nora Casey. What's the address?
123 East 24th Street, apartment 3.
123 East 24th Street, apartment 3. Be there right away.
Got the money?
Yeah.
See you.
Come here, Cuddles.
No.
How does that feel?
Hurting me.
If you don't do what I tell you, I'll mash every bone in your pink little body. Understand, baby?
I needn't tell you, I lost my guts when we got up to Brady's apartment. It looked pretty helpless until Potbelly Addison discovered Nora's message. With lipstick, she scrawled an address on the bathroom medicine cabinet. 123 East 24th Street, apartment 3. We sprinted out of the room, made an express out of the elevator, dodged through the lobby, and barreled into the patrol car. All the way over to 24th Street, I felt like a drunk ready to pass up the next round. Fingers sat like a stone sphinx, and Fatso Addison fooled with a cigarette with nervous fingers. I just couldn't keep my numb mind off apartment 3.
Please don't hit me anymore.
Who sent you up to that hotel room?
No one.
All right, let's try it again. Who sent you up to that?
Hey, what's with her?
Yeah, she's on the verge of talking, ain't she, doll? Talk to Moose and me.
Please leave me alone.
Hey, look at lady. I'll squash your skull, and I ain't kidding. Who sent you up?
Told you. I told you the truth.
Hey, if that's the cops, lady, she passed out. Put her on the bed. I'll get the door. Who is it?
Old Addison.
What you want?
I want to talk to Brady.
Let him in.
Hey, what is this?
Okay, Muscle Brain, get back and put your hands up. Finger, cover Brady.
What's the matter? You guys nuts?
Shut up, you bum.
Get moving, mister. Watch him, Finger. I'll look after Miss Casey. How you feeling, kid?
Thank God you're here, Rocky. They beat me so.
Nice guys. Can you manage?
I'm all right now. Look in the other room. He needs help.
Worked him over, too, huh? Finger, come here. Give Addison a gun. He's got 50 grand wrapped up in the scam.
If they pull anything, don't be afraid to use it.
All right, Sergeant.
Okay, Fortune, surprise me.
Take a look.
I'm looking. Who is it?
Why don't you stop using those eye drops? Take a good look.
What? That's Brady.
Yeah, and he sure ain't gonna play tomorrow.
Well, what about the thing
Twin brother. The old double reverse pit. I'll explain the whole thing later.
There, get away from that window. Why did shoot? I'm jumping.
Don't be a jerk, Buster. It's a long way down.
Wound him, Addison.
That feet won't shoot. Guy covered.
The money's still floating down.
Why didn't you shoot Addison?
I never shot a gun in my life.
I believe him, Sarge. You better call headquarters and have them collect the pieces. Let's get the show on the road.
back to town, I briefed the eminent Sergeant Finger with the unobvious details. Nora rode back with Jerry Brady, who came around. But he could only talk to her by braille. They were both nursing a batch of Purple Hearts, and Addison rode with us. He was quiet, like a guy with so many thoughts he was double parking them. Finger dropped me off at my place with a promise to check later. And except for wear and tear, I was $5,500 richer. I was counting how many more defense bonds I could buy when they dumped me off. And I was glad to get home. Artificial arm and leg.
Very funny, Fortune.
If it isn't Sergeant Finger, boy, cop. What's on your alleged mind?
I got some reports for you to sign tomorrow. Addison canceled out all his bets, says he's going to sell the Tigers and go legit.
He's still a mile outside the law.
Yeah, so's the corner bookie. Got the album in the letters. Fortune, the twin escaped from an asylum. Jerry Brady was hiding him out. Picked up Perkins. He established the time. The reason he didn't see Moose was because they split up. Hey, Fortune, you listening?
Sure, needle noise. I'm listening.
Well, the Moose worked Casey over, but the twin dumped him. Moose cracked under questioning, and then he
How's
went...
the weather, Sarge?
Getting cold.
I'll buy you some musk for your blue little ears. So long, Sarge.
Hey, I ain't through yet. Hey, Fortune. Hey, Rocky, you...
What's the use?
NBC has presented Frank Sinatra as that footloose and fancy-free young gentleman, Rocky Fortune. Others in tonight's cast included Bert Holland, Lou Krugman, Ted Bonells, Maurice Hart, Joe Forte, Bibi Janis, Eddie Fields, Lee Millar, and Jack Mather. Tonight's script was written by Doc Stanford. Andrew C. Love directed. Now, to tell you about next week's adventure, here's Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
Next week, I'll tell you about the time I took a job as a social director in the Catskill Mountains. $10 a week, all you can eat, wait on tables in the daytime, and don't forget to dance with the middle-aged widows in the evening. All of which ain't bad, except that in my case, the social director had to double as a funeral director at his own funeral. See you around.
Rocky Fortune is a weekly presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Frank Sinatra, transcribed as Rocky Fortune. NBC presents Frank Sinatra, starring as that footloose and fancy-free young gentleman, Rocky Fortune.
How are you? Hey, did you ever notice how every week I get dragged or thrown into a homicidal picnic where I get pushed around? And speaking about lumps and stuff reminds me of another form of homicide. The football racket. Started one night at Artie's pool palace. As I ankle toward the cue rack, I see a monster-type guy moving toward me. His eyes are full of things to say. I put the cue away, and when he was close enough, looked right down his necktie.
Fortune?
I ain't Liberace, kid. Who are you and what's on your mind?
Jerry Brady, and I got trouble.
What's my handmaiden doing for you?
Plenty. Look, I'm in a spot.
Oh, yeah, I place you, Jerry Brady. Best quarterback in pro football. Yeah, you're in a spot.
He can lead the Bombers to a championship tomorrow night, for which you'll get a fat bonus.
Maybe tomorrow never comes.
What's eating you, Brady?
Bert Addison.
Bert Addison? What's the big wheel got to do with you?
He owns the Tigers.
So?
Look, Fortune. It ain't like I was an angel. I done business with Addison a long time ago. I blew a few games for him when I was in college. Got some long green that was forgotten. Then I signed up with the Bombers. Since I've been playing for Pat Casey, I've been straight. Now Addison's after me.
The fix, huh?
What else? Wants me to meet him at his joint, the Silver Cradle, at 9.
How do I fit in this thing?
I understand you and Addison had it out before. Figures you won or you wouldn't be around. Gonna turn him down cold. I want you around to make sure I get out with all my arms and legs.
What's it worth?
500 clams.
Kid, you got a no blocking back. I'll meet you at 9.
What'll it be, Buster? Hey, you're Jerry Brady. What a ball player. It's on the house. What do you drink?
Where's Addison?
No offense, Brady. The boss is back in his office.
Thanks a lot, Buster.
Come in. Couple hours early, aren't you, Brady?
Yeah, I wanted to talk without Casey.
Bert Addison's always ready to talk. Let's get to the point. We've done business before. How much do you want to call wrong plays all night?
50 grand.
That's a lot of dough.
That's my price.
Bet that on my Tigers at 3-1. You can wind up a rich boy.
Is it a deal or ain't it?
Yeah, Brady. I'll give you 25 now, the rest after the game.
All of it, big man. You got no worries. Your team, your odds, 2 quarterbacks working for you.
Don't get too bright, Brady.
Look, Addison. I'm out for the big kill.
You want to count it?
No. One thing before I go. I may be back at 9. If I am, play along with whatever I do. Get it?
You're running the plays, but you better not fumble.
Sergeant Hamilton J. Finger speaking.
Hiya, hey.
Oh, it's you, Fortune. What's on your perverted mind?
You made a boo-boo, Sarge, and I was just ready to cut you in on something grandiose.
Your heart bleeds with the milk of human kindness.
Sarge, I was going to give you a bed warmer for your birthday.
Come on. I ain't got all night.
I latched on to a new job. I'm a bodyguard.
You a bodyguard. You mean a babysitter, don't you?
Yeah, very funny. Yeah, babysitter, but except this big-headed kid is bouncing for 500 smackaroos.
500? If you're working by the pound, you must be on Farouk's payroll.
Nope, I've been retained by a mud and cleat boy, Jerry Brady.
Mr. Football, huh? What do you want me to do, guard you?
Sometimes you're as precocious as Bonzo, Sarge.
Very funny. Well, if you're through guessing, I'm going to hang up.
Now, wait a minute, Finger. This may be something big. I'm meeting Brady at the Silver Cradle at 9. We got a date with Bert Addison. He tried to buy Brady off, and we're turning him down.
So what do you want from me?
Just wanted you to know. Thought you could call me at home later, make sure I was tucked in for the night.
Ah, ain't that nice. Baby Rocky wants me to tell him a bedtime story. Get lost.
You're a real live doll, Sarge. But I'll wait with bated breath till I hear your blue little lips flapping in a couple hours. Bye now. A few minutes later, the cab dumped me off 1 block from the Silver Cradle. As I moved down the street, I saw 3 figures huddled together a short distance from the club. One was young, thick-chested, with a yard of shoulder, Jerry Brady. The other was older, stoop-shouldered and wiry. I'd seen him before, too. It was Pat Casey. The third party, her clothes fit her like another layer of skin. I moved up to him, and Brady saw me first.
Hey, Fortune, over here. This is Pat Casey and his daughter, Nora.
Glad to meet you.
Hello.
Hiya.
I told Pat all about Addison. He's coming in with us, okay?
Sure.
You met Addison before, didn't you, Fortune? The hockey scandal, wasn't it?
Yeah. Me and the big wheel were playmates.
Mm-hmm. Let's go, then. And remember, Jerry, let me and Fortune shoot off our faces.
The boss will see you guys. He's in the back office.
Thanks for nothing. Let's go.
Come in. Have a seat. Smoke? Drink, perhaps?
We're not the key fob committee. Start talking.
I don't have a thing to say.
I do. I'm going to run your Tigers right out of the stadium.
You're just the guy who could do it. You know something, Brady? I was going to try to make a fix.
Look, Addison, no filthy bottom-of-the-barrel scum like you will get his hooks into this kid.
Tell him we've done business before, Brady.
I know about that, too, you parasite.
Okay, get out of here.
About your temper, Mr. Addison.
Still a funny little hired troubleshooter, eh, Fortune?
Your tonsils are out of tune, Addison.
You crumbs can leave now. And take that cheap crook quarterback with you.
Take one more step, Addison, and I'll bust you back. I did you a favor once, and I was paid. That was the end of it. I'm going to win with the Bombers tomorrow. You and no one else will stop me.
Leave the coat, Brady.
We caught a cab outside of the Silver Cradle and journeyed uptown like relatives in the last funeral car. Nora Casey sat next to Brady and caressed his hand gently. It did nothing for him, but it made me very nervous. After all this glib repartee, the cab stopped in front of the St. Francis Hotel. Casey bid us goodnight, and as he turned to go inside, his mind seemed to leave his face. We moved on. All the way to Brady's joint, he kept talking so much about Casey, I kind of wished he was my father. We reached Brady's apartment at the Regis Hotel.
Good night, Nora.
I thought we'd have a bite.
I got some things to do. Letters, you know.
What's the matter, Jerry? I don't understand.
Well, there's nothing wrong, baby. I just want to be alone.
But I thought we...
Please, Nora. Some other time, huh? Thanks, Fortune.
Your $500 welcome, pal.
Will you see Nora home?
I'll be looking all the way. Where to, Nora?
Drexel Apartments.
Drexel Apartments, cabby. There's nothing worse than to listen to a dame crying over another guy. I played like Mr. Anthony and went for Nora's whole hype. I turned down another drinking invite, took a rain check and phone number, and then headed home. I grabbed myself a quick belt and dropped into my favorite chair, and I was getting ready to doze off. Yeah,
How did your date with Brady and Addison go?
I'm home, ain't I?
It was Casey with you.
Sure, happy boy. So is his daughter.
It's 11:30 now. What time did you leave him?
Brady, his whistle-bait daughter, and me dropped him off at the St. Francis Hotel about 9:30. Why?
They found Casey bouncing around the pavement a half hour ago. You better come down here.
Look, Fortune, the heat's on, and I ain't playing. Wit is one thing, murder's another. And you, as usual, are right in the middle of it. Now, I want some answers.
Okay.
How do you fit in the picture?
Brady hired me to keep him in one piece.
Who was going to break him?
I don't know. Bert Addison, maybe. Brady and Casey turned him down cold. There were a few words, and Casey belted Addison in the kisser.
I never thought it was suicide, anyhow. We better visit Addison.
Yeah. If Potbelly and his boys did it, they're cooling off. The thing to do is to watch Brady. The helmet kid is next if he don't play ball. And I know he won't go for the fix.
Yeah, well, let's go see him.
You make it, Sarge. I want to look around a bit. Got the world on a string. Da-da-dee-da-da-da.
Hold it, Fortune. This ain't no pipe in your back. First come Jack.
I got his water gun, Pete.
What's this, a heist?
We're going to take a ride, chum.
My two playmates are over 6 well-stacked feet. Solid muscle extended from the feet right up between the ears. I had a hunch about them, but no one to tell it to, so I make like Jack Horner. A few minutes later, we stopped in front of a swelling apartment house. I get hustled upstairs and shoved into a seat. Pete went into the next room to get the boss.
We meet again, Fortune.
Yeah. You may be a big wheel of these crumbs, but you're just a tinker-totter to me, Addison.
Look, Fortune, you're an honest guy. You're legit and
Flattery gets you no place.
I respect you, and for
I didn't know you cared, Cherub.
This is one time I'm playing it your way.
It looks like it.
Give him his gun.
What do I do now? Play heroics?
Look, Fortune, I've done lots of things. I play close to the law.
A mile outside of
All right, but I'm no murderer. I'm offering you a job.
For instance?
Find Casey's murderer. I'm being penciled in for a frame. I didn't have to knock him off. I had my deal. Tell him, Pete.
I work at the bar at the Cradle till 8. Brady came in a little after 7 and saw the boss.
So what?
I don't expect you to believe me. I laid 50 grand on him. He was going to call wrong plays all night. He came back with you and Casey to make it look good.
What are you building?
Take a look at these.
100 grand worth of bets on the Tigers. So what?
I bet that loot at 8:15 p.m. after I met Brady.
Why do you want to hire me?
I can't afford a bum rap. Find a fink.
I might wind up at your back door.
What's the tariff?
5 G's. All counted with your pudgy little fingers.
That's cheap.
You're on a level.
Well, count it.
You mean I can leave without lumps or anything?
Yeah.
Hey. I'd like to do something before I go.
Name it.
I didn't like the way he frisked me. I'll check with you at the Cradle, fat boy. I grabbed a one-eyed cab that was creeping up the street and headed for the St. Francis Hotel. I wanted to find out about Casey's bounce. I laid a sawbuck on the desk clerk for which he tipped me onto a bellboy named Perkins. Perkins, it seems, had a tidbit to talk about, and I found him down in the service department. Are you Perkins?
What's even you, Dad?
Conversation?
I don't gas with no strangers. Below town.
Tell me about Casey.
I ain't talking till I see my lawyer.
Try this double sawbuck for size.
Yeah, okay, man. Casey called for ice water. I breeze up in 5 minutes, and as I reach the door, I hear yakking, so I listen. Some square's coming on real strong. Tells Casey they can make a big killing, but Casey starts singing the cop blues. Then I hear scuffling and a window opening, and then quiet. I got scared and took off down the hall.
What time was that?
Somewhere near 10, maybe later.
Did you see anyone? 20 more, do it.
Love that long green.
Start singing.
Saw Jerry Brady come out of the room.
Brady, huh?
Yeah?
Look, hipster. I'm no patsy, and I don't dig hypos late on me. I'm no square, and I get mad easy. Brady was with me at 10 at his hotel.
Hey, take it easy, Mac. I'm fragile. So he's got an alibi. But I saw Brady. Now do me something.
All right, Bub, you saw Brady. Tell the cops the same tale. I left Perkins, grabbed a cab, and headed to the Regis Hotel apartments. I wanted to check on Brady. I called his apartment from the lobby. He was out. When the desk clerk slapped his eyes back to the racing form, I slipped upstairs to his room. I turned the joint upside down and came up with a couple of needles in a haystack. Headed back to the lobby where I made 3 calls. A, Nora Casey. I needed her for the bait. B, Sergeant Finger. I needed him for the cloak and dagger bit. C, Bert Addison. He was right about the 50 grand, and I wanted to deliver his fink. They said they'd meet me right away. Hi, Nora.
I'm worried sick. What's the matter? Your call sounded so urgent, and after what happened to Dad, I'm afraid, Rocky.
Look, you'd like to see this thing cleared up, wouldn't you, honey?
Well, how can you? Of course I would.
Well, then you gotta help me, but tears ain't gonna make it.
What do you want me to do?
You gotta play a scene. Just do like I tell you. If you do it, we can clear this whole thing up.
I'll do it.
Good. Now, look, Brady should be back in a couple of minutes. We'll give him time to get up to his apartment. Then you go up and play like nothing's happened.
But what has happened?
I'm not sure yet, but you gotta trust me. Wait a minute. There goes Brady now. Look, we'll give him time to get upstairs.
I don't understand you. You don't think Jerry... Why, Rocky, you can't think...
I said you have to trust me.
I do.
Good. Now go on up. And just be yourself. If things jam up, I'll be around.
Who is it?
It's Nora, Jerry.
All right, just a minute. Nora, baby, come in.
I called you earlier from the police station.
Yeah, well, I must have been having dinner.
Are you, going somewhere?
Packing stuff I won't be needing.
All your clothes?
After tomorrow, I'll be getting some new stuff. What's the matter with you?
Oh, I'm just being a woman, I guess. You didn't pack my picture.
Oh. Well, I was saving that for last.
What's happened to us, Jerry?
How was that for size?
I don't know.
Never kissed you like that before, did I?
Felt like I never kissed you before.
Hello? Hello?
What's keeping you?
I'm on my way. Where you going, Nora?
I'm going to freshen my makeup. Smeared it.
Who you talking to?
The love of my life. Nora Casey. What's the address?
123 East 24th Street, apartment 3.
123 East 24th Street, apartment 3. Be there right away.
Got the money?
Yeah.
See you.
Come here, Cuddles.
No.
How does that feel?
Hurting me.
If you don't do what I tell you, I'll mash every bone in your pink little body. Understand, baby?
I needn't tell you, I lost my guts when we got up to Brady's apartment. It looked pretty helpless until Potbelly Addison discovered Nora's message. With lipstick, she scrawled an address on the bathroom medicine cabinet. 123 East 24th Street, apartment 3. We sprinted out of the room, made an express out of the elevator, dodged through the lobby, and barreled into the patrol car. All the way over to 24th Street, I felt like a drunk ready to pass up the next round. Finger sat like a stone sphinx, and Fatso Addison fooled with a cigarette with nervous fingers. I just couldn't keep my numb mind off apartment 3.
Please don't hit me anymore.
Who sent you up to that hotel room?
No one.
All right, let's try it again. Who sent you up to
Look him again.
Hey, what's with her? Yeah, she's on the verge of talking, ain't you, doll? Talk to Moose and me.
Please leave me alone.
Hey, look at lady. I'll squash your skull, and I ain't kidding. Who sent you up?
I told you. I told you the truth.
Hey, if that's the cops, lady, she passed out. Put her on the bed. I'll get the door. Who is it?
Bold Addison.
What you want?
I want to talk to Brady.
Let him in.
Hey, what is this?
Okay, Muscle Brain, get back and put your hands up. Finger, cover Brady.
What's the matter? You guys nuts?
Shut up, you bum.
Get moving, mister. Watch him, Finger. I'll look after Miss Casey. How you feeling, kid?
Thank God you're here, Rocky. They beat me so.
Nice guys. Can you manage?
I'm all right now. Look in the other room. He needs help.
Worked him over, too, huh? Finger, come here. Give Addison the gun. He's got 50 grand wrapped up in the scam.
If they pull anything, don't be afraid to use it.
All right, Sergeant.
Okay, Fortune, surprise me.
Take a look.
I'm looking. Who is it?
Why don't you stop using those eye drops? Take a good look.
What? That's Brady.
Yeah, and he sure ain't gonna play tomorrow.
Well, what about the thing
Twin brother. The old double reverse bit. I'll explain the whole thing later.
Here, get away from that window. I didn't shoot. I'm jumping.
Don't be a jerk, Buster. It's a long way down.
Wound him, Addison.
That feet won't shoot. Guy covered.
The money's still floating down.
Why didn't you shoot Addison?
I never shot a gun in my life.
I believe him, Sarge. You better call headquarters and have them collect the pieces. Let's get the show on the road. On the way back to town, I briefed the eminent Sergeant Finger with the unobvious details. Nora rode back with Jerry Brady, who came around. But he could only talk to her by braille. They were both nursing a batch of Purple Hearts, and Addison rode with us. He was quiet, like a guy with so many thoughts he was double parking them. Finger dropped me off at my place with a promise to check later. And except for wear and tear, I was $5,500 richer. I was counting how many more defense bonds I could buy when they dumped me off. And I was glad to get home. Artificial arm and leg.
Very funny, Fortune.
If it isn't Sergeant Finger, boy, cop. What's on your alleged mind?
I got some reports for you to sign tomorrow. Addison canceled out all his bets, says he's going to sell the Tigers and go legit.
He's still a mile outside the law.
Yeah, so's the corner bookie. Got the album and the letters. He was right, Fortune. The twin escaped from an asylum. Jerry Brady was hiding him out. Picked up Perkins. He established the time. The reason he didn't see Moose was because they split up. Hey, Fortune, you listening?
Sure, needle noise. I'm listening.
Well, the Moose worked Casey over, but the twin dumped him. Moose cracked under questioning, and then he
How's the weather, Sarge?
Getting cold.
I'll buy you some must for your blue little ears. So long, Sarge.
Hey, I ain't through yet. Hey, Fortune. Hey, Rocky, you... what's the use?
NBC has presented Frank Sinatra as that footloose and fancy-free young gentleman, Rocky Fortune. Others in tonight's cast included Bert Holland, Lou Krugman, Ted Bonelts, Maurice Hart, Joe Forte, Vivi Janis, Eddie Fields, Lee Millar, and Jack Mather. Tonight's script was written by Doc Stanford. Andrew C. Love directed. Now, to tell you about next week's adventure, here's Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
Next week, I'll tell you about the time I took a job as a social director in the Catskill Mountains. $10 a week, all you can eat, wait on tables in the daytime, and don't forget to dance with the middle-aged widows in the evening. All of which ain't bad, except that in my case, the social director had to double as a funeral director at his own funeral. See you around.
Visit with Fibber McGee and Molly tonight on the NBC Radio Network.
Now, Frank Sinatra, transcribed as Rocky Fortune. NBC presents Frank Sinatra, starring as that footloose and fancy-free young gentleman, Rocky Fortune.
I guess I've had some strange jobs in my time. Once I was a shill for a guess-your-weight guy in a carnival. I'd come up there looking like a rube, and he'd guess my weight at 200 even. Everybody in the crowd gives him the old ha-ha. However, they don't know I got the lead in my pants. About 50 pounds in my two hip pockets. You never really know when you start in just how a job's going to turn out. Sometimes the one that looked like the tamest turn out to be the loaded. Like the time I'm sent by the agency to play parlor maid to a gang of plaster parastatues. The sign on the front of the window said Oliver Bates, Objet d'Art. It looks like I've intruded on ladies' night in an uninhibited Turkish bath. Most of the plaster statues are dames, and most of the dames would be arrested on the spot if they ever set foot on Jones Beach at daylight. Pretty soon, an oily little guy slides out under the door from the back room and oozes up to me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What can I do for you? A reproduction for your library? A nymph, a satyr, some pawn?
Sure, anytime. What do you got in mind?
I beg your pardon?
Oh, it's all right. You Oliver Bates?
Yes.
Well, the agency sent me over. They said you needed a handyman.
Oh, of course. Do you know anything about dusting statuary?
What is there to know about dusting it?
Well, the statues aren't intrinsically valuable, of course, but still we must be careful. Aren't they beautiful?
What happened to this one? She bite her nails?
That is the Venus de Milo.
Oh. Well, when do I start?
Right away. I'll expect you to keep all the statues dusted, the floor swept, and the windows cleaned.
Tell me, Mr. Bates, what is all this stuff? Looks like dream night in a DT ward.
My dear fellow, these are some of the finest statuary reproductions available. For example, this is a gargoyle from Notre Dame.
Oh, I remember this cat. He used to play fullback. Sam Gargoyle.
And this is the Aztec god Paliago Chilia.
Gesundheit.
Of course, you know you spend the nights here.
They told me, but I didn't bargain for this collection of gremlins. Is this stuff the genuine McCoy?
Of course not. They're plaster reproductions. Take this one, the Hag at Bay. The original stands in the Palazzo del Marco in Florence. Isn't she lovely?
Yeah, she reminds me of the old broad that sells the pretzels on 48th Street. She's got cobwebs on her nose.
Look out. Be careful.
Just dusting her off a little bit. Ticklish, honey?
Look out, you fool. It's falling.
I got it.
You fool, you idiot. Look what you've done.
Her arm comes off, that's all.
Get away from there. Don't touch it.
Maybe I could glue it back on.
No. Go away. Get out of here.
How much does it cost? You can take it out of my salary.
Don't touch it.
Look, Mr. Bates, what's it worth?
What's it worth? Oh, well, I suppose it really can be mended. I'll just carry it back to the shelf after this. Be careful.
Okay. Hey, Gargoyle, how do you think you'll do against Southern Cal? It turns out that Bates is running strictly a schlock house. He imports these plaster dummies from Italy for a couple of 100 lira apiece, which in American money ain't worth counting. He sells them over here to art lovers for 25 clams, which is a markup with a Macy's tail talking to Gimbals. I put in a couple of hours talking football with a gargoyle when a car squeals to a stop in front of the store. One of those foreign jobs about 3.5 blocks long with a chauffeur out in the cold. An old geezer in a Scotch plaid shawl crawls out of the back and totters in. He's leaning on a silver-headed cane and a blonde-headed dish with a pair of legs that weren't off a piano.
Bates! Where is he? Bates!
Don't excite yourself, Mr. Sproul. Remember the doctor.
Oh, that doctor's an idiot. Bates! You!
Yeah?
Oh, you're not Bates.
I'm Rocky Fortune.
Rocky, I don't want you. Bates!
Yes, Sproul. I was in the back. I didn't hear you. Fortune, get Mr. Sproul a chair.
I don't want a chair. I want to talk about...
Mr. Sproul, perhaps we'd better go inside.
Now, here. I drove all the way from Westchester to this miserable little shop, and I won't be put off.
Of course, Mr. Sproul. We can talk in my private office this way.
Oh, yes, of course. Sharon, wait here for me.
Yes, Mr. Sproul.
He's a peppery old buzzard, ain't he?
That old buzzard is Jonathan J. Sproul.
Oh, you mean he's the old nut with the copper money, huh?
He has $8 million invested in copper, yes.
That's a lot of copper. You work for him?
I'm his secretary.
Must be nice to have $8 million in copper.
You work for Mr. Bates?
Yeah.
Must be very interesting work.
It's a living.
Can you tell me about the statues?
Sure, what do you want to know?
Well, are they all plastered?
All except Gargoyle, he's in training.
Oh, very funny. You really know about them?
Sure. Bates couldn't get along without me. Look, when you've tucked the old man in for his afternoon nap, why don't you come on back and I'll tell you all about him.
I'm sorry. I'll be busy with Mr. Sproul's collection all day.
What's he collect? Bottle caps?
Mr. Sproul is probably the world's foremost private collector of antique artifacts.
Is that a fact?
He has the only complete set of early Greek amphorae with lids.
What's amphorae?
Vases. Delicate ceramic vases.
And he's got the lids?
That's right.
Sweetie, you can call them amphorae lids. I call them bottle caps. About this time, Bates pours himself out of his office and sends me out for supper. I'm not particularly anxious to go because the counterman at the one-arm joint around the corner has his shirt buttoned 2 buttons lower than Sharon, but the effect is not the same. I inhale a bowl of chili and a piece of rubber meringue pie and head back to the store. There's nobody in front of the store, so I walk through to the back, tipping my hat to the hag at bay as I pass, and I open the office door. Good, you're still here. I was afraid you'd... Hey, what's Bates doing on the floor? Mr. Bates! Mr. Bates!
He's dead.
You ain't kidding, lady. Somebody blew out the back of his head, and it took a big gun to do that.
A gun?
Yeah, maybe a .45 automatic, something like the one you're holding in your hand. Maybe you better give it to me right now. Come on.
But...
Now, you better tell Rocky all about it.
Well, I didn't do it.
Look, Sharon, I find you standing over a stiff with a real hot rod.
Oh, you gotta believe me. I found him this way. Mr. Sproul left his shawl. He sent me back for it, and I walked in, and I...
Don't tell me that you picked the gun up off the floor.
I don't know why.
Hey, you're real scared, aren't you?
It was awful. I touched him. My hand...
All right. Slow down. Did you see anybody when you came in?
No. Yes, wait a minute. There's a black car halfway down the block, and it drove off just as I came in.
Maybe it was a heist. Let's see. Bates kept his roll in his pocket. It's gone, all right. He must have had a couple of hundred in there. Hey.
What is it?
An insurance policy on his last shipment. Well, the shipment is safe. Bates should have made the policy straight life, I guess.
What's that?
Snow White and the 2 dopes.
What?
A patrol car. Somebody must have heard the shot.
What'll I do? They won't believe me.
Look, we're both in a spot. Camping out over a corpse is not popular with the lads in blue. Sharon, this whole deal is fishy in the Fulton Street market on Friday morning. Come on.
Where are you going?
Out the back.
But the police will think that
If we stay here, they won't have to think. They'll pin it on you like a gardenia. Come on. We do a Comanche sneak out the back door while the cops waste the taxpayers' rubber squealing to a stop in front. We beat it down an alley and around the corner onto the street. By the time we slow down to a walk, Sharon's out of air, breathing heavy, which on her looks good.
What do we do now?
That's a good question. There are a couple of leads I got in mind.
Leads?
That Bates was as phony as a showgirl's eyelash.
Why do you say that?
A couple of reasons. For one thing, what would a 2-bit operation like that need a night watchman for? He never had one up until the time he hired me. For another thing, that insurance policy. It was for $50,000.
Oh, now, what does that mean?
He had something in that store beside dying swans.
But what?
That's what I'd like to know. Look, let's move.
You ain't going nowhere, what?
If that's your finger, pal, you got stuck in my back, your nails need cutting.
This ain't no finger buster. That's a 6-inch knife. You can cut a hair with it, lengthwise. Okay, Mr. Benzinger, I got him.
Good work, Butler.
What's the idea of this?
Shut up.
Look out for the knife. You'll damage the herringbone.
One move out of you, I'll damage the backbone.
All right, Butler. I'm sure they'll cooperate.
In a pig's eye. What do you want?
Well, you see, I have my car, and I thought I might drop you somewhere.
No, thanks. It's a nice night. I'll walk.
Enter the car, wise guy.
All right.
Would you prefer the back or the jump seat, miss?
Doesn't make any difference.
Well, I'd like
Get
to
in
sit
there, Joe.
All right. Don't push.
Everybody comfy?
Great. Your gorilla sitting on my head.
Really, Butler, you should be polite to our passengers.
Well, Mr. Benzinger, you don't want him to know where we're going, do you?
Certainly not. Let him up.
Okay. But if you don't want him to see...
Don't be crude about it. The civilized way is like this.
Mr. Benzinger reaches back from the front seat and lays the butt of a .38 just back of my ear. I lose interest in most everything at that point and start on a personal inspection tour of several deep shaft coal mines without benefit of safety light. The next thing I see is a pair of bushy eyebrows, and I figure it's John L. checking up on my union card. By the time I get my eyes propped wider, I discover it's the ape Puddler looking at me. For a while, I think I'm still out because his face is turning from green to red to orange to yellow to blue and back to green. It takes me a minute to figure. Suddenly, I get it. I am in some kind of a loft with a skylight, and the Technicolor effect comes from an advertising sign somewhere outside.
He's batting his eyes, Mr. Benzinger.
Give him some water.
Sure, with pleasure.
Not that way, in a glass.
What are you guys trying to pull?
Should I start with a telephone book?
Not yet, Butler.
The telephone book won't hurt him much. It just kind of pikes him up.
Wait. You are Rocky Fortune?
Yeah. Hey, where's the girl?
In the next room. Fortune, before I let Puddler earn his keep, perhaps you'd like to tell me where it is.
Where what is?
You see, Mr. Benzinger, if you let me start with a telephone book, this wouldn't happen.
Quiet. Your employer saw fit to resist our simple questions.
You knocked him off.
Unfortunately, Puddler's reflexes are quicker than his intellect.
Yeah.
Therefore, it's up to you to tell us where it is.
I don't know what you guys are talking about.
I can start with a Staten Island book, Mr. Benzinger. That's real 10.
Please.
Pipe down, boy.
At the proper moment, Puddler, you may use the Manhattan Red Book. Fortune, your time is running out, and I am running out of patience.
Why don't you just give up?
Bates would have an assistant who didn't know.
Bates didn't tell me anything. He didn't even trust me with his 2-bit statues. You should have heard him holler when I broke the arm of an old plaster bag. You'd have thought it was made out of gold. You guys are making a big mistake if you think he told me anything.
It's no use, Mr. Benzinger. This crumb won't talk. Why don't you love
On
me?
the contrary, Puddler, I think he has talked.
I have?
He has?
Puddler, you will escort Mr. Fortune somewhere into the country and lose him permanently.
A pleasure.
Unfortunately, I will not be able to accompany you in the car. I'm sure Mr. Fortune would give his word of honor not to make any trouble.
Oh, yeah, sure. Cross my heart and hope to die.
Yes, I wouldn't be at all surprised, but just to make sure, Puddler.
Yes, Mr. Benzinger?
The Brooklyn book?
Right. Ooh!
I am back in the coal mine again, and I'm beginning to figure I should have portal to portal pay. This time, the first thing I notice is a delicate aroma. It is vaguely familiar, and then I place it. The last time I go down to the track at Monmouth Park, when the train comes out of the tunnel on the Jersey side, a sudden essence arrives simultaneously with the sunlight. I discover that this is the place where all good pigs go to die. Secaucus, New Jersey. Well, this is where I am again. I bat one eye and find I'm driving along with Puddler. He's got one hand on a portable howitzer and the other on the wheel. So I play possum. When the car stops, Puddler gets out on his side and comes around the back to get me. Only when he gets there, I'm gone.
Hey, yo!
So long, sucker. He pumps a couple of quick shots after me, but outside of one lucky hit on the rear window, I'm home free. I head into town and stop on this side of the George Washington Bridge to put in the call to my old friend Sergeant Finger of Homicide.
Fortune, where are you?
Never mind, listen. You want the guy who rubbed out the art dealer Bates?
You're darn right I do. Fortune, if you...
They put the snatch on me, 2 thugs. A guy named Benzinger and a Neanderthal man named Puddler.
What are you raving about?
You gotta find him. They got a girl.
How nice for them. Look, Fortune, why don't you make it easy for all of us? Turn yourself in to the nearest precinct.
Finger, you gotta believe me. Don't you want the guy that knocked off Bates?
You bet I do. Turn yourself in, Fortune. I'll let you take a manslaughter plea.
I haven't got time to talk to you, knucklehead.
Wait a minute, Fortune. Don't go away, man. Let's talk this thing over. How have you been? What else is new?
There's Sergeant Finger for you, thinking all the time. Gonna trace the call. Bye now. I drive into town and get stuck in a traffic jam on 10th Avenue. While I'm sitting between 2 20-ton trucks, both of them dumping carbon monoxide down my throat, I keep thinking of that blonde, kind of fragile, like she was made of spun glass, but real spun. And then I remember, Puddler with his face changing colors like a chameleon. A bell rings and a little electric light bulb lights up upon my head. I head down 10th Avenue to the offices and workshop of the Mammoth Spectacular Company. Down in the shop working with a blowtorch, I find old Charlie Swoboda.
Rocky, I ain't seen you since you was fired for misspelling a word in that beer sign on 42nd Street.
How's the old glass blower? They still call you on every sign north of Trenton?
Sure. Who could make a spectacular without old Charlie?
And Mama still makes all the big signs, huh?
Well, we got a little competition, but they don't make nothing more than signs on powder room doors.
That's what I figured. Charlie, I gotta find a special sign.
What sign?
All I know is the colors. Green, red, orange, yellow, blue, green.
Uh-huh. Which is longest?
The yellow. The green was the shortest.
Yeah, I'll check it in the records for you, but I think I know the one.
Yeah? What one?
It's a beautiful sign. 6-cycle animation. I worked on it only last year.
Where is it?
Bensonhurst in Brooklyn. Arf, arf, dog food. Let arf, arf suit your food.
Charlie looks it up and gives me the address. I put 10 gallons of gas in Mr. Benzinger's car, which I think is very nice of me under the circumstances, and head out to Bensonhurst. There's a sign with 2 dogs chasing each other around in circles. I take a line of sight from the sign to find 2 possible skylight windows. I climb up the stairs to the first loft and boil in. It turns out to be an artist who was painting a replacement for September Morn. His model takes a dim view of my intrusion, so I get out in a hurry. The second loft, I figure's got to be it. I go up the stairs real quiet. The door at the top is ajar, and I ease my way into the room without squeaking the hinge. Room is empty. I go across to the other door, grab hold of the doorknob, and yank. Sharon, are you all right?
Oh, Rocky.
The door was open. Why didn't you get away?
I was tied. I just got loose. When I heard you, I thought it was those men coming back.
No, I left Puddler with the pigs, but he could have gotten back by now. We better get out of here.
I'm so glad to see you.
Yeah. Come on. Wait a minute, listen. Here they come.
What'll we do?
Now, look, they don't know I'm up here. Come on over here behind the door.
What are you going to do?
I brought a tire jack up from the car. We'll knock him off like ducks in a shooting gallery when he comes through the door.
Shh. Careful, Puddler. Don't drop it.
Looks like Puddler hits himself a ride back from Jersey. Here they come now. Ready? 1.
Drop the wrench, Rocky.
What the?
Grab him, Puddler.
Don't bother. I have him covered. One move, Fortune. I'll blow a disc out of your spine.
Lady, please do me a favor and shoot. I came back to rescue you.
Oh, well, that was very sweet of you. Did you get it, Benzinger?
Yes, miss. Puddler, bring in the statue.
The arm is off. But I didn't do it.
Well, what do you know? The old bat from the art store. What do you want with that statue?
Never mind.
I told you we'd get it for you, miss.
You've done brilliantly, haven't you? First you shoot Bates, and this imbecile lets Fortune get away from him. Come on. Pick up the statue, and we'll all go in the car.
How about Fortune? Couldn't I
He
just...
comes with us till it's over. Let's go.
Lady, if we're going in the car again, may I make one request?
What is it?
Let's not go Pullman this time. I'd like to sit up all the way. We are a happy crew in the car. Benzinger, Puddler, Sharon, the plaster statue, and little old curly-headed me. We head north on the east side drive over the bridge of the Parkway into Westchester. When we roll through an iron grill gate with a big sign on it saying Sproul, I begin to get the idea.
Benzinger, you come in with me and bring the statue. Remember, you tell the blind old fool you were Bates' assistant. Puddler?
Yeah?
Keep the motor running, and when we get the payoff, we've got to get out fast. Come on.
After you, miss.
And keep Fortune sitting tight.
The light, as they say, begins to dawn. Whatever it was that Bates was trying to sell to Sproul, Sharon hijacked and cut herself in.
Set still a minute. They should have let me use the phone book.
You know that some people use the phone book to look up numbers?
They do? Never thought of that.
You never thought of a lot of things. Like, for instance, this car's got an automatic shift.
Yeah, so what?
Well, you ought to have it neutral, not in drive like you got it.
Listen, wise guy, you trying to tell me how to drive a getaway car? You got to be ready to start on an instant's notice.
Like this?
Hey, get your foot off.
Give me that gun.
Look out, the car. You got my foot jammed on.
Yeah, it's a great pickup this model's got, huh?
Going right into that house. Look out.
We go through the French doors like a knife through cheese and end up on the opposite wall of the living room with Benzinger pinned between the bumper and a brick fireplace. Puddler's slightly out of commission, having stuck his head through the windshield. I pile out of the car with Puddler's gun. Sharon's knocked head over tea kettle, out like a light but still breathing very pretty.
What is this? What happened?
Pardon me, Mr. Fruel. Is this the Sawmill River Parkway?
What is the meaning of this? I'll call the police.
I think it's a great idea. And when they get here, we'll hand them that statue you're cutting.
Oh, no. It's mine. I paid for it.
Lots of people paid for it. Bates, for one.
Why, what are you talking about? I just paid this man $50,000. He's Bates' assistant.
He's Bates' murderer.
Murderer?
Why did you pay $50,000 for this plaster statue?
Why, it's not a plaster statue. It's what's underneath. Look, I'll show you. There, do you see? There it is. Aphrodite, the goddess of love, carved by Praxiteles himself. Oh, it's beautiful, beautiful.
You had Bates steal it for you, cover it over with that cheap plaster statue to hide it.
Oh, you think I care? Now it's mine, all mine.
I hope the two of you are very happy. Maybe she'll write you letters.
Letters? What are you talking about?
You're going to the can, old-timer. You're an accessory before, after, and during a murder.
She's beautiful, beautiful.
And that reminds me, Sharon, baby.
Huh?
Can you hear me, honey?
What? What is it?
I got something important to ask you.
What?
Where does Puddler keep his Westchester book I want to call the cops?
NBC has presented Frank Sinatra as that footloose and fancy-free young gentleman, Rocky Fortune. Others in tonight's cast were Jan Miner, Ted Osborne, Leon Janney, Joseph Julian, Ed Begley, and Mandel Kramer. Tonight's script was written by Ernest Kenoy. Fred Wade directed. Now, to tell you about next week's adventure, here's Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
Ever see a magician pull the disappearing act on somebody? I always wondered how they did it, and then finally I found out. A carnival guy pulled the disappearing act on me. The only trouble was he was trying to make me disappear for keeps. I'll tell you about it next week. See you around.
This program was transcribed. This is the NBC Radio Network.
Frank Sinatra, transcribed as Rocky Fortune. Frank Sinatra, who stars as that footloose and frequently unemployed young gentleman, Rocky Fortune.
I don't know what it is about me and employment. We start out together, but sooner or later we reach the fork in the road. Usually sooner. You take last week. The employment agency sent me out on a job as an oyster shucker. But somebody tried to serve me up on a half shell with a real crazy cocktail sauce. Blood. Pardon me, is this the 50 Fathoms Clam House?
Yes. Is there something I can do for you?
That's the best offer I've had all day.
We'll have a table in a minute. Would you care to look at the menu?
What's the menu got that you haven't got, baby?
A price list. If you'll excuse me, I'm busy.
Now, wait a minute. Don't get sore. I work here. I'm the new oyster shucker. I'm Rocky Fortune.
You'd better go around to the kitchen, Mr. Fortune.
Just call me Rocky, huh? And I'll call you 2 or 3 times a day.
Don't bother.
Why not?
For one thing, I've got a boyfriend.
Now, why would we let a little thing like that come between us?
Maybe because he's standing right behind you.
Oops. He isn't exactly standing behind me. It's more like all around me. This joker's 6'4", 200 pounds on the hoof, and broad enough to go through the middle of a revolving door. And I can't figure a gorilla like this with this girl. She's a real sweet little girl, like somebody's kid sister. Only she's wearing a knit dress, and she's got a figure that's giving the warp and the woof a hard time. I get a glimmer when she introduces me to the bruiser.
Mr. Fortune, this is Mr. Barney. He's the manager.
All right, Fortune, get back to the kitchen. I'll give you a personal introduction to a barrel of oysters. This way. Hey, Fortune.
Yeah.
Stay away from Iris.
Who says so?
I say so. Here's your counter. Shell's in a garbage can. And this is the oyster knife.
Right.
And just so as we don't misunderstand each other, I'm very serious about Iris. Very serious.
Hey, look out with that knife.
You understand, Fortune?
I got an inkling.
Now get to work and shuck them oysters.
It takes me a few minutes to pull the dull-bladed oyster knife 2 inches out of the table where Big Barney has buried it. About this time, Ferdinand the waiter drifts in the door. Ferdy's a little wispy guy who looks like the mechanical rabbit the greyhounds chase at the dog track.
A dozen cherry stone. Hey, who are you?
Rocky Fortune. I'm the new oyster shucker.
What happened to Herman?
Maybe he got washed out with the tide. Hey, pal, when do I get something to eat here?
Didn't you get some supper?
No.
That Barney, no consideration. Look, I'll fix you something.
I've been looking at the menu. How about the swordfish? No?
To my best friend, I wouldn't recommend the swordfish. Not tonight.
Ferdinand!
Yes, sir?
Mr. Abernathy's coming in.
Excuse me. Hey, Chief! Give me 2 double shrimp cocktails, a crab meat salad, lobster gumbo, a bowl of Boston, a bowl of Manhattan, and a bucket of lobsters.
What do you got out there? Rotary luncheon?
No, just Mr. Abernathy.
I take a peek through the kitchen door, and Mr. Abernathy is sitting on 2 chairs at once and is still lapping over on all sides. Barney and Ferdinand are hovering around him like a pair of hummingbirds trying to neck with a Navy blimp. I make a resolution to quit eating French fried potatoes and go back to unbuttoning oysters and remove their overcoats. It's lonely work, so I strike up a conversation. There's nobody in the pantry but me and the oysters, so I got no choice. You think you got troubles? I'm the one that ought to get stewed. You got it soft. You don't have to worry what happens if your lady friend decides to clam up. All you got to do is just lay there, that's all. And if you want to make an impression on a dame, all you got to do is whip up a pearl. Holy smokes, a real live pearl. It's a real live pearl sitting in the middle of that oyster staring up at me with its one beautiful beady eye. I'm figuring on calling little Arthur the Book to place a fin on the nose of Pearl Diver in the 5th at Belmont when I open the next oyster. So help me another pearl. I haven't had a run of luck like this since I busted up the floating crab game in Dockerty's garage. So I leave the steak out and shoot it all. Another oyster. Another pearl. Come on, baby. Papa needs a new necklace. One after another, and every little darling loaded. I'm trembling as I hit number 10, 11, and 12. Great big fat pearls in my hot little hand, and all mine. Just to make sure, I stash them away in my pocket quick as Ferdinand the waiter comes in the door.
2 dozen special oysters for Mr. Abernathy.
Buddy boy, I never could see nothing special about no oysters. It's like eating a clammy handshake.
Get 'em up, and I'll pick 'em up on the way out. The specials for Mr. Abernathy come out of this barrel. And don't shuck 'em. He likes 'em open at the table. He says it improves the flavor.
Yes, sir, Sergeant. Unfortunately, Barney has forgotten to tell me this, and I've already separated Mr. Abernathy's special oysters from their shells. Now, to me, the difference between a couple of oysters is something that can only interest another oyster. So I fill up a plate from the regular barrel. This, it turns out, is a mistake. Through the doors, I hear Mr. Abernathy sounding off like the bullhorn on a big mow.
Barney!
And Ferdinand comes flying back like a scared pigeon.
What happened? What happened to the special oysters?
Who is responsible for this?
Please, Mr.
I
Abernathy.
paid for special oysters, shipped in just for me, and what do I get?
Call these oysters? These miserable, scrawny blobs.
What happened to Mr. Abennaki's oysters? You, Fortune.
Me?
What happened to the specials?
It was just a little mistake.
A mistake! A mistake with my oysters.
Please, Mr. Abenaki. Fortune, what happened?
I opened them first. Nobody told me any different.
You hear that? He opened my oysters. All that flavor gone. Gone forever.
What is this, a federal case?
You feather-headed idiot.
Now, wait a minute.
Stupid, no good.
Customers can hear you.
Fortune, you lame brain, you apologize to Mr. Abenaki.
Okay. To him, I'll apologize. But you muscle-headed bum.
Well, you scrawny knucklehead, I ought to pry you apart like a chowder clam.
Why don't you put your money where your mouth is?
Mr. Barney, I'm sure it was an honest mistake. Why don't you give him another chance?
You shut up and keep out of this.
Hey, who do you think you're talking to? You ought to wash your mouth out with soap before you talk to a lady.
Fortune, you're fired.
Oh, no. Please, Mr. Barney.
You keep out of this. Take him up front and pay him off.
Iris fishes me a couple of bucks out of the register. Then I can see she's a little sorry for me, which makes me feel very pleasant indeed.
Here you are, Mr. Fortune. I wish it was more.
Oh, well, easy come, easy go. I just wish I was staying on, though, so I could see you again.
It took a lot of courage to stand up to Barney like that.
I still have the oyster knife.
I wish there was something that I could do.
How about splitting a steak with me tonight, huh? After all, I just got fired. And I shouldn't be left alone with a knife.
Well, I suppose it's all right.
Meet you when you get off. Is it a date?
All right, Rocky. I'm off at 9.
I figure bounced the knot on my head for the day. 12 pearls and a beautiful girl. This is better than a daily double. It's about 8:45 when I head out the back door. It's a very cozy neighborhood. You could sometimes go as far as a block without stumbling over a drunk or being mugged for a pair of clean socks. So I'm not too surprised when an arm whips around my neck and I cease breathing until further notice.
Don't say a word.
Who can talk?
This ain't no briar pipe sticking in your back.
Okay.
Hand them over.
Anything in particular?
You know what I'm talking about. Hand them over.
Now, Mac, this may make me seem a little slow, but I haven't got the slightest idea what you're talking about.
The pearls, wise guy, the pearls. You got them.
Oh, them.
Didn't your mother ever tell you it ain't polite to shortstop? Now pass them over.
They're mine. I found them.
Okay. Hand them over.
Over my dead body.
That can be arranged. All right, wise guy, I'll give you a quick 5 to hand them over. 1.
Hey, you're kidding, ain't you?
2.
Okay. I got them right here.
3.
Right here. Hey, they're gone.
4.
Honest, I put them in his pocket, see?
I said 4.
Look, there's a hole in it. Look, I can wiggle my finger through it.
5.
If you don't believe me, look for yourself.
Yeah. Okay, hold still.
I'm ticklish.
You're clean, all right. Listen, punk, I'll give you a chance. You got 12 hours to hand those pearls over.
But I lost them, honest.
You lost them, you find them. Remember, 12 hours or we'll fit you for a brand new satin-lined overcoat with silver handles. And just to show you we ain't kidding.
About 20 minutes later, the world slows down to a gentle spiral. Some other bum has rolled me for 38 cents in change, a subway token, and my shoes. I paddle around to the avenue with my bare feet, and I find Iris waiting in front of a drugstore looking like Hurricane Barbara, about to hit the Atlantic coast from Block Island to Cape Hatteras.
Rocky, this is not the kind of a neighborhood where a girl likes to wait for... What's the matter? You're limping.
I stepped on a live cigar butt.
Well, you're barefoot. Where are we going, to a square dance?
Look, honey, I'm afraid our date's off.
Why?
I got to attend a funeral.
Whose?
Mine.
What are you talking about?
There seems to be a difference of opinion about some pearls. I told the guy I found them, but he couldn't see it my way.
You found some pearls?
Yes.
Where?
Where else? In an oyster. 12 of them.
You found 12 pearls in one oyster?
No. One each in a dozen. How's that for luck?
Nobody's that lucky.
But now I can't find them. I got a hole in my pocket. I must have dropped them.
Oh, that's terrible.
You don't know the half of it. The guy who just slugged me gave me 12 hours to cough up the pearls or else. A particularly nasty else.
Oh, well, then we've got to start looking for them. Right now.
Right now, I'd rather look for some shoes. A guy can get athlete's foot this way.
head back into the 50 Fathoms clam house to try to find the pearls. I'm cutting my bare feet to ribbons on broken clam shells. We go through the sawdust in the pantry a spoonful at a time, but we draw a blank. No pearls. Up to now, I've been thinking I'm just lucky. But slowly I realize I've been playing with marked oysters. I figure them pearls must be hot as a tin roof in August.
Rocky, what happens if we don't find them? They might kill you.
Yeah. I was thinking that was a possibility, too.
Well, where else could you have dropped them? Was there anything on the floor, a garbage can or something?
Wait a minute. There was. That little barrel that Mr. Abenaki's oysters came in. It was right by this stool.
Maybe the pearls dropped in it.
But the barrel's gone, too.
Of course, they pick it up at night and take it back to the oyster boat.
Can you find out which boat?
I know. I sign the receipt every day. It's the Polly B at Pier 22. Oh, Rocky, do you think the pearls could still be in the barrel?
Well, I got a hasty feeling I'd better find out. Anyway, if Abenaki's oysters came from that boat, then so did the pearls.
Rocky, I'm going with you.
Now, look, honey, it's going to be dangerous and dark down on that dock.
You'll be there.
I know. That's what frightens me. Well, come on. Let's head for Pier 22. And if I don't find the pearls, well, at least it's a good place to jump off. I'm still barefoot as we head up the waterfront to Pier 22, but I keep going. I figure it's like a horse. If I pull up lame now, I'm a cinch to get shot. Pier 22 looks like the spot where Henry Hudson dropped his anchor on the first trip. There's a crap game going on in the dock office. We wait until somebody makes a four the hard way and slip through in the confusion. The oyster boat is halfway down the pier, and we go aboard. Don't trip on them ropes.
Isn't that the barrel? Right there?
That's it, all right. I'll tip it up to the light. Empty as a pocket before payday.
Oh, Rocky.
I wonder where the elephants go to die.
Rocky, listen.
Yeah, somebody must have broken up the crap game. They're coming this way.
What are we going to do?
That guy who put the arm on me is with him. You see the guy with no neck?
Yeah.
Come on, we better hide.
Well, where?
Down the hatch behind us.
I can't jump down there, not in this skirt.
In it or out of it? Here you go.
Oh, it's dark down here.
Look out, here I come. Now keep quiet, baby, and maybe we'll get out of this thing in one piece.
All right, let's get going. Okay. Cast off the bow line.
What is it? What's happening?
Did you bring your toothbrush?
A toothbrush? What for?
I can only think of one thing to say at this point.
What?
Bon voyage. The Polly B is definitely not in the Queen Mary class. It's sort of a cross between an oversized shoebox and the Staten Island ferry. It would probably rock like crazy in a bathtub, and by the time we're through the Narrows and into the lower bay, Iris has turned a tasteful tone of green, which unfortunately clashes with her purple dress.
Oh, Rocky, I'm afraid I'm going to die.
No, you're not.
Okay, I'm afraid I'm not going to die. Ugh.
Somebody will hear you.
I don't care.
There's the boy. Loren, the boy.
What happened? We're stopping.
Maybe we hit a red light.
Will you men get the net on the side? Come on, hurry up.
What is it? Oysters?
I don't know. I better boost you up so you can sneak a peek. You ready? Well?
It's a barrel, Rocky. They pulled it in with a net. Rocky, it's got a flag on it. Let me down.
I got it now. Just like Prohibition. Someone on an incoming liner dumps the stuff over.
And this boat picks it up.
Yeah, and delivers it to the 50 Fathoms clam house. What a way to sneak in pearls inside an oyster. And if some jerk opens one by mistake, he just thinks he's lucky. Can you imagine a guy stupid enough to think he'd really find a pearl in an... You read any good books lately?
Rocky, it's a smuggling racket.
All right.
Baby, you're even
Back
smart.
off.
That's
Okay.
right. I could kiss you. I have my eyes closed and my mouth puckered when the roof falls in. Then I find myself kissing a 30-pound flounder, which is part of a load of fish dumped in on top of us. We're standing up to the neck in fresh-caught ocean fish in season. I pick a herring out of my ears and look around for Iris. And once again, I get that funny feeling. You know, that yearning to take her out of all of this. The Polly B makes it back to the pier in blue ribbon time. And when the coast is clear, Iris and I climb out of the fish and shake off the scales. I've got a smelt in my pocket and a certain air about me.
Ooh, I can't even stand myself.
I think it's invigorating.
Rocky, you know it's clear. You got the pearls by mistake.
Yeah, those oysters were meant for Mr. Abenaki. They're delivered specially for him.
It must be Rocky. So, what do we do now?
Well, honey, as much as I hate disturbing a man at his meal, Mr. Abenaki leaves me no choice. He eats all day. However, there's a limit to how long a dame can wander through town with seaweed in her hair and a strong suspicion that barnacles have set in. So Iris heads up to her apartment to change. I figure I might as well head over to the clam house and do a little digging on my own. It's midnight now, and Ferdinand's in the kitchen when I get there.
Say, what happened? You jump off the ferry?
Never mind. Listen, has Abenaki still got his nose in a feed bag?
He's on his Demitas.
Demitas?
Yes, he has to watch his weight.
Look, Ferdinand, about those special oysters. Mr. Abenaki never has them open in the kitchen, right?
Right. He's a very particular man. He wants to make sure all the flavors locked in.
I'll bet he does. Ferdinand, this may come as a shock to you, but something tells me Mr. Abenaki is playing puss in the corner with the United States Custom. Not to mention the cops from the country where the stuff was originally heisted.
The stuff?
The pearls. I found a dozen of them in his oysters. I can't figure out where they went to, though.
You lost them?
Yeah, through a hole in my pocket. I was leaning over the counter right here. Now, they could have rolled along, but I didn't find them on the floor. They should have dropped right down here like... Who put that bowl of soup on the stool?
I did. That's Mr. Abenaki's oyster stew. I always leave it there till he's ready for it.
You do?
Yes.
Did Mr. Abenaki have oyster stew tonight?
Sure. He has a couple of bowls with each meal.
Ferdinand, I got to make some phone calls to the cops for a squad car and the Bellevue Hospital for a stomach pump.
You mean Mr. Abenaki is a smuggler?
Somebody around here is, and he looks like it. I'll let the cops nail it down.
Well, that's too bad, isn't it?
About Abenaki, why? He deserves what he's got coming to him.
Yes, but I'm afraid you don't. Now, please put up your hands, Mr. Fortune. You see, we wouldn't want the police around. The clam house has to think of its reputation.
But
your gun is loaded. Barney?
Sure, boss.
Take this gun and keep him covered.
With pleasure.
Then it's you.
I suppose it is. Barney, could Captain Duran arrange a special trip on the Polly B?
Easy.
Well, we'll have to be careful where we drop you. It wouldn't do to spoil the oyster bed. Mr. Abenaki wouldn't like it.
Couldn't you just maroon me on a desert island?
Please, Mr. Fortune, be practical. Now, we're going out through the kitchen door. Barney, you go first.
Sure thing, boss. Coast is clear.
Barney, what happened?
Probably this.
Rocky, you all right?
Sure, how's Barney?
Oh, he's out cold.
What did you hit him with?
A frozen flounder.
You know, it was Ferdinand all the time?
The waiter?
Sure, he got to the oysters before Abenaki. That reminds me.
Where are you going?
To call the cops. I got to tend to something.
Yeah? Can I help you?
Mr. Abenaki, you had an oyster stew earlier this evening.
I did. Please pass the ketchup.
Look, I don't want to disturb you, but there were a dozen pearls in that stew.
Oh? I thought the oysters were somewhat gritty.
Now, we've got to get those pearls back wherever they are.
Is that all?
You've got them.
I suppose I have.
In the midsection.
More or less.
I'm going to send for a stomach pump right away.
Oh, that won't be necessary. I have them in my vest pocket. Here. Are these the pearls?
You mean you didn't eat them?
Goodness, no. I almost lost a filling on the first one, though. I thought I was just lucky. You're sure these pearls belong to you?
I'm positive, Mr. Abenaki.
Well, if they're yours, take them by all means. Oh, and young man.
Yeah?
Ask somebody to bring me another piece of pie.
Somebody else gets the pie. Me, I'm in the mood to relax. The Rover boys are safe in the walk-in refrigerator. The 12 pearls have come home to Papa. And I'm alone with Iris, who's wearing a flannel skirt and a little boy's shirt, which never looks like that on no little boy.
Well, Rocky?
Honey, I think maybe you saved my life. Would you like to claim a little reward?
What kind of reward?
Come here.
Mm-mm.
Closer.
Mm-mm.
Baby, I've got something for you. Here.
The pearls. Well, honey, I've got something for you.
Yeah? What?
A property receipt from the U.S. Customs Department.
You're a...
Cop. Good night, Rocky.
Good night.
Frank Sinatra as that footloose and fancy-free young man known as Rocky Fortune. Others in the cast included Lynn Allen, Jack Crucian, Jack Nestle, Lou Merrill, and William Euler. Andrew C. Love directed. Eddie King speaking. Now here's Frank Sinatra to tell you about next week's transcribed adventure.
Did you ever get up in the morning and find out you were somebody else? The next week I wake up married to a dame and I don't even know her name. I'm living like a Maharaja and I'm insured for $100,000. Double indemnity.
Next week, then, tune in again when Frank Sinatra returns as Rocky Fortune.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Frank Sinatra, transcribed as Rocky Fortune. NBC presents Frank Sinatra, starring as that footloose and fancy-free young gentleman, Rocky Fortune.
Hi, this is Rocky Fortune. You know, for a guy who went to school under the L tracks and learned his alphabet off of neighborhood store windows, I'm at the head of a mighty fancy class these days. I signed a new lease on life when I stopped Perry Shane, a Park Avenue legal eagle, from bending down in front of a hot slug poured his way by an ex-con. Perry, being the rich, understanding type, showed his thanks by offering me a process-serving job in his 14-carat law factory. In the workings of my new job, I do not have the ticking of a time clock to affect my sunny disposition. However, on this particular day, my sunny disposition went south. In fact, everything was pouring. The skies and Mr. Shane, who is now pouring himself a slug of something that couldn't possibly be tea.
Come in, Rocky. Sit down.
What's with the early cocktail session? The rain got you down?
No. Matter of fact, I like the rain.
Mr. Shane, I will endanger the morale of your office by being the first employee to accept libation during office hours.
Oh, I'm sorry, Rocky. I just forgot. Please join me.
Well, I don't usually, but since I suggested it, I will.
Here you are.
Thanks. You know something? I wonder how the poor people are making out. Here we are, warm in a mink-lined office, not a worry in the world. Smug as a bug in a rug.
Did you say smug?
That I did. I suddenly heard myself talking, I guess.
Strange you should say that. I was just thinking that about myself.
Problems?
Oh, not mine. A friend. Wonder how you'd handle this.
Well, try me for size.
I can't tell you what the problem is, Rocky. Legally, as an attorney, I should turn it over to the police. Yet it'd break his heart if it did.
Well, can I find out about it from the friend?
It's an idea. You can. Tell you what, Rocky, I'll write down a name and address. Here are the keys to my car. Take it and go right over.
The name and address on the card sent me uptown to a swank number in the 90s. The plush elevator took me to a Doctors Park Avenue fantasy, nestled high among the 32nd floor hills of solid concrete and mahogany. The name on the card opened the door himself. Dr. Jonas?
Oh, come in, Mr. Fortune. Perry Shane called me about 15 minutes ago. Let's go over here into my study. We'll be more comfortable.
Fine, if I can wade through this rug.
Oh, yes. I just want to make sure of one thing before we go into the study. Excuse me. Stanley? Stanley?
Yes, Dad.
I just wanted to make sure you were in. Make sure you talk to me before you leave.
Don't worry. I'm right here.
That's my son. Everyone else is gone. I wanted to make sure we weren't overheard.
Yeah, it's a real lush layout. You live here too, Doc?
I have the entire floor. I live and office here. Of course, being head of the Witherspoon Clinic, I also office over there. Please sit down.
Thanks. What's on your mind, Doc?
Perry has told you nothing of what's going on?
From where I sit, he's clean. He knows nothing about it.
I suppose it has to be that way. As an attorney, he'd be duty-bound to go to the police.
Maybe I can help get you started. From the way you talk to your son, I figure maybe he's in trouble.
We're both in trouble. I have to inventory next week, and I have no way of explaining the disappearance since I can't account for it in my records.
Disappearance of what, Doctor?
Why, drugs, Mr. Fortune. A large quantity of drugs have been stolen from my cabinets.
So why not call the cops?
Because the thief is my son, Mr. Fortune.
Do you know how much is missing?
Well, over the past year, I'd say at least $25,000 worth.
Wow. Isn't that a lot of dope for one doc to be stocking?
That's for this office and the clinic. However, it is a ridiculous amount. Additional orders have gone through with my signature forged to them. I found one in my son's room. He's not only a thief, he's a forger as well.
Is he on the stuff?
Of course. He's been on it for quite some time.
Can't you quiet the whole thing by just sending him away for the cure?
If it were only that simple. I have to keep narcotic records, of course. I have to account for everything I prescribe. How can I account for $25,000 worth of drugs in 1 year? The amount is ridiculous.
And that means if you don't put him in the can, you lose your license and you go to jail yourself.
Exactly.
He can't possibly be taking that amount himself.
Of course not. And he refuses to tell me what he's been doing with it.
How about letting me talk to him?
I wish you would. I can't talk to him anymore. I get almost hysterical. I keep wishing that I can't even say it.
Why don't you try? Might ease you off a bit.
My wife died 4 years ago. I keep wishing that he had died instead of her.
Oh, take it easy, Doc. Let me talk to him. So I find out that the streets can be dirty even on Park Avenue. This is for real, the doctor's dilemma. Here's a guy who's got everything in the world to give his kid, and the kid fouls up with the dirtiest mud in the whole world, dope. This boy I put on my list even before I made the talk with him. I shook fins with a wet fish, and he went right to the top of the list.
Mr. Fortune is trying to help you out of your mess. Now try to be civil to him. I'll be in the other room.
Who needs you?
Why, you young...
Take it easy, boys. Make some pictures for an outsider, and maybe something can happen.
And call me if he gives you any trouble.
Since when can you handle me?
Slow down, Junior. If he can't, I can.
Now, look, creep. If you want to help somebody, join the Salvation Army.
Here. You didn't dig that kind of jive out of Park Avenue. Where'd you get it?
I have nothing to say to you.
So we'll call the feds and you'll say it to them.
He wouldn't dare call anyone. Son in jail? Ha!
I guess you'd feel better if your old man went to jail in your place.
What are you talking about?
Exactly what I said. He's got his records to worry about, son. His drug records can't possibly jive since he can't account for all the stuff you swiped. Think it over, Buster.
Why, I didn't think of that.
You didn't think, period. Now, come on, give with some information.
Well, what do you want to know?
That's better. What did you do with most of the stuff you swiped? I mean, outside of what you used yourself.
I sold the stuff at school.
But why? Doesn't the old man give you enough loot?
I guess so. For ordinary expenses.
So what's the extraordinary expenses?
The usual thing. Dates. I played some horses.
And you also maybe needed something stronger than the stuff you swiped from your old man. Something like heroin.
Oh, look, please don't tell my father. He doesn't know yet that it's heroin.
Why don't you stop it, kid? If you're on the kick, get off of it.
I can't. I tried. I tried everything.
You tried everything but going to your old man who could cure you.
I couldn't go to my old man for anything. He don't know I'm alive.
All right, take it easy now. Sit down. Dr. Jonas.
Yes?
Will you come here for a minute? Now, look, kid. When your father gets in here, I'm going to make the same question, and you give me the same answer. Maybe if we blow some of the smoke away, we can get the team together.
You having trouble with my son?
No trouble at all, Doc. Please sit down.
It's an effort to sit in the same room with him.
Well, maybe if you sat in the same room a little more often, this wouldn't have happened.
You two are still on the same team, so act like it, will you? Now, look, just a couple of minutes ago, Doc, I asked your son why he didn't go to you to ask him to kick the heroin.
Heroin? My own son on that filthy habit, and I didn't know it?
That's what I'm getting at. You, a doctor with a son on the rottenest kick of all, and you haven't seen enough of him to see it.
Where did you get it, Stan? I don't have heroin in my office.
He hasn't told me yet, Doc. But I'll make he buys the stuff with the loot he makes by selling the milder stuff he swipes from you.
Well, why? You have money from your mother's estate?
Doctor, look.
Yes, look. Look at my son, a thief, a forger.
Why do you think he did all of this, Doc?
Who knows why he did it? What would make my own son put me in a position where I would either have to send him to jail or be sent there myself?
I'm sorry, Dad. I never realized about the drug records. She said that... I mean, I didn't know.
I looked at the old man to see if he caught the slip. No action. I looked at the kid. He was beginning to look better. Instead of the wet fish I thought I saw at first, my impression took to the right flank march. This was another poor little rich kid. He could have all the laughs he wanted. But I guess a laugh is kind of empty when nobody home laughs with you. The father was a Frankenstein to his son, and the old man didn't know why. And it was time for the son to get a friend to turn to. I put myself in front of him on what I hoped was the right turn. He played right down the line.
I'm sorry I caused the old man all this trouble.
It's now his middle name, kid, and it's pretty much in your lap to get him out, and yourself, too.
Well, what can I do? Just go to the police?
No, he won't be off the hook if you're in the can, kid. He's not a bad guy, you know.
Yes, I guess I know.
Now, look, before we do anything, let's clear up one little miss.
What do you mean?
The name of the dame you were thinking about when your tongue did a tailspin a little while ago.
Well, I wasn't thinking about anybody in particular.
Stan, to bring those words in front of your ears, I make the quotation. You started to say, she said that, and you tried to rub out the statement. Who's the she?
Rocky, I can't involve her. Since Mother died, she's the only friend I've had.
Does she know your father?
Well, of course, but she wouldn't do anything to hurt him.
If she knew about the drug records and let it go on, believe me, she'd hurt him. Is she more important to you and your old man?
I don't know. Why can't I go to the police and confess the whole thing? Why do I have to hurt everybody I love?
The lights went on all over the world. 19 years old and in love with the only gal he could turn to. A gal who knew something about the narcotics racket. This the doc must know about. He did.
There's only one girl he can possibly mean, but it never entered my mind that she could be involved. Why, she's been with me ever since she finished her training.
What kind of training? She a nurse?
Of course, my nurse, Miss Carroll.
Young, curvy, nice soft shoulder for the kid to weep on?
I suppose so. Frankly, I never took too much notice.
You know, for a doc, you don't seem to take much notice of anything. Does she keep your drug records?
She keeps them, but she locks them up in my desk drawer.
Where can we find this Miss Carroll, Doctor?
I sent her home, so I suppose we can find her there. Do you really think she's gotten him involved in this?
Well, he's a very young and tender 19. And he thinks he's in love, and you can make book that this Carroll is the object of his affections.
If that's the case, let's get the police after her.
The feds are awful careful about how doctors use the narcotic supplies. If an order is out of line, they investigate. So with the amount of stuff Junior had faked as coming to Park Avenue address, it couldn't have been possible to get away with it. Some of it had to be sent to another spot they could get at. That spot could be the clinic. The finger was right in Carroll's eye. As the doc put the finger in Miss Carroll's doorbell.
Who is it?
I'm Dr. Jonas, Miss Carroll.
Oh, just a minute, Doctor. I'll slip into a robe.
Tell her it's come as you are, Party. We'll save time.
Time is something we have very little of. Both narcotic inventories must be made next week and sent in.
Check. If she's up to her neck, she's got to move out before then, right?
Right.
So, we see which way she moves when we give her a real strong arm to use. Incidentally, let's keep the confab low out here. Play this cool and follow the leader. Just don't be thrown by anything I might come up with.
Sometimes I don't quite understand your language, Rocky, but I do understand the things you've pointed out. I know now how I've failed as a father.
Well, if my plan works, at least you'll have made up for part of it. The kid's on the kick. We know he's his forged orders, but we don't know everything. Since he feels he's in love with his baby, he could be playing hero.
Yes, but no matter what happens, I know he has to pay for what he's done.
Shh, careful.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Doctor. I didn't know anyone was with you. Come in, please.
Well, thank you, Miss Carroll. This is Mr. Fortune.
How do you do, Mr. Fortune?
It's nice to see you, Miss Carroll. And I do mean nice.
Thank you very much. Won't you have a chair?
Sorry to intrude at your home, Miss Carroll, but this man has come to me with some very alarming news.
Really? Concerning me?
News about you would be a 3-alarm.
How quaint.
I told the doc here news about his junior. News that's worth dough to me. He said he wouldn't pay it till he talked it over with you. I said fine, as long as I sit in on the chat. Start chatting, Doc.
Mr. Fortune tells me my son is on heroin. Did you know that, Miss Carroll?
So you finally know. Yes, I've known about it for months now. I knew it'd break your heart, and I've been doing everything possible to get him off it. I even promised to arrange a quiet cure for him.
It's a little late for that, sweetie. How quiet the deal is depends on how the doc acts.
What do you mean?
I mean, the kid's been peddling, too.
That's impossible.
I said he's been peddling. I know, because he peddled to me. Of course, I ain't interested in the chicken stuff he steals from his old man and sells. I only got time for the stronger stuff he uses himself.
Do you mean he's been stealing narcotics from the office? I refuse to believe it.
Doc, did I show you pictures of the kid handing the stuff over to me?
It's true, Miss Carroll. I've seen the pictures.
But Stanley's on heroin. We have no heroin either at the office or at the clinic. Do you know where he gets it?
I don't care about that. I'm only interested in my son. I'll see to it that he gets off the filthy stuff, but I can't have him treated as a common addict. I'll pay any amount of money to keep it quiet until he's cured.
Unwise of you to say that, Doctor, in front of a blackmailer.
Now, look, sister, get one thing straight. I don't like the dirty money, so don't give me the blackmail bit. I'm on the stuff, and I admit it. I've been on it a long time, and it costs real dough. And I need the dough to keep me on it. If you got any ideas on how I can get the stuff, I'll let the doc off the hook.
Doctor, you said you would pay any amount of money to keep this quiet.
Of course I will. You think I want to see my son like this man? Willing to lie, cheat, steal, do anything because he has to have the stuff? I'll pay every cent I have.
Well, why don't you let me talk to this man, Doctor? Perhaps I can help.
Tell you what, Doc. I'll hold the picture as long as I get the stuff. If the little lady here helps me, fine. In the meantime, don't call me. I'll call you. I felt like giving the doc an Oscar for falling in with the line I was pushing out. Now it was up to me to keep the little lady entertained till he got back to Junior and gave him the lowdown. I was pretty sure of one bit. Papa had much more chance of getting Junior to listen to him now. But the kid had to be tipped before she got to him, and she was bound to call as soon as she was alone. So I had to keep steady company with this chick till Junior learned the facts of life. The doc took the hint and left us alone. Charm school, went to work.
You said all you wanted out of your negotiation is to be able to get the stuff you need?
Long as I get what I need, I make like a mummy, but I hold on to the picture.
What will you take to let loose of the picture?
I already told the old man, 10 grand in cash.
You'll give up the negative if I get 10,000 for you?
Well, the doc brought me here, but no reason why I can't do business with you.
I'll go to the bank first thing in the morning. You have the negative here by 10:30 a.m. I'll tell the doctor I won't be in tomorrow until 11:15.
Cutting yourself in a little bit, huh?
I'm looking after the doctor's interest. If you go near him again, I'll see to it that you don't get a cent.
Don't worry about me, sister. As long as I get that dough, I'll be able to get all the stuff I need. That's all I want.
Oh, stop whining and beat it.
Okay. Don't get mad. Please don't get mad. I'll have that negative here at 10:30. Honest, I will. Now, if the kid isn't too far involved, we're in business. So far, it looked like the little lady was taking all the bait we tossed out. The lady also had to work fast because she must know her little game is over when the inventory's taken. In the meantime, I had to deliver a negative in the morning. Stan and I looked at the birdie in a home-sized camera, took the negs to a friendly photographer, and in the morning I would be set with this item. Next, I had to have a heart-to-heart with the kid. By this time, he was willing to spill.
I never even saw the extra stuff that came to the office and the clinic.
But I thought you said you sold it to the kids you know.
He only said that because he thought he was protecting her. Right, son?
Well, that's right, Dad. I just wanted to confess to the whole thing to keep her name out of it. I guess I've been a fool about everything. Her, too.
Well, if you've reached the age of 19 and have only been a fool over one woman, I'm proud of you.
Those words are nice music to my ears, Doc, but we got a long road to haul before we're out of the wood. This little cookie's been plenty smart. She had Stanley forge your name to those orders, and that's still a big federal offense.
That means I'll still go to jail.
Somebody's got to take the rap when that true inventory is taken next week. You could still be that somebody. Both father and son looked pretty ragged when I told them that, but at least they were now standing together. What happened depended on what the chick did after I gave her the phony picture negative. I didn't know any of the narcotics gang, so I figured I'd better not have them in on a party that just might not come off. Better I should have my pal, Sergeant Finger, and let him bring them in. A call to him said his part of the plan.
Even on Park Avenue, you can't stay out of the soup.
Finger, look. The kid only went wrong because of the old man. How many kids do you know where this happens? Play along with me and give the kid a break.
Smart guy. You know I got 6 kids. What else can I do?
Wonderful. Now, look, we're all set now. You bug the doc's office and set up in the apartment below. I already got permission from the people who live there.
You're awful sure of me. I hope you're as sure of what's going to happen.
I'm not sure. It's a chance. It's his only chance. What's the idea of the Army, Finger? I thought you weren't going to bring narcotics till we knew whether we were right or wrong.
Whether you were right or wrong, Rocky, you don't monkey with the feds. Somebody goes to the pokey. We're set up now so we can hear everything that's said in the doctor's office.
I know. And if Carol says what I hope she says, the kid's in the clear. If not...
If not, they take in the kid with the girl.
I was just hoping I'd get a chance for another brainstorm. If I'm wrong. I give her the picture and the neg, and she knows the time is up when that inventory goes in. Now, if she only makes the move. So we listen.
This is all a little difficult for me to understand.
Nothing difficult about it, Doctor. You said you'd pay any amount of money to keep your son out of jail. I'm offering you the out.
I've changed my mind about that, Miss Carroll. If my son has been selling narcotics to other juveniles, I'm afraid he must be prosecuted.
Look, Doctor, your son is guilty of one thing. He forged your name to those orders. Of course, he's also an addict.
You mean my son did not steal any of the narcotics? He did not sell them?
I control the whole setup. I supplied him with the stuff he used himself. I did the whole thing. And I know the time's short now. If he sold some stuff to this fortune, it couldn't have been much. But I now have the proof. And I'm holding the proof until you give me the money I need to get out of the country.
Then you mean you're willing to take the blame for everything if I turn over $100,000 cash?
That's right. I'll have that money, plus what I've been making throughout the year on the sale of the other stuff. I'm willing to admit my game's up.
Move in and take all this down, boys. And then you can move upstairs and take her.
It worked out exactly as you thought, Rocky, but I'm still in the dark as to how you figured her actions.
Well, the time for the kid was short. Just 1 week and the whole thing would be discovered. But the time was just as short for her. She had to get out. So when we dreamed up that picture of the kid selling the stuff to me and you said you'd pay anything to keep him in the clear, well, she figured she'd buy it from me at $10,000 and sell it to you for $100,000. Then she gives you the bit that the whole thing can be blamed on her when the shortage is discovered.
And being lost in some part of the world with enough money to last a lifetime, why, she knew she'd be safe.
Exactly.
And she only had him sign the fake signature to keep a stronger hold on him.
Right again.
Now, if we can only straighten out Stan, what do you think will happen with him?
Well, first thing, since he's got a father again, Shane thinks he'll get a suspended sentence. He'll get the cure, and that's that. You know, if you'd only have realized one thing, this probably wouldn't have happened to the kid at all.
And what's that?
Well, when your wife died, you lost a wife, your son lost a mother.
You're right. That's when I went to pieces and failed him. Funny that coming from you. Your language doesn't sound like a college man. Your logic does.
That's easy, too, Doc. You see, the school where I learned my logic, they don't teach language.
NBC has presented Frank Sinatra as that footloose and fancy-free young gentleman, Rocky Fortune. Others in tonight's cast included Maurice Hart, Raymond Burr, Jack Carroll, Georgia Ellis, and Barney Phillips. Tonight's script was written by Norm Sickle. Andrew C. Love directed. Now, to tell you about next week's adventure, here's Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
According to the statistics, the average joker can expect to annoy the census taker until he's about 66. Next week, I'll tell you about a friend of mine who advised me to take out life insurance because you couldn't trust these figures. And to prove his point, he produced a fresh corpse. I'll tell you about it next week. See you around.
Enjoy Fibber, McGee, and Molly tonight on the NBC Radio Network. Frank Sinatra, transcribed as Rocky Fortune.